यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Whoa. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, day number 2 of the grand finals. You are watching PMPL Pakistan Fall 2022, and here we are. Joining along with me is going to be Lakshay. So, yep, day number 1 was exhilarating. And what are your expectations from day 2?
Well, that much more of chaos theory being showcased right here from the teams, definitely, of course, fixes. Because yesterday, as you mentioned, it was definitely an unexpected day, but it was a good start to the grand finals. And today, I want that amp to just increase a little bit more because, again, we were talking about it yesterday. Only 12 matches in total remain before we find out the champions of PMPL Pakistan. At the same point of time, the 6 teams that move on to the SA Championship itself.
Oh, indeed. And, you know, the competition is really fierce and tough because, yes, I8 finally finding their winning ways, you know, getting those 2 chicken dinners, that 3rd position.
True.
I think they seem to have found their flow that they needed. But again, you know, the competition is quite fierce coming in from T20 QWERTY, and then again, Quantum Rage being the most consistent team. Team Magnus, they haven't really had the best of the day, I must say, in terms of what we really expect out of them and how they delivered. But today might be completely different. But you know what, I'm kind of excited about, you know, the other teams, especially teams like the Grounders, TUF, Quraysh, Star, H2E. Somebody from these teams to kind of overperform today so as to kind of bring in that extra added masala. Because the top 6, we've got BABLU at 107, and then when you look at the 7th position, it is Grounders at 95. So I would want, you know, all these teams to kind of step it up a little bit. What about you, Blotter?
Definitely, as you perfectly mentioned, right? I mean, we saw BABLU have the caliber, especially in week number 3, and yesterday as well, definitely showcased a really good start to the play that they brought in, found themselves on the 6th spot as of now in the overall ranking, and of course, we want that to just keep on rising as we want to be able to get the best teams out there in the SA Championship from the Pakistan lobby itself. But on the other front, again, you bring the conversation towards another team like, for example, Quraysh Esports that were popping off heads in week number 3. This time around, to start the things off, have been, well, finding themselves on the 9th spot, looking okay, but definitely as far as the expectations are concerned, can do better is where I'm going to leave them at, because today is a brand new day. It is only, of course, day number 1 that we're done with. Teams were trying to acclimatize against each other. It is the grand final, so a little bit of a change in pace was also showcased. But yeah, today is going to be the defining day. Today is where the teams are going to be able to put their name, you know, confidently in terms of how they play, and of course, how fair are they going to be looking to be able to participate in the top 6 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the competition is definitely getting tough, and it's getting much more intense. And I'm pretty sure all these players would have gone back to the drawing boards and would have figured out what their way of approaching today's lobby is going to be like. But then again, like you said, the moolah that's on the line, the $100,000, that is what we're talking about. You know, the first position gets $10,000. But more than that, you know, what we're really excited is for that top 6 teams qualifying for the PMPL SA Championships. Only the top 6 will be representing the Pakistani flag out there amongst the best teams in South Asia. But apart from that, you know, Lakshay, yesterday, like I said, you know, like we discussed, was a day where we saw all these teams kind of putting their all, and especially was much needed. But we're going to talk more about that. But before that, let's take a look at the point structure again for all the new viewers that have tuned in. You know, for the first position, it's pretty much same. We've been having this for the past 2 years. The 15 points for chicken dinner, second gets 12, and so on. It reduces, and the only standing out point of this point structure has to be that elimination point. So every elimination you get is you are earning 1 point. So I think this is sort of has been the saving grace for teams like Magnus, considering the fact that despite having rough games from, like, let's say game number 3, they somehow did manage to accumulate a few finishes for themselves no matter what, and as a result of which they're still in contention for in the top 4.
Absolutely, and that is what that is where, of course, as you mentioned at times, right, the masala is being also showcased as we move towards the storyboard itself, which is going to be the overall ranking. I8, with a perfect start to the day, have found themselves on the top with, of course, the two chicken dinners that Fixes did mention. But as far as the lead itself is concerned, well, the point difference isn't that much. All right, we're only talking about 7-point difference between these teams, I8 and T20 Quality, and therefore I was mentioning that today is going to be a very important day, because you look at the first page itself, from the first to the 8th position, 139 points to 95 points. In fact, 10th position itself, we're going to be looking at 95 points, I believe, where, of course, it all boils down to there's not a big difference. Today, if the games go well for these teams, then there can be a big change that can be showcased from their side. But at the same time, let's see if that will be the case or not.
Oh yeah, we certainly have to see that, how they're gonna play and perform. But like I said, my eyes are on teams like the Grounders, TUF. Even TUF, there were multiple occasions where they could have secured the chicken dinner, especially in the map of Sanhok, where I really felt, they could have done much better. But it is what it is, right? Did not have the best of the days, not really playing to their utmost potential. But as we take a look at things down below, right, this is where the concerns really rise, especially for the likes of 3x52 and R3D. If they want to qualify or make it to the top 6, today is the day that they have to perform, give it all. But because if they do not do today, I don't think there's going to be anything remaining for tomorrow.
Indeed. As we move ahead, of course, with this day, of course, it is a brand new day. It is a brand new start for the teams. Day number 1 is yesterday's itself, and that is something that these teams do not need to, of course, keep in memory. But at the same time, there were a few moments there where things went a little haywire. But at the same point of time, again, I'm sure the teams have learned from those mistakes itself. And today, of course, the application is what we want to be able to see. And the lead that has been created right now from the team sitting on the top of the leaderboard is what we want these teams on the second page to be able to climb up on top. Regicide sitting on that 12th position, right? A team that in week number 3 were looking sensational with the number of plays that they were able to make, with the number of points that they were able to make. So, of course, we want to be able to see that sort of a rise back again from their side. North Esports, another one of those really big names, H2E, Team Star, and all of these teams have the caliber and the capability, but can today be the saving grace, as it's called, for these teams or not? Because again, when it comes down to that, it is the zone that needs to be blamed more so often from these fights, as it is the one that the teams think they can anticipate, but every single time it just takes a different curveball altogether, which no team is prepared for.
Oh yeah, certainly. And like you mentioned, the teams like Regicide, I think there were a few others also that we really need to bring up. H2E, as a matter of fact. Now, this has been they have been one of those teams that really did perform well in week number 3, but the transition, however, hasn't been that smooth, right? It was just that one Erangel 3rd position that they managed to get, but that was just with one finish. So certainly not acceptable, even for the likes of Team Star. That one chicken dinner in Erangel where they went all ballistic, right? 14 finishes. But after that, mediocre performances. So far, I think Team Star's Erangel game has been pretty strong. But apart from that, they really need to watch out in Miramar, because both the times they've come out in Miramar, they have been taken down at the 15th position. So that is a thing of concern. If Team Star can somehow manage to deal with it, then they're good to go. But even the Stars are definitely not looking aligned for the other teams. The ones like R3D, or maybe let's say North Esports, because North Esports yesterday I really expected that they would come out swinging in the game of Miramar, but that did not happen. If you remember that first fight against BABLU, they took so long despite having such a good spot inside the circle, and hence sort of barring their own entry inside the zone later into the game, and had to suffer with the consequences of their acts over there. So there are a lot of few mistakes that the teams have been making, but we have to talk about the big guns, right? The elephants in the room. That has to be team I8 and Qwerty. What a splendid play coming in from their side yesterday throughout, especially I8 getting those 2 chicken dinners and a top 3 finish.
Right. Well, in fact, as you point out, especially for the side of I8, definitely is something that was missing. The spice that was, the flavor that was showcased from I8's playstyle yesterday is what was missing from them from week 3. But now they have definitely found that perfect playstyle and are definitely utilizing it to deliver points for themselves, as they find that top of the totem pole position for now, with of course the comparison on our screens where we can see the grand finals day one being compared against the play of Magnus Esports. Now Magnus Esports have had a tough day yesterday, 24 eliminations. Again, they were part of some interesting fights, they were part of course incredible conversions as well, but the numbers were dwindling down for Magnus Esports. The rotations that were being made, it was just not working out for their class, and that in turn resulted in them not getting the best of the best day number one for themselves. But again, they're sitting on that 4th position, so it is still a possibility and quite a lot of a chance that can be anticipated from Magnus Esports today to deliver the points that we so want to be able to see from them. At the same point, a big well, again, right now we're talking about I8 and Magnus, but I just wanted to add in a big change that I did not anticipate but definitely wanted to see and has been delivered is T20 Query.
Oh yeah, T20 Query 100%. You know, especially their Miramar games, right? They've always made sure they made it count, and even yesterday also, if you remember, a first position and a second position finish almost had the second one as well. So again, you know, we remember how that second game of Miramar all went out, right? Especially with the grounders having the best spot inside the zone, but despite that, you know, T20 Query fought their way out. But Team Magnus, I mean, one of their biggest problems has been the map of Sanhok, where they have been constantly been targeted or pressed upon by the players of 52 Esports, and that has been a cause for concern for me. You know, I8, they're definitely leading the charts, but we yet to see that dominating I8 that we did witness in week number 1, because now the chicken dinners are definitely coming. But if you talk about I8 style chicken dinners, they're usually with let's say 10 or 12 plus finishes, and they haven't really managed to get that feat yet. So we're kind of hoping that I think they're gonna take this day very seriously, because if today they build up a sizable amount of lead, and then maybe I think they might be looking for going all guns blazing and just absolutely shredding apart the entire lobby.
Definitely. And again, taking the conversation back to the conversation that you had in the green room itself, right, for the side of I8. Now, they have been following along the same path and rhythm that they were doing from week 1 itself. That is something that you kind of pointed out could maybe be the reason why we saw a little bit of a downfall from them. But they were able to rise back from those ashes itself that we saw from them yesterday, right? And slowly pick up those broken pieces that were shattered across for them from the lobby. And now when they do find their foothold on the top of the totem pole in the overall standing in the storyboard itself with 139 points, we want to be able to see exactly what you mentioned. We want to be able to see the play style that was showcased from them from week 1 itself, but that we also know has fizzled out. So they need to change their play. They need to be able to create a different strat in terms of how they want to be able to approach things, and that perhaps is going to be showcased maybe to start the day off itself on the map of Miramar. But we'll see, because right now again it is a fingers crossed conversation right here from the desk, but definitely the eyes out are all the eyes are definitely going to be out on towards I8. At the same point, T20 Query, a team that on Miramar was so fantabulous from week 1 to week 2 to week 3. You and I, we both were talking about how T20 Query had a hold. You talk about Sanhok, they were really looking, I mean, I'm talking about the previous PMPLs, right, where we saw T20 Query being the one who were very much in control and in charge, and also the synergistic play that was showcased from all of those 4 players. This time around, it was a little lacking in week 1 leading up to 3, but now in the grand finals, well, they have delivered.
Oh, they certainly have, right? Especially, you know, like we've been discussing about them. This little standoff between these teams. But we're going to talk about T20 Queries and Team BABLU's performance so far. I think Team BABLU has been doing really well in terms of how they've been surviving. I think that is one area that they've really worked out. And the after survival numbers are high on Query courtesy to those 2 really good Miramar games that they had, you know, making it to the final circles. But I think this sort of brings us down to the problem that Team Query is facing, especially in the maps of, let's say, Sanhok and even in Erangel, right? I haven't had the best of performance, and the same can be said for maybe Team BABLU, where they're kind of struggling in Sanhok, but the Erangel games have somehow been better. But what Team BABLU really need to work out on, Lakshay, I really feel, is the fact that they need to get a few more finishes to their names. And you know, one thing we are witnessing, these teams are now playing a lot around the center. They've been prioritizing that entirely Not a lot of teams we do get to see it playing around the edges. It was day number 1 of the finals, but still, despite that fact, I think they have really come out pretty strong. But this is the game of Erangel that we were talking about, you know, getting that military base circle, and despite that, Team I did manage to get that win. But this was one of those pushes that I really liked from Team BABLU, especially that one grenade just going in and blowing apart 2 players. Yeah, I think both these teams have also played pretty decent. But I think Quantum Rage is kind of are the unsung hero of being really consistent, because every single game, even if they have some of their players you know, taken down early into the game, they somehow still manage to accrue those important position points. Because, you know, I'm looking at 2 top 2 finishes, and then we're talking about a Miramar top 4, and that too with decent amount of finish points. Nothing much to complain, you know, 1, 4, then you've got 4, 6, so it's fine. But Quantum Rage, I really like this style of play. If they can maintain it in the same pace, or maybe even notch it up a little bit today, bound to stay in top 3, or you never know, because all these teams are sort of prepared for I8 and T20 QWERTY, that Quantum Rage can have such a nice opening to you know, kind of bolster their way up to top to the table.
Absolutely. And again, if there's a learning to be had from the league plays for the other teams against the players of I8, is another thing that you kind of mentioned during the conversation that we were having in the green room itself, where of course everybody knows that the military base is where I8 is going to be. Now there are no groups. All 16 teams are playing all the 6 games throughout the entirety of the day. That provides an opportunity for FS, for example, if we talk about the map of Erangel, where they have the opportunity from, of course, Ferry Pier to just hold on to that bridge. The grounders love to, of course, stick around there as well towards the Primos region, where they have the opportunity to just completely stop the rotation coming in, if at all possible, against I8 on the other front from Milta as well. So all of the opportunities that are there are set up against I8 itself, and from that to rise up is going to be a tough conversation. But moving on ahead, again, we are talking about individual teams, so let's move the conversation forth towards another set and group of teams where we were just talking about Grounders and FS. Well, there they are, very close to, of course, each other in terms of the points. There's only 1 point difference between these two, as the Grounders find themselves on the 7th position, and of course along with that FS. Now both of these teams, where exactly do you think, because the Grounders, they definitely had a really good day, I think, yesterday, but where do you think was there, if at all, any slack that you noticed from both of them?
I mean, for freestyle, I think they did manage to get that chicken dinner, and so far, just barring those Erangel performance, I think Erangel is one of those maps that freestyle really needs to work out on. And for the Grounders, I think it was just that one chicken dinner that really stands out for me. Maybe even in Sanhok, getting those 11 finishes was really impressive, and so many teams were trying to come in. The Grounders were making good work out of them, but despite that, they haven't really had the best of the days, right? It was those 2 matches that really kept them in contestation and really worked things out. But yeah, I think Shapatar has to play a very important role, right? Because of the kind of delivery that he's been making. And so far, we've been witnessing improvements from Mr. Black and even Siu. So, rather, my apologies, Mr. Black and Sensi too. So, I think if these 2 players also step it up, maybe the Grounders are gonna look really, really amazing today as well.
Oh, definitely. I want to be able to see that. The Grounders, they had a little bit of dying light that was showcased from their side into the way that they played, and of course you perfectly mentioned that every single map cannot be every single team's, or rather a team cannot be excelling in every single map. So that is something that can clearly be showcased from both of these teams' performances based on how they are playing. At the same point, of course, there's always going to be room for improvement for them both. At the same time, of course, now the conversations are leading up from one team to the next. In all of this, let's move on ahead and of course have a look at the schedule, where we're going to be starting the day off. We are going to be looking at 6 games that will be played in total today as well, which will sum up to 12 games played, and that will leave only 6, the final 6 that will be played tomorrow. But nevertheless, starting the day off, we're going to be looking at Miramar. Following along is going to be Sanhok, Erangel. It's the same exact storyline that we saw yesterday. Fixes.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is indeed, and I think this is something that we really would appreciate coming in to play, because I mean, it's something different this time, right? Miramar, usually we start off with Erangel and end with Erangel, but Miramar start is always going to be good, which sort of brings us to our predictions, Blotter. So who do you think is going to start off with a win over here?
Well, for this Miramar game, I am in contention between either I8 or Quoti. Quoti have had a really good day one on the map of Miramar.
Yep.
I8 to close the day off, we're starting popping off heads. And so I'm gonna go with T20 Quoti for this one.
Okay, if you're going with T20 QWERTY, then it's a no-brainer for me. I'll have to stick to I8 because we love this rivalry building up on that very top spot. But again, deep down under somewhere, I would also want Quraysh to win. But for my prediction, it has to be I8 because I want to play it safe. I want to get that 5 because, well, I mean, teams are definitely getting their points, but we aren't, Lakshya. That's
True.
a sad thing because, of course, I mean, it's so difficult to predict. Somehow one team out of 16, what are the odds? Literally one
Exactly.
16. So still we managed to get 4 times correct, so I think we're gonna be happy about that. But again, for I8, I think I've only gone because of the fact that they finally managed to somehow work out on their positional mistakes that they were making for so long, right? Not sticking against,
Right.
sticking with each other, not getting those trades, finally getting into those gun games, Ghost and Blade. They have to step up massively, and if they do that today, I think I8 can build a really good lead. And what about you in terms of speculating about T20 QWERTY?
Well, T20 Query, again, the best part that I've seen from their side is the way that they're able to, read their opponents, read the placement that they're at first and foremost, and then be able to read the opponents that they're surrounded by, and along with that, of course, then strategically find out ways that they can maneuver to be able to get those points for themselves. But while we're talking about all of this, another team that comes to mind is, of course, going to be the team of Magnus Esports as well. Now, Magnus Esports has been a little slacking in terms of their performance from the side of Miramar map, but overall, throughout the league play days, if we talk about it, Magnus has been very consistent on Miramar. I mean, they have pretty much always tried to deliver it themselves in the top 5 whenever they were playing. So there is going to be a good contestation if at all the rotation from Magnus is made on point and in time. But right now, talking about the flight part itself, it is going to be advantageous towards the side of 52 Esports for Quantum Rage, because these are teams that love to kind of stick their heads out into the blues, and for that this flight path is working out perfectly, because we've seen 52 Esports go down towards El Pozo Trailer Park region, even ruins for that matter at times, whereas for the side of course Quantum Rage, the Third Mother is where they start the day off, they start their slow paced game on the map of Miramar and then slowly work their way towards the center. Now, you did mention this very good point, right? Where we've seen from week 3 itself that the teams have started to run and rush swiftly towards the center of the zone. And looking at the zone itself, almost about 35% of it
Ooh,
is the water.
I love it.
This is yeah, right. This is going to be a very bloody Miramar to start the day off.
Oh yeah, of course. Now, the two teams that now I really wanted to get a chicken dinner, I think, are in such a pristine spot over here. Especially Quraysh, though I have not gone with my predictions on them. But even for I8 or even for North Esports, such a good chance to kind of redeem themselves, right? Right at the very center. We know that the circle kind of takes that little bit of an eastern shift somewhere, goes towards Impala or the hills surrounding Impala. So I think maybe we can expect the final circle to be out there. But for now, I think this is something that Team BABLU is doing pretty different, right? They haven't really anticipated this, dropping at La Cobreria against 52 Esports. I don't know if it's the wisest of options, because we've seen BABLU head off down towards Valadimar. And for the grounders, again, the Faulty Devils are not playing the grand final, so they have taken over the area of Picado, which is now their spot to loot.
Indeed, for now that is going to be the case. But the first blood contestation right now that we are going to be talking about is going to be between BABLU and 52 Esports, as they are in contestation right here towards the north of the region, towards the north of the zone basically, and towards the north of the map indeed. And right now it seems like Mojo has been spotted upon, and it is going to be BABLU's Pan who's going to be delivering some sprays with his Carl. But again, the Iron Side is only going to be able to do much, and this is where I'd like to draw the line once again, where the initial, whenever you have teams getting into the initial contestation against each other in a compound, now that is an extended fight. That is a stalemate situation that the teams find themselves in. Talking about BABLU himself, right? He's got one vest. He's got level 1 vest, level 1 helmet itself with only 5 bandages, of course, and 1 first aid. So not a lot that he's got to offer in this fight, of course. At the same point of time, when it comes to the small map that the mini map that we can talk about towards the top right hand side, the green, the light green that we are looking at is the team of BABLU. Now they are trying to make a rotation around. They are trying to get this team of 52 Esports surrounded. But is it going to be enough? Because this is just so early that perhaps 52 Esports as well as BABLU are not going to be prepared. But this perfect push from Zebian and Wolf could very well bring down Mojo right here from 52 Esports, as he's going to be hammered upon by not one but 2 players of BABLU.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be such a tough task. Especially he's got nobody to provide cover fire, but still has managed to get that one knock. If he can get Team Wolf, then Team BABLU would be in a whole world of trouble. But Pika has also joined the fray, so Pika is going to provide cover fire while Team Wolf will try to get that rest back up, as Mojo does have that M249 to work around with, and it's a really difficult compound to push. And if you can, Team BABLU, the next course of action has to be lobbing a few grenades, right? If grenades are aligned with each other, things could be different. But now Mojo, he's got to fend off for himself all alone over here. Finally, his position be given out. Manages to get that one knock. Can he get a few more? Yes, he does indeed. Whoa. Gets both of them. And now going for the third will not be succeed, as Zebian will get that finish confirmed, but buys enough time for his teammates to start closing in. And this is a perfect opportunity that 52 Esports really need to capitalize on, as the Molotov goes in, does manage to dish out some amount of damage as Zebian really steps out of his cover, as Jojo has somehow managed to get that knock. And there you have it. Oh my goodness, 52 Esports, they're doing it. Despite that one loss now, Team BABLU, they just survived with one player, and that's going to be Pan, who is eventually just going to get wiped out by Nojo. And Team BABLU, they suffer an elimination so early into the game.
Wow. Oh, talk about stalemate situations. This has turned into quite a disastrous one for BABLU indeed, because the stalemate has extended a bit too long, because the map of Miramar is going to be the end right here for their journey for day number 1, or rather, my apologies, day number 2, match number 1, as in the first 5 minutes itself, they get eliminated. Okay, this was a really good play. And again, you know what? MVP in that fight, I think, has to be Mojo for sure. But at the same point in time, not only Mojo, but his gun, right? The way M249 held that angle, that was the main reason why the players of BABLU just went down swinging. And of course, it was an early contestation that we were talking about. And you don't have that many utilities. And that in turn, of course, affected BABLU miserably. That in turn has resulted in the first team wipe right here in the first 6 minutes of the game, as Team BABLU get eliminated. So perhaps the change that we were talking about in the pre-game segment has been showcased from the side of BABLU, who love to go towards Walid Almar that we've seen, or at times, well, never have we actually seen them go towards, at least I haven't noticed them go towards La Cabrera. And this time around, it seems like the change has really affected them badly, as they are not going to be able to get more points from this game. But moving on ahead towards the zone itself, the teams looking at the map slowly but surely are now making their rotations, slowly and surely are making themselves closer and closer towards the center of the zone, where we do see at the ridge we have Quraysh Esports, and then following them very close is going to be Regicide as well.
Oh yeah, I think this is the point I think has to be brought up, because last time I remember Team BABLU trying to do something different. That is when they dropped off at Picaro and contesting somebody else's drop spot. They also got hammered down, and it was even more shameful. Like, it was a 1v4. I think it was Tyler who did that, and today they tried something different, went off towards La Cobreria and had to pay the price. But regardless, I think a lot of these teams, look at Team Magnus, I'm kind of surprised what sort of a northern rotation they're trying to pull off over here. Maybe this is one of those tweaks that they made for themselves in the game, because if you remember, them dropping around the La Bendita area. True. And so many teams around them, it gets so difficult. And now they do understand the fact that they're getting targeted a little bit by the other teams, being the strongest perhaps entering from the league stages. Teams have done their prep work, and that was clearly visible, by the other teams, especially 52 Esports, just kind of breathing down their neck and not really letting them have that free space that they used to have in the map of Sanhok. But despite that, we remember, Magnus still did manage to pull out through, did manage to get those 6 finishes, if I'm not wrong, despite just being a 2-man squad. So I think Team Magnus is going to be interesting to see what they have to put on the table over here. But right now, they're right beside the players of Quantum Rage, and one of the players of Magnus is nearby to the players of R3D.
Indeed. As they get closer and closer, of course, this is going to be a very important rotation as they've got no other angle but to jump in from the north itself. And we do see Magnus's faster actually falling back. He was close to the edge of the zone, but never mind that, as right now we've got 52 Esports trying to make a rotation where now they are being put to a halt thanks to T20 Query in their position, as once again the zone does make another shift. For these teams, the rotation is going to get that much more difficult and critical right now, as T20 Query can clearly be seen. Yes, they did bring on a spray. They did get the knock on 52 Esports' player, but now have decided to focus on, of course, getting that rotation on point, as they've got 1200 meters to cover. For now, that is a really good decision coming in from the side of this team. But let's see if at all there's going to be any other team that can stop them in their tracks, as right now we've got Magnus, as I was just talking about it, have backtracked their position as they got to the edge. And now in turn, it is going to be Quantum Rage who have the opportunity and of course the information as to where Magnus is. But it seems like the small little damage that they were able to get on Dolan and Zen is going to be all that Quantum Rage is going to be allowed, as the compound has been found from the side of Magnus Esports. First aids have been popped, and now they're going to be falling back to perhaps look for a different angle to get into the zone from. On the other front for Quantum Rage, now there is an opening that they of course are going to be able to capitalize upon from the north as they work towards the center of the zone for now.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team Magnus is just playing around that blue, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to have that entry in, like you said, from the northern side, maybe, but haven't, taken any sort of major chunks of damage, just those healing points being done, just the damage coming in from the blues. But if you talk about the center plotter, North Esports, they are right at the heart of this particular zone. Even Regicide, they're making quick movements. Now, Regicide is one of those teams that really loves to play well in the map of Miramar especially. And yesterday hadn't been their day, so as to speak. But today, anything could be different. Anything might change, because the way they played in week number 3, I think that is the exact Regicide that we want to see playing today.
Oh yes, absolutely. That is definitely exactly the kind of Regicide that we want to be able to see playing today, and that is the kind of play style and the number of points that we want to be able to see from their style, from their side. The number of eliminations with the chicken dinner is what we want to be able to see from their side, but hopefully not in this game, because the predictions that you and I have are nowhere close to them. Going to be a little greedy right now, Fixes. But on the other front, of course, we do have Quraysh Esports getting on top of course, FS, as FS Malik has already been dropped down. Now, we've seen again and again. In fact, I've noticed many times that in fights, FS Malik is the one who ends up getting shot down quite a lot early in those moments, and it's Momtu who comes on from the back angles, who's able to then deliver, along with, of course, Zarbaf, who's always been the Iron Rod, who's always standing true and tall for FS. But this time around, of course, the damage has been dealt from both the sides, as we do see Quraysh Esports have been brought down, have been able to bring down not one, but it seems like 2 players of FS. Now, Momtu and Zarbaf are the only 2 players surviving, but at the same point of time, where are the other players from Quraysh Esports? Now, we do have Asni and Rafael on our screens, but the flank angle is what FS needs to be worried about, as we do have them on the mini-map. We can see a small little red dot on top of the mountain.
Oh yeah, and this is where it gets a lot more exciting. Jaguar,
Ooh. Wow,
gets picked off, and that's an interesting one. Right now, Quraysh Esports, they also have their numbers really evened up, and now Zarbaf kind of has an idea of where Rafe is, considering Wasi was taken down by him. We do have another fight also just breaking out between H2E and Star on the sidelines, but for now, I mean, Team Freestyle not really wanting to make any sort of hasty movements, right? They're trying to buy their own time. They're trying to find that perfect spot, perfect avenue, as H2E trying to spot out the players of TUF. In the meanwhile, Tarzan has already been knocked.
Indeed. Now, H2E, they need to be very careful. Of course, the smoke is going to dissipate, and once it does, there are a few teams, 2 teams at least, who are going to be waiting to bring them down. That's from Team Star as well as TUF. As on top, the best part for H2E is the fact that they are on top of the ridge, on top of the mountain, and they will have a lot of opportunity to be able to, if nothing else, spot out the opponents as they try and take a fight against each other. And that is where H2E can bring in a third party. But it seems like right now the spray is going to be in favor of Osama as he takes on the shot. Joker's down to a sliver of HP. He's going to be jumping down into, of course, the waters itself, which in turn will be able to save him and give him another breath of life for now. but Team Star themselves are down to a two-man squad, and a two-man army continues on forth from one fight to the next as we look at Quraysh Esports holding on their fort and holding on the angle against the push coming in from the side of FS. Now looking at Rafay right here itself, the Molotov is what I can see the only utility that he has apart from the smoke, and that in turn is going to be a very difficult conversion for him. But let's see if he'll be able to get two of the players of FS down or not. And it seems like FS, they're in a different mind of their own as they completely let go of that flow that Rafay is in and are going to be pushing on ahead towards the second player of Quraysh Esports. That's going to be Hasni.
Oh yeah, and Hasni, he's just kind of retreating, and this is a moment where they need to make those important decisions because now they have to fight it against Rafay. Was not really expecting him to be there, and Zarbaf, oh my goodness, he might just get taken down, but somehow manages to get that knock. But now he really needs to patch himself up because now Hasni is coming in for that push, and Zarbaf somehow clutches it out again, keeping Team FS again in contention, as he's managed to get 3 finishes out of this entire fight, as Quraysh Esports have been thwarted back to the lobby.
This dude is legend for FS. Genuinely. We've seen that time and time again. I mean, definitely there can be a montage that can be created from the league days itself as to how many times Zarbaf has stood tall for the side of FS. But along with that, of course, not without the support of his teammates. But right now, moving on ahead from one fight to the next with 14 teams remaining, we've got R3D on our screens as they do have 1 defeat point already confirmed. They've got the information of their opponents, but it is going to be NmwEsports right now. That's going to be in close proximity against R3D's position on top of this mountain itself. And NmwEsports, again, we know that they love to play a cheeky, very low-key play is what we've seen from the side of NmwEsports. And they stay very quiet. They stay very, very quiet. As soon as other teams get into their close proximity, as soon as they've got, 10 teams remaining, that is when they'll bring themselves out and they'll completely thrash all of their opponents. But let's see if that'll be the playstyle that we can anticipate from NmwEsports or not, because as of now they've got 0 defeat points, but they've got the compound. They're at the edge of the zone as the zone shifts on down once again, and H2E find themselves in the center of the zone. Down south, we do still have 2 players of Team Star and I believe 2 players of TUF as well.
Oh yeah, and at this given moment, taking a look at how the circle has formed, right, going a little, in fact a lot down south, this is where H2E can really capitalize, and I8 again, that beautiful split, again that 1-1-1-1 split, trying to take a majority of that map control. This is a point where they need to sort of get back with each other and get a good position inside the circle, because Regicide seem to have been making some proactive movements, but could face some sort of resistance from the players of 3x. But look at Team Magnus just walking into this trap laid down by the players of I8, and this is going to be devastating as Uzum has already managed to knock out faster, and maybe the second knock can also be in progress right now as we speak of, as Zameen really close towards Anubis, but Anubis has got so many players to deal with. But first he needs to find some cover, as Team I8, they are just shredding apart the players of Team Magnus one after the other.
Indeed, I mean, there are just frays coming in from both the sides, but I8, they are delivering some massive punches, because right now the rotation that was being showcased on the side of I8, now they're going to have to be careful of the grounders as well. Also on our screens, we've got Walker from the side of R3D bringing in a perfect spray, but sadly not being able to convert that into a point, into a knock for himself as of yet. The Shack, only his defense, he's going to have to fall out of there, as right in front of him are going to be the players of 52esports. As Walker goes down, Anubis from the black angle with a flank angle should be able to, if nothing else, utilize the utilities to their advantage and get another knock, if not a point converted right here, because 52esports, the only cover that they have is that smoke along with that buggy, and Dojo is on the run, where Nojo, his teammate, is down already. So it is, there we have it, a perfect flank that has been created from Anubis and Hawk, results in, of course, R3D perhaps working towards getting closer and closer towards, of course, that point, the 5th point in terms of the defeat, the elimination. Right now, so many individual fights that are taking place. Talking about the southern rotation itself that has been showcased from the side of T20 now they're going to be in close contestation against the players of Team Star as well as H2E. So we'll have to see if those 3 teams at the south, if they're going to be able to move ahead towards a better position in this zone or not, because we've got 50 seconds before the zone makes another shift. But right now it's going to be R3D's game through and through, as they are just slowly but surely getting those sprays on point, as 52esports final player remaining, Nojo, is going to be falling back from this fight.
Oh yeah, at least at this moment, players are getting taken down like flies. Nojo, is he aware? Just moving in, but being very vigilant, very careful, as Dread has an eye. But look at H2E. I think that's a perfect position for them. And we were talking about this, right? Even Zen getting taken down. Magnus getting an early exit. Oh, this was so not anticipated. And Quant Rage just inside that little one compound. And North Esports trying to surround them. As Quantum Rage, Lakshay, they're outside the zone. And they will have to get in at some point. But Zameen, he's going to try and lob a few Molotovs of his own as Tuntanatan realizing the threat right in front of him, but still does not deter him from going in with that push as Sigma Male wants to inch in that gap as somehow Zameen manages to hold his flank off, but not against everybody out there. Still managed to take 2 players down as Maxi could not provide any help, as a courtesy of which he was knocked down from the play zone. And with that being said, North Esports, they're outside of this game.
Absolutely. 10 teams remaining, 30 players in total. Quantum Rage were down to almost nothing, and now thankfully they're going to be able to get that revival once again and will be a 3-man strong squad. But right now it's going to be H2E with a 2-man split working in their favor, trying to hold down the fort against the 2-man army from the side of T20 But we'll have to see if 420 Boy and Gravity are capable and up for the task, because right now they've got an uphill battle literally to fight right now against the players of Team Star. Up above we can see already so many other teams that are going to be waiting from them, along with TUF and H2E, as well as other teams from the north are going to be making a shift. And this is where the chaotic mess is going to start ensuing with the 20-minute marker that we've reached. It is going to be 3X's Mary with a perfect nade bringing down Tuntanatan as Quantum Rage are on the run as well. This is going to be a difficult game, but it seems like I8 definitely are looking in a very good position from the northern side as they've made that rotation with a 2-man split. But Quantum Rage, they are not wanting to back down. They were brought down to just a 1-man army. They got the revive and now they jump back into the fight. But sadly, 3X is just a little bit more prepared as they bring down the numbers and trickle down the position of QR.
Oh yeah, and at this point, you know, it's all about the circle playing the games, and I think I8, they're in a really good contestation. They've managed to get that 2-2 split working out for them, and that starting to rack up finishes. And I really thought that they might be playing a little bit safer for now, but that does not really deter I8 from playing the way they love to. Now they've taken such good control over this map, over this terrain entirely. As T20 QWERTY, again, the team that you are rooting for, they're doing pretty well as well. As Sigma Male still trying to fight it out, but not enough against 3X as they try to make a statement. And Quantum Rage, they bow out, and this has to be one of their, the lowest performances, getting finished off at the 9th position. Not really a Quantum Rage sort of a game, but, we've been talking about this. 3X still, having all 4 players alive, have managed to rack up 5 finishes. And if they can manage to get a chicken dinner, but it's going to be such a difficult task with taking a fight against a team like Regicide. It's going to be so tough as Osama manages to get that final finish onto it. Starzin as Mary also gets taken down by Baz as Kratos falls as well, and Tyron might also fall into his graves. As there you have it, Regicide, a beautiful elimination coming in, but the question is, can Baz get that res back on Nocto? Can he get inside the circle? It's still a few meters inside, but I think he might successfully make it.
A boss with 5 eliminations right there confirmed for his team. 6 in total from the side of his team, and all by his lonesome 5 eliminations. And with that small little ridge, of course, he will be back again with his teammate. 2-man army, but nothing taken away from their side as we are left with only 6 teams remaining. I8 looking very confident in this entire fray as they are the only team with all 4 players standing. Talk about the momentum. Well, that momentum is definitely going to be in favor of Regicide, but overall, it is definitely going to be a very tricky position, tricky decision to make as to what team could it be that will probably walk away with the chicken dinner, because it is so close, and the zone, it just keeps on moving away from all of these teams and in favor of T20 QWERTY. So I'm liking that fact, but the numbers are dwindled down from their side, so it's I8's possibility to still be able to make it as they slowly and steadily make their position that much more confirmed steadily into the zone.
Oh yeah, and at this point, I8, of course they can make it, but they want to be a little bit more hungry for all those finishes. Maybe they've got their eyes on R3D next, who are trying to get inside the circle, but Joker Sir is making quite a beautiful rotation, and I think he hasn't been spotted out yet. Anubis trying to provide his cover fire to his teammate Hawk as he makes his way inside the circle, but is not going to be spared by Khan 420 as Anubis manages to get a knock onto its Uzum blade, trying to provide that quintessential cover fire. The good news, however, for I8 is that they have their IGL inside the zone, so Revival will not be a problem. In the meanwhile, T20 QWERTY not with the best maximum of players, but they are making sure they get as much as result as they can. As Goose trying to make his way inside the circle, but can Fury spot him out? Can he dish out some massive amount of damage? Hasn't really succeeded in doing so, as I8 successfully make it inside the circle.
They definitely do. I mean, that was a really good opening for God Fury to have been able to get that spray connected. But sadly, it was the buggy that got all the lead. And right now, it's going to be TUF Saad who's going to be bringing in a nade to the face of I8. But sadly, that's not going to be connected as of yet. And then all of this commotion, once again, T20 QWERTY could be the one who could reign in supreme with a third-party approach against them. But at the same time, Blade and Uzum, they are keeping a very close, keen eye towards that small real ridge that T20 QWERTY are in. And along with that, we've got another airdrop being provided to these teams, and again, it's out in the open. But if at all T20 QWERTY are careful, once they've got the numbers of I8 dwindle down, this could be their airdrop. But they need to be careful as well, because on the backlines is going to be Team Star.
And it's going to be so much more exciting, because it is turning out into quite a show. Joker could be that ace up the sleeves, could be one of those players who can spoil I8's party, but Koost this time, he is looking blazing hot, you know, connecting his shots, just playing the way he's supposed to play. As TUF, Saad and Joker, they've got to make some play around, as the finish for I8 has been stolen apparently by the players of T20 QWERTY, as Usama stands to be the lonesome player of Team Star, still struggling to get inside the circle. But TUF, they've been silent, they haven't even moved a muscle. But this is where, you know, Team I8 might want to check their corners, might want to be 100% safe. But this ridge that they've got to play around is so brilliant. And considering the certain circle, I'm pretty sure the IGL Uzum is well versed with the terrains and with all those nooks and crannies to play around with. As IQ, a support player, he's filled up some big massive roles of crypto, like we've said. But for now, let's see what really happens, as the zone has again favored I8, as the other teams have to move in. And this is where T20 QWERTY have to make a play of their lives.
Ooh, I'm biting me nails right now. Fix this.
I can understand.
I've been waiting for TUF to make their presence felt, but I8, they are none the wiser right now. And TUF, they're being so very... it seems like Gravity is going to be able to spot down the player of TUF, as Joker Sir does go down. There is no way that he can run away from that. But again, I so wish he would not have done that, Gravity, because again, that was his only, well, not the only hope, of course, but at the same point in time, the X factor is what I was putting my hopes on from the side of TUF, because they were so close to the ridge that I8 have been spraying on upon, and the I8, they have absolutely no idea. But right now, it's the numbers advantage that is going to be favoring them. But let's see exactly how and what sort of a play can T20 QWERTY's two players going to be able to make. Once again, for TUF Saad, he is, of course, not yet, his presence I don't think is yet known. But he also has the cover of that Mirado, so that's going to be working out in his favor. And this could very well result in TUF getting that second position. But right now, all eyes for I8 are slowly but steadily going out towards the players of T20 QWERTY, where the wall of I8 is now going to be something that T20 QWERTY are going to have to battle it out. And the flank angles from I8 are so perfectly set up that this is going to be a difficult conversion. But let's see exactly how this boils down to.
I think they do know about Saad's presence, considering, you know, Gravity getting that knock and finish gave enough information to I8 that there might be another player who has just been knocked. So it was not a complete finish. So yeah, they know that someone for sure is hiding out there. But now they're just playing the patience game. They know it is T20 QWERTY, and we know of that really amazing form that Gravity has been in lately. So they really cannot just, you know, throw this out of the bag. They understand that the gravity of they understand the gravity of this situation, quite figuratively as well. But for now, T20 QWERTY, they are the ones that have to make that move. And I8 surely might have depleted on all their utility that they have with themselves, but still trying to aggress a little bit out in the open. And this is where T20 QWERTY have to make that play. They will have to make that move. 420 boy needs to create that flank in order to ensure that Gravity, you know, is not just the, even if he's the punching bag, still can get those trades at least in their favor. Needs to connect those grenades, and Gravity is trying to flush out maybe Uzum, and Uzum has always been that sacrificial lamb for Team I8, because he knows that even if he gets taken down, that grenade having done some massive amount of damage. In the meanwhile, Saad has no funny business over here. He's just hiding, letting these two, you know, elephants fight it out. while he is just going to be salvaging on whatever is left.
Absolutely. But again, as you perfectly mentioned as well, from the side of I8, the number of utilities have already dwindled down. We've got one nade remaining, one Molotov remaining that I could spot out from the side of Uzum. Of course, look at that. A perfect level 3 kit is what he's working towards. Same is the case from Gravity as well. But again, the numbers is where I8 are going to be able to dwindle this fight for themselves. And of course, approach this with the entire spray. And that in turn is going to be the end of T20 Query. One final player remaining from the side of Saad is going to be TUF's Saad, as he gets eliminated as well, and that in turn is going to be an I8 game. Oh, I so wish I would have gone with what I had written down while talking to you, because I write down with a pencil the prediction, and then while talking to you I was like, no, not I8, T20 Quirty, let's do that. And for the second game of Miramar I had written down Quirty. Oh, but nevertheless, what a brilliant game that was. Again though, Fixes, it was definitely a perfect game for I8, but in that final fight it was a very reserved I8 that we saw.
Yeah.
They were not openly pushing on that like we had seen from them earlier. They were very reserved in terms of how they want to be able to approach, and they were not they were over calculating that fight, which again is a good change to be seen from them. The passive approach in that fight that they showcased.
I think this was much needed, right? We were discussing about that. The entire objective of I8 in day number 2 is going to be trying to get as many points as they can possibly, try to build up that lead, little bit of momentum that they have gotten, and they want to seize every single opportunity. So they're not going to leave any stones unturned over there. And in that situation, it was all about, I8 getting those perfect positions, those rotations coming in, those perfect spots, and eventually the fights did happen, which we're going to talk more about, but after this short little break. There you have it. I mean, what an amazing chicken dinner secured by I8, and I feel happy. I feel happy finally getting that
Definitely.
fifth one on board for me. And yeah, it was sort of coming, right? This is the I8 we wanted to see. And like you said, I completely agree with you, and I respect the fact that they did not overextend in that particular fight. Had it been I8 in week number 1, they would have certainly done that. But right now, making all those right movements, at the right spots, where to go, which positions to exactly take, and which fights and when to engage. The trade-offs were there. They were very meticulous in what they wanted to do and made sure that they came out supreme. But talking about the MVP, has to go to Vaz from Regicide. I mean, 5 eliminations for this lad, especially the way he was dealing with the threat of coming in from the edges of the circle. And I think it was the players of 3X that he kind of solo wiped out over there that really just helped him get this title for himself.
Absolutely. Along with Vaz, of course, let's also have a look at the other players to focus upon from this Miramar game of the day, where we do have Zarbaf from Freestyle, a very, very valiant effort. Of course, that was showcased from FS's Zarbaf, as he walked away with 5 eliminations, 709 damage in total, and 17 minutes of survival time. So very, very good approach. Along with that, of course, Gravity sitting on that 3rd, Uzum on 4th, and then we have Anubis sitting right there on the 5th. When it comes to the match ranking itself, we know who got the chicken dinner, but very close in contestation they definitely were. That was T20 Quirty. With 5 eliminations is what the T20 Quirty find themselves at the 2nd position, and then comes in R3D at 3rd. Sadly for TUF, even though they in-game finished 2nd with only 1 elimination confirmed for their side, the placement point is what is going to be favoring them from this game.
Yeah, indeed. And at this moment, looking at the overall standings, even in that perspective, now T20 Quirty, despite the fact that they've managed to get 15 points, I think the difference still has kind of become around 10 or 12 points. And this was Quirty's strongest map. And we know I8 even thrive in Erangel as well. So one of those maps that QWERTY has to really cover themselves up. But TUF, R3D, especially for R3D, I think I must say it was a very important game because the kind of a position that they were in, getting themselves over
Right.
there, commendable by these lads. Those finish points really coming in handy. But even for TUF, this game was so important because next coming up is going to be Sanhok, one of the strongest suits.
Yes.
They've been very close to getting those chicken dinners. We know the circle has been going to a little towards that eastern side. And considering the fact that it is a battle for that top 6, and especially when Team BABLU gets eliminated so early on. So this could be one of those moments where, we can actually look at some team trying to penetrate into that top 6. And it certainly could be the likes of TUF.
Indeed, definitely can. Right there, we of course do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments where we saw freestyle. The two players that were remaining, they had a flank angle being covered from Jaguar from Quraysh Esports, and what a perfect position that was caught on. But in the end, as we pushed on from this fight, it was Zarbaf who definitely made his presence felt against Quraysh. But moving on ahead from one fight to the next now, this is where 3x they went in hard against the players of QR, where of course they did not anticipate that Regicide right from the flank would come in ahead, and it was going to be a Buzz who's going to be the one confirming those elimination points, and not one, not two, but three in just a single perfect spray.
Oh yeah, and this is a beautiful opening that Gravity created, right? Especially, I think his only intention there was to try and get as many finishes as possible, and Saad, he had no intentions. I mean, had QWERTY dished out some amount of damage, then things could have been different, but it was the other way around. R3D, they did whatever they possibly could. Those 8 eliminations really helping them secure that third spot inside that game. And now this is where getting those eliminations becomes so crucial if you want to rack up those points. And considering where R3D are, they're gonna happily take whatever they've received, because that is gonna somehow inch in the gap, inch in that difference, because they're kind of languishing at the bottom of the table. But even for the other teams, I mean, especially for Team Magnus, it was such a how do I say, it was a nightmare that they really need to wake up from, because Miramars are usually their strong suits. They tried to do something different today. They went all the way up northeast, and then things started then they decided to go completely down the southern side, and eventually to walk into the clutches of Team I8, who were just waiting for them to arrive and welcome them with a lot of bullets and grenades and send them back to the lobby.
Well, open arms definitely were being showcased right there for the invite, but at the same time, again, this is what the battleground is, and especially when you're talking about the grand finals, it is going to be chaotic, and that is what is anticipated. That is something that cannot change. But what can change is the overall ranking from one game to the next, where the storyboard definitely now slowly but steadily seems like is tilting over towards the players of I8 based on the third chicken dinner that they were able to get from this game. The lead has started arising from their side. Now, TUF, FS, a really good game from them, pushing on towards in terms of the points as well as, of course, the positions. But in all, we'll still have to see as to what sort of a difference or what sort of a change has been made on the second page.
Oh yeah, that is something that I'm really looking forward to. But R3D I mean, this is still fine, right? They were at
Yeah.
the very bottom, have managed to topple over 52 esports, now inching in on 3x esports. And if once they manage to break over this threshold, then they can look out for maybe North or the others, right? The grounders have lost a lot of room out there, losing out on 3 spots. But the difference is not much, not too much. One more chicken dinner, and they might be in the top 8. But the goal over here, Lakshay, is to be in the top 6. Something that TUF have certainly made their way in. Now, Team BABLU have lost a spot out, and that the next game is going to be really crucial for them, because Sanhok games haven't been the best of maps for Team BABLU, but today they cannot complain about it. They will have to deliver. They will have to make it count.
They're gonna have to change that that storyline that we are bringing up, right? But Sanhok has just not been favoring them. Sanhok has not been looking good for them. They're gonna have to change that storyline. But as we do move on with the schedule, as we're talking about Sanhok, we have the upcoming map will be played, of course, on will be on Sanhok itself, wherein again there will be a lot of chaos that will be ensued, of course, because of the way the map itself is, because of the way the teams themselves are loving to play in terms of how aggressive they are. And in Miramar, if there was third parties, fourth parties can be showcased in the first few minutes of the game itself, then on Sanhok, we know for a fact it's going to get that much more wonderful for us, but not the case for the teams. But let's see where exactly is this map going to take, and what team, in fact, is it going to take towards that chicken dinner.
And that's a big question, right? And this is where I really wanted the predictions, L3 to come up, and there you have a 5 on me, and I'm happy about that. But
Hey.
Lakshay, which team do you think is gonna get the chicken dinner right now?
Okay, so once again, you know what? This time I'm going to ask you. So based on the stats that I've got based on yesterday's plays, I've got freestyle written down.
Okay.
But at the same point of time, my mind says the grounders ought to be the one who walked away with the chicken dinner this time around.
Is it
So,
your mind or your heart? Or maybe
mind
both?
actually, because of the way mind actually, because of the way that they position themselves on the Camp Alpha Island, based on the zone that we've seen on the previous 2 Sanhoks that were played yesterday. Yeah, I have the kind of feeling that maybe this
time
one
it's
could be
gonna
the one
be
that could favor towards towards the grounder side. So therefore my mind actually takes it towards there, but my heart definitely wants FS to be able to get a clutch in this one. So I'm a little kind of in between. So why don't you go first, and then till then I'll decide.
I'm just gonna step on the hype train. It is gonna be I8. I don't think they seem to stop at all. And I think if I'm correct, they're on a hat trick, right? Yesterday they did manage to get that chicken dinner in Erangel, and today they've started off with another chicken. Why not have things on with an hat trick? So hat trick for me, it is going to be I8, and Blotter for you. You can still go with I8. We can have a double.
That is true. That is definitely true. That is definitely a possibility. But I'm going to stick with the freestyle. No, grounders. The grounders. I'm going to stick with the grounders this time.
You're hoping for a Western Circle, huh?
I am hoping. I'm hoping exactly that it goes towards their side.
The
But
grounders,
let's see if that'll be the case or not. So yeah, we're definitely going to be locking that in for my prediction. And fingers crossed, though. Fingers crossed, because it is going to be a tough battle, especially on the map of Sanhok. We know how chaotic things get. We know a little bit of a rivalry that is already ensuing between the drop locations itself. So Magnus kind of goes out of the picture because it is a to and fro sort of right off the bat in the first few minutes of the game itself. But we'll see if that continues on day 2.
I mean, I would love to. To be honest, I'm enjoying this.
Exactly.
Happy today because coming in finally. I mean, so many predictions for I8, and this one comes out true. And I got that lead. If you're watching this, the gods of PUBG Mobile, send me some beautiful outfits if I win the maximum predictions, because we're still far from over. There's no time to loathe. At least for now, I cannot gloat about it, at least because I need to have a few more games. And exactly, I8 also cannot, because if they become complacent even for a single one with T20 QWERTY right on their tails, it's going to be so much more interesting. But Sanhok hasn't really been T20's strong suit either, because this is the problem I have with Blue Bootcamp, right? Every single time they always succeed in getting out of bootcamp, but it is always the circle that is their enemy, right? The circle never really favors them, never really favors a spot that Team T20 QWERTY loves to play around. And a reason why we've not seen the circle go very far, but the point here is, every single time, even if the circle takes a little bit of an eastern shift, there is always another team, or maybe even two, because TUF for first stand, they're always there. Even we've got the others, even R3D, they're also somewhere around. They make that quick rotation from the top of those bootcamp areas. They make their way in, and then from the southern side also the other teams come in. Then from the eastern side, I'd make their rotations, and Magnus and 52 Esports. That's also one of the other fights I really want to see. But this sort of brings us to this another topic of discussion, Lakshay, is the fact that Magnus,
yep. Magnus for Sanhok.
I'm feeling sad, especially when they're having that drop clash. Do you think? And yesterday, if you remember, they kind of literally got third partied out there, and they still somehow managed to come out through, right? Did manage to get that revenge, and eventually R3D did manage to take a few players, but in fact wiped out R3D, and then this ran away from 52 Esports. So today it's again going to be the question if Magnus have come prepared, or are they just going to let that Paradise Resort go? What do you think?
Will Magnus do that? I don't think so. Whereas on the side of 52 Esports, they've got nothing to lose, right? They've got all all of their hearts and minds set up for that one particular drop, because if it works out, you've got the best loot. You've already walking away with decent amount of points. You're walking away with eliminating one of the good teams from the lobby itself, right? So all in all, for 52 Esports, there's nothing to lose. They definitely ought to go for that. But for Magnus, yeah, it is going to boil down to how lucrative is that loot for you. If not that, then where? Right? Because that's another question that needs to be brought up.
Yep.
For FS, if we talk about FS, are really spread out. We talk about Quantum Rage, they love to go towards the eastern side of the map itself, where they spread their wings thin. For the Grounders, they're already set up towards the side of course Camp Alpha. From north over there towards how we've already got the ground North Esports.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a very tricky, like the entire, and it is such a small map, so it is very tricky for Magnus to even find another spot. But again, it is all out, and they have the skill, they have the caliber, so they can take an all-out war as well right off the bat. But should they or not is what they should definitely be. In fact, I'm also debating that should they or not. On the other front, though, just to add on to another team and take the conversation towards another one, is going to be Regicide. In the previous game, they started popping off heads. They walked away with 6 eliminations. Not the decent placement point, but 6 eliminations is what they got. And in week 3, they got 2 Sanhok games in their favor. So there is still maybe a chance, maybe a possibility for Regicide's comeback as well. Maybe, just maybe, there could be a case where if the zone works out perfectly, if the rotations work out perfectly, the game could go away completely from all of these teams and in favor of Regicide, or even QR for that matter.
I think, like you said, Regicide, the Miramar game was amazing, especially how Vaz played, right, over there, getting those, almost the entire squad of 3x, not letting anybody enter, somehow still managing to revive his teammates. He did so much, and well-deserved MVP title. And a very good comeback from Regicide's side, especially considering how they performed yesterday. I think that is something that we cannot really question or contest about. But despite all of it, I think the way things have been walking around over here, Sanhok is one of those maps that heavily favors the team that kind of has the center of the circle to themselves. And you've been completely banking upon the fact that the circle will go towards that western side. So I mean, we can also ask the viewers, where do you think the circle's gonna end, and who do you think is gonna get the chicken dinner? And do you also think that I8, are they gonna walk off with a hat trick? A lot of questions asked, and you have the chat section, you've been spamming a lot, might as well spam the teams that you love, or maybe the teams that you expect are going to be winning this one, as we're finally on way with game number 2 for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. As right now, the flight path trajectory does not matter. It is sort of an even one, but the circle is what I'm really after.
Absolutely, because right now, as we talk about the teams, they are going to be very well versed in terms of each other's drop locations. There does not seem to be, there could very well be a little bit of a contestation that could be seen between Quantum Rage and Quraysh as they make their way towards south. But overall, it is looking like a very open-ended effort from all of the teams, as not a lot that they need to worry about. But the one thing that is always going to be there on the Paradise Resort is going to be Magnus against the players of 52. And 52 Esports, I really actually would love to see who gets their hands on a DBS. The sooner you get your hands on a DPS in this, the better off those popping heads is going to be starting off. But who's going to be which team, in fact, is going to be the one that will start this fight and will be able to bring down and knock down their opponents? It seems like for 2 Esports, they are equipped and well prepped from the eastern flanks of southeastern flanks of this Paradise Resort. But let's see what Magnus is up to.
Well, Magnus is up to finding a lot of loot and get their early revenge on 52 Esports. And we have been talking about that little bit of maybe possibilities of that personal rivalry finally coming out. 2 players quitting 52 Esports, joining Magnus, and then 52 Esports, the defending champions. They're sort of in shambles, right? They haven't been doing that well throughout the entire league. Haven't really had the best time. And for now, gonna see if Team Magnus. Well, let's see what happens over here. Drollin, Zen, Faster, everybody cornered to one spot. I think they just want to go with that simple strategy of trying to isolate and get those finishes. But Mojo has that little bit of a high ground advantage. And, we've been talking about the circle. It's gone down south. It hasn't favored either of us. But there's still chances. The Grounders are still in contention. if they can make some early rotation. And you've been calling out Regicide as well. And this is perfect Regicide game, to be honest, if they play their cards right, Lakshay.
Indeed. I mean, I was talking about Regicide and QR, and it seems like both the teams are looking very good in terms of the way they've gotten the drop and the way they've actually positioned themselves pretty much in the center of the zone itself. But we also do know that the zone loves to make those curveball shifts, and that is where maybe it could go all the way towards T20 query or take another complete shift altogether. But that again, time will only tell, because right now we're only 3 minutes into the game. And talking about the rivalry that was showcased, Magnus Esports against 52 Esports. Now, 52 Esports, they just quickly got their guns, no matter what whatever they could get their hands on, and now they've created a perfect angle position. Whereas for Magnus, they've had a little bit of a time, they've had a little bit of a thought, and it seems like they've decided to get the loot and fall back. Or is it going to be a repositioning sort of an approach? I'm not entirely sure. It seems like they're falling back, but it could very well be the latter as well. It seems actually like they're falling back, so it's a good decision for now. Magnus, they're definitely deciding to not engage in that fight. They've got decent amount of loot, and that is what they're going to be happy with. Whereas for 52 Esports, the stalemate continues on for just a little bit longer because they're just holding on those angles. They're waiting to see if at all they can spot out any of the players of Magnus. As we can clearly see, that's not going to happen. I mean, Dojo, you might as well make a move with the 2x in your hand, and a QBZ, you might as well make a move and get some first aid bandages in your favor. But it seems stalemate will continue on and linger on just a little bit longer for 52 Esports in this fight. On the other front, again, the question still does arise. It's only 4 minutes in, but the question always is going to be hanging. Which team is it going to be? Who is going to be the one who will get us the first blood situation in this game? And talking about the center, or pretty much the center of the zone itself, we do have BABLU in very close proximity against the players of 3x Esports as well. And BABLU we've seen in week 3, on day number 3, walk away with a chicken dinner itself on Sanhok. So there can be an opening and a possibility for BABLU if things work out right for them. Because there are so many teams that are still having to make a rotation into the zone. So we'll have to see if at all any of those teams get caught out as they make that rotation. Maybe that's where we can anticipate a first blood situation from. On the other front, when it comes down to the teams that are in the zone, well, they've found themselves hunkered down into their safety net of the compound that they're in.
You know, now that you mentioned BABLU, Lotta, one of those things that I really want to bring up, well, maybe I'll just hold on to it, because there might be a fight as Tyrant just sprays down all those bullets onto its Goku. Really did not connect. Now, getting back to our conversation, Team BABLU, haven't you realized this one thing? Even if they're getting those chicken dinners, they're always very scrappy. I haven't really seen that clean chicken dinner, you know, with 3-4 players alive, taking good control of the circle. Now, that has been something that is a worrisome thing for them. And they really need to address this issue. One of those things that, you know, where we can cut some slack to Team BABLU is, of course, that they have had this roster change. They've had to get a new player. Pan, I mean, he's still on his way to becoming one of those greats, right? Something like Gravity has become. Because the last split, you and I, we were both casting, and Gravity wasn't that good enough like he is right now. That confidence that is brimming out of his body right now is exactly what we would expect out of Pan. An interesting prospect for the future, but for now, hasn't really lived up to that hype that had been created. I mean, he started off really well, don't get my words wrong, but as eventually the event just progressed, we couldn't see much out of not just Pan, but even Team BABLU, as a matter of fact.
I will definitely second that conversation. In fact, the only one point that I can raise is in week 3, again day number 3, where the day started off, I believe, on Miramar, and that is where BABLU walked away with 11 or 13 elimination point chicken dinner, and that is where I actually was reminiscent of the previous BABLU
Exactly,
that we saw.
want that.
You know, a very consistent player. 14 elimination is what they got on Erangel, and a 13 elimination is what they got on Miramar, where again, this seems like a very different BABLU, but right now it's going to be H2E against the players of R3D, and Anubis along with his teammates are going to be bringing down the angle and the spray against that window, but sadly no knock as of yet has been created, and H2E, now they've got an opportunity, and look at that, the DBS, that is exactly what I was waiting for, and that is all it takes. But let's see if at all there can be a bot that can be created from H2E, an opportunity that can be opened up from their side or not, and it seems like that is going to be the case, as that is going to be the final saving place for H2E, as R3D get eliminated.
I mean, R3D, They sure have balls of steel. They're just swimming in
Wow.
like Navy SEALs, thinking they were not seen, and just marching into enemy territories. But still, H2E having that casualty out there, that's gonna hurt a little bit, but not enough. All right, now coming back, Regicide still holding on to that area that they have around ruins. But look at Gravity. We've got so many members of the SEAL division just trying to close in. Now H2E, have they recovered? Are they in mood of taking yet another fight? Because Gravity, he might just be playing with fire. He had heard all those gunshots, so he might as well take his chance. Throwing that grenade, does it connect? But clearly gives his position away, and H2E are alert and they are retreating. They do not want to engage in another fight. Whereas Blade has again managed to knock down Finisher, and Team Magnus, oh my goodness, what on earth is happening? They're just falling down like flies.
Oh, this is not good game for them to start with. Of course, this is just 8 minutes in as they made that rotation from the northern side. It seems like they've got their horns against the players of I8. As in the previous game, I believe Magnus got eliminated on the 16th position. This time around, at least they got 0 points. And again to I8, right? And this time around as well, it's looking like deja vu for them as they are not prepared for this. But on the other front, for T20 this is the exact opening that we were waiting for. As H2E, even though they've been able to get the 4 elimination points for themselves as they were able to eliminate R3D, now they need to be careful as T20 has pushed on upon them from all 4 different directions, all 3 different directions, in fact, is what I'm going to say. Where from the back angles, the smoke wall for now, of course, for JD, Johnny Sins is going to be able to help him out, but for how long? And of course, Dread, that we can see. The 2-man army from the side of H2E, they are, of course, in a lot of trouble right now. Whereas, of course, on the hunt are going to be the players of T20. But in the kill feed, we can still see I8 just hunkering down the position and rotation coming in from Magnus as Magnus numbers are going down the drain.
Oh, look at this. I think Dread just gave his position away. He's being hammered with the barrage of grenades coming at his way. And look at how beautifully T20 is spread, and JD not getting that opportunity to try and provide cover fire for his teammate. And there you go, Dread finally falls down courtesy to Khan420, and this is exactly what they needed. And JD, his position is known to everybody of Team QWERTY, and there you have it, Voltrux ensuring lands the final blow, and H2E, despite their heroics in defending that island, have finally fallen down.
Talking about another SEAL team, Fixes, we've got Team Star all the way from Hutton region, all the way from the north. They've made this rotation. And I wonder what exactly is going to happen with them once they make their entry into the zone. Right now, they're looking very comfortable and definitely cautious as well as they slow down their boat. And perhaps they might even want to swim their way to the shorelines as well. Because we've got Regicide, we've got the players of 3X. And of course, from the Camp Alpha Island, the Grounders, I'm sure, are going to be around in the area to be able to either make that rotation or, if nothing else, should be able to spot out the players. But right now, who has been able to spot out is going to be the rotation being made from Content Rage. That's going to be Quraysh Esports taking on those shots. For now, they're going to be falling back as we do see Hasni deciding to not overextend his approach in that fight, which is definitely a good decision. But another 50 seconds more, a minute more basically, and we shall see what sort of a curveball shift is this zone going to be bringing in for these teams, and of course for us as well, because right now we're still looking at 14 teams surviving 12 minutes into this game. A lot of teams have been able to spot out each other, but where exactly is the chaos fight going to be ensued? Who is the next team that will be eliminated? Right now it seemed like 3X were going to be able to bring down one of the players from the rotating team of QR, but it seems for now it has been stopped.
At least for now. I mean, this lull that has set inside the lobby, and this could be that game that I think Team BABLU were really longing for. And for I8, I mean, they've gonna take that southern route from Camp Charlie, and this could go south possibly, but Knock having spotted Pika out, they might be playing with fire at this moment, pushing from that lower ground to that higher one. And Ashad, can he just walk away with it? Because Mary has for sure spotted him, but none of the players of Team BABLU have. And that is a cause of concern, because if BABLU do not understand where his position is, I think they might be in a whole world of trouble. But 3X Esports also could really capitalize from this very situation. but Mary making sure he plays it right, he plays it correct, has to show ample patience in this situation, because this is again the fight of center that we're talking about, right? So many of these teams would have that impression of finding an opportunity at opening, but look at Nocto could just get taken down. You are never supposed to take a scooter, at least in this situation. And I think he has learned his lesson the hard way.
Oh, Nocto goes down, of course. Regicide, his teammate, A+B+C+D is going to be right in front of him. From the previous game, of course, 5 elimination points, but this time around it seems like he's not going to be able to help out his teammate. The smoke wall has been created, but 3x, they have the compound safety, and again, at the same point of time, the smoke wall, well, look at the luck right there for Nocto, of course. The tree trunk, along with, of course, the perfectly placed rock is going to be able to provide the quintessential cover that they need to be able to revive their teammate, and that in turn is going to turn into a extended fight between both of these teams. And Nock definitely was showcased from the side of 3x, but now all of this noise that they've been able to make can definitely draw in a different third-party situation. And that's exactly where the director takes our interest towards the players of course, BABLU, where Pika is the one who has all of the information. He's just slowly watching this entire fray go down, and he's got all 4 players in front of him. But again, this is where we talk about, how important it is to get the information, but not be swift with that trigger. The trigger finger is something that can very well go against you.
Oh, Nocky. Or rather, Knock just getting spotted out and almost getting knocked out. That could have been alarming. But finally, Team BABLU know about Regicide's movements out here, as Ashad manages to get that beautiful knock onto its speaker. As this is the point where Regicide might want to strike, but I don't think that's the wisest of ideas, because they also have a good high ground spot to themselves. I think would want to hold it for the next circle at the very least if they are inside of it, because 3x, they have the center of the zone, and this is where things are going to get more exciting, as Knock still, look at him, he's just trying to bait out the players right out in the open, kind of trying to draw attention of Team BABLU. And while they are shooting at his direction, he knows even if he gets knocked out, he can easily get that revival, can get into cover, can get into safety. But if Team BABLU in that situation get traded off, then that could be a problematic situation. And that is really smart coming in from Regicide's POV. But at this point, the circle again taking that certain shift, favoring Team Quantum Race this time. Having lost in Goku at this point could be a little hurting. But right now, Evil Boy spotting out Roshan, gets that knock, going a little greedy for that finish. But no concerns, however. Look at Avenger. What on earth was he doing? I think he had his focus maybe on towards Mr. Black. As a result, he's being taken down as Zameen still just swimming in the waters with no choice but just waiting for his watery grave to be built by the players of the Grounders.
Indeed. This is not what NorthEsports anticipated as they tried to make that rotation, but the Grounders being very, very cheeky in terms of how they got themselves set up, in terms of all the other teams working towards, of course, getting into the center of the zone. The Grounders decided to take a stalemate situation and stick to the edges, which in turn resulted in them getting at least 2 finishes, 2 elimination points for now. And talking about finishes, it is going to be the players of Magnus Esports getting eliminated on the 14th spot. With that, Siu with the UMP is going to be jumping on with his luck and definitely with the skill going to be able to hamper down the progress of NorthEsports, as NorthEsports' Maxi get eliminated. The only player remaining from NorthEsports is going to be one-man army Zameen. But we'll have to see if Zameen can get his luck drawn out right here against the players of the Grounders, or is he going to be turning it into a stalemate situation and perhaps work towards some placement points for his teams. The Grounders, though, the Grounders have caught the Blues, so has the player of NorthEsports as well. And as we can see from the northern side of the zone, the northwestern side of the zone, the only teams that can make an entry towards that side is going to be the Grounders. Whereas, as we've talking about Team Star making a water rotation, well, it seems like they have been successful in doing so. And now Shami is where their presence is being felt. But let's see their control of Shami, if it is going to be taken away from I8 or not. As we can see from the south, I8 are slowly but steadily approaching the area of Shami as they were taking on shots against the players of FS as well.
Yeah, I think they just want to pincer down the players of FS. They want a few more finishes. I think this is where they can afford to really stay outside the zone. And I think we did manage to see one of those players being finished off by I8. So making sure at least they've got their backs covered But this is interesting, right? I really want to see what is going to be the next, steps that I8 are going to be taking. What is going to be their next course of action? Because they also have to prioritize the zone. Because Team Star, if they get inside safely, there's no chance that I8 can successfully get inside the zone. Because even Quraysh, I think this game could be theirs. They have that perfect compound. But look at TUF. Now in a contestation against the players of 52. As Mojo, he's taking damage from a particular player. Could be Joker, but can't really say. As a matter of fact, this fight is happening again in Painan. And both these teams know that they have to retreat. They have to get inside the zone. But Team BABLU have got such a promising spot for themselves. As God Fury, this is what I was scared about, gets taken down. So has Uzim. And I8 have lost out on 2 of their players.
Oh, the rotation definitely not helping out, as the fixers had already read that. The greediness from I8 wanting to take down FS has resulted in them losing out on their players as well, as 2-man army is what I8 is left with. Talking about the rotation, talking about the zone itself, I8 have made a perfect, my apologies, BABLU have made a perfect rotation. Along with that, we've got I20 Quirty's Gravity on the run, on the perfect hunt for his opponent, and it is going to be none other than R3D's Noki, as it is going to be Regicide getting eliminated right there. Of course, it was a good fight from Regicide, as they were able to bring down 2 of the players of T20 Quirty. Voltrux and 420 did go down 420Y, but thankfully, of course, they have their teammates right there to be able to give them that revival, and that in turn is going to be getting all 4 players up from the side of T20 Quirty, but definitely not the case for I8, as they get eliminated on that 12th position with 5 elimination points. 11 teams in total still remain, 38 players. But T20 Quirty, look at the momentum this team is moving on ahead with. 7 elimination points converted for them. Who's going to be the one putting a nail into their progressive streak that they've created right here on the map for Sanhok?
Oh, now that's going to be an interesting question. But look at this burn scooter. At this very moment, anything could possibly happen. And Qwerty trying to get inside the circle. It's going to be really interesting to see how this really plays out, because God Fury, he's managed to secure that knock on the player of Freestyle. And this is what we were talking about, right? Team Star are the ones that are not letting Freestyle really pass. As Qwerty, they have shown all intentions to pick this fight against 52 Esports. Is Nojo aware of this? Nojo and Mojo, that duo has to really shine, and finally Gravity spots them out, takes some damage, but does not deter, goes in with the push. That is the confidence that is oozing out of his, gets another one as well, as Gravity does not intend to stop at anything at all. Voltrux having been taken down, Gravity ensuring, oh my goodness, look at TUF, they've also pushed in from 2 different directions. Now Team 52 Esports getting sandwiched, but still somehow finding that knock on Gravity, as now they decide to charge in onto it. T20 Qwerty getting all the damage done. TUF somehow having that last laugh, as T20 Qwerty have been eliminated from this game in an unthinkable fashion, where they were really not anticipating. But hey, Lakshay, who are we to complain? We love all these action, and this is of course Sanhok we're talking about.
Absolutely. I mean, that play right there from TUF, where of course Saad along with his teammate were able to just transverse the rock from both the angles, and of course have a backup plan as well. Just perfect conversion right there from TUF. That is exactly the team that we were missing out on, and that is what they've delivered right there, taking down another behemoth right here. That was T20 Qwerty, but along with that, it is going to be 3x Esports, with all 4 players still standing, getting closer and closer, getting a lot of information against the players of contenders, where Sigma Male has been dropped down, and of course Miracle is going to jump on ahead to confirm that point to himself, as does Senior around in the back angle. Now again, we need to be cautious, or rather Senior needs to be cautious as to how exactly he's going to be approaching this, because all 4 players of 3x know exactly where he's at. Along with that, it is going to be Quantum Rage. Senior get eliminated. The 3x are now going to be hunkering down the rotation of the Grounders as well. The Grounders Mary, my apologies, 3x's Mary has been brought down, but of course the revival is going to be around the corner, where the Grounders now are left with just a 1-man squad, and that 2 out in the blue. It seems like maybe they could be working towards getting a little bit of those placement points. But right now, talking about the chicken dinner winner situation itself, we've got 8 teams remaining, and in that contestation, we've got BABLU looking very comfortable, but not if TUF have anything to say.
Oh yeah, and at this moment, right, it's gonna get so much more intense, because look at the circle shift right out in the open, in a no man's land, and everybody has to now race their way inside the circle. Quraysh Esports having the majority of that advantage, but Miracle spotting those pixels afar. and Thor getting taken down. TUF, that was a brilliant push that they made on 52 and T20 QWERTY, making sure that they have all been sent back home. But Malik, he's got all his attention in trying and seeking revenge for what Star tried to do to them, taking one of their players out at 3x's. Mary spotting out the players of Team Star right below him. Does have 3 Molotovs to work around with. I really hope he goes for it. Yes, indeed, trying to flush out the players out in the open, try to take them out of their cover, as Hunk somehow did survive, but Sultana might not have the same fate, as Hunk still just steps out as Mary, and Usama taking that flank angle, trying to keep his squad alive. As Sultana, he's melted. There's no chance that he's gonna come out of this alive, as Miracle and Kratos also being spotted out. Usama might want to go for it, but hasn't spotted the players either. So as it seems, as Mom2 gets a beautiful knock over there, as it is fights happening left, right and center, Lakshay.
Quraysh Esports from the eastern flanks of this zone looking very good in terms of the way they've been able to control the zone, in terms of the position that they're in. Yes, they have a knock, but they will be easily able to cover that. And along with that, Freestyle's Mom2, a beautiful spray. With that, he's going to be able to eliminate Team Star with the possibility of walking towards a placement point finish right here with 5 teams, my apologies, remaining, as we have another curveball shift dropping in from the zone. 3x get eliminated as well. 4 teams is all that we are left with, and Quraysh Esports are the ones with all 4 players standing. FS slowly and steadily, of course, getting closer and closer, but they will not be allowed, as Quraysh Esports have the higher ground in this entire fight, and the Grounders get eliminated on that 4th spot. With the final player of the Grounders going down, 3 teams remain. Quraysh Esports with all 4 players, 7 defeat points, 7 eliminations is what they've been able to accumulate. For Freestyle, they were trying to get closer and closer from the Blues into the zone, but it seems like this is going to be a very, very difficult conversion, if at all any, for Mom2 right here, because he's out in the open. He does not have anything to provide him cover, and just like that, he goes down as well. With that, only one final player remaining. That is going to be from the side of TUF, and he is nowhere in the zone. Quraysh Esports have definitely got this victory to their name. They are looking very they are looking very much in control, and they're looking sublime in terms of the way that they were able to, of course, approach this fight, approach the zone, and all in all, look at that. I mean, Edgar, way to go, mate, way to go. And he's not wanting to back down. He's still like, all right, he knows there are only 2 teams remaining, but he's like, you know what? I worked hard to get these 9 first aids, all right? I worked hard to get level 3 kit, all right? I'm going to get as much of it utilized as I can and get that stat for myself.
I think look at his healing done, almost crossed around 2000 plus, and
exactly.
I think wants to rack up his numbers, you know, getting those special awards if there are any. I don't think so. We did get to see that, but regardless, you know, few statistics, has one of the highest healings done, at least in the map of Sanhok, and I think TUF so far has been really consistent, haven't they, Lakshay? Especially now this second position finish with 8 points is going to bolster them up, I'm pretty sure, maybe to the 3rd or the 4th position from where they stand, because QWERTY, I8, Magnus, they haven't really had the best of times, and now he finally wants to fall down with some swag, and those are some moves that I really want to master someday. All right, I love it. Before he bows out, he goes out with his heads held high. But ladies and gentlemen, the chicken dinner, however, has been secured by Team Quraysh Esports, and Quraysh have also bounced back in. Another team that we were talking about that had been out of that top 6 contestation. I'm pretty sure with this chicken dinner coming in, they've gotten themselves back right in the race.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, they were a little slacking in terms of where exactly and what exactly was going on, but this game has definitely bolstered their performance as they finished this game with 8 elimination points. 7 in the overall ranking is where they're going to find themselves, and this is definitely going to be giving them a really good morale boost that was missing out from Quraysh Esports. But as we push on through, of course, things are still left to be unhurled, as we still are left with 4 more games remaining for the day. But yeah, this was a really good play from Quraysh Esports as they read the zone, and along with that completed a perfect game with all 4 players still standing. With that, we'll go on a short little break. Stick around. We'll be right back with more action and more to talk about for this game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was an amazing game of Sanhok, and we did discuss about this, right? Whoever benefits from being in the center of the circle will definitely win the game, and this time it was Quraysh Esports. We did see that, eventually it was a certain circle. There was a little bit of ground on that western side also, but did not really matter. We did witness a lot of good fights, and I think talking about good fights, I think one of those, it kind of started off with R3D trying to push at H2E's direction, just getting hammered out. And then QWERTY just chiming in inside that battle, but out of which the MVP has to go towards Fighters. TUF have been phenomenal, especially the push that they made against Team T20 QWERTY out there just when they were going after 52 Esports as well. Virus did play a very, very instrumental role, and as a result of which has been awarded this title.
Absolutely, with of course, as you perfectly mentioned, 6 eliminations, only 99 healing done from the side of TUF. You pointed it out. TUF is on the rise. The consistency that TUF is bringing in is helping out their position, is helping out the storyline that they're creating right here in the grand finals. With that, moving on ahead from Virus's MVP to the other players to focus upon, we do have 3x's Miracle with 4 eliminations. Alongside that, T20's 420 boy with 3 eliminations of his own, 679 damage. So quite a lot of chaotic mess and fight that T20 QWERTY's 420 boy was a part of.
I mean, but at this point, Lakshay, T20 QWERTY, they put in all that they had. They did rack up a few finish points. I'm pretty sure they're going to be closing in that gap against Team I8, who are still at the first spot, I'm pretty sure. But these 23 points and this 20 points for TUF, that's going to matter a lot. And even Freestyle, as a matter of which they've been in the race. But for I8, I think they kind of, I don't know if I have to say if it was a mistake going after Freestyle, because point number one, they kind of delayed their entry inside the circle, right? They had that avenue where they could have taken that eastern area. There was that chance, but they still wanted to clear their backlines, as a result of which they were sort of oblivious about the presence of Team Star, who eventually just hammered them down, did not really even let them get inside the circle, and denied them their hat-trick. So that is one of those things that I8 has to learn, and this is where, I mean, at the same time, I can understand for all the obvious reasons, right? They did not want anybody to be backstabbing them while they're engaging in a different fight. But as you take a look at the highlights, I mean, this was a fun one, right? H2E, R3D, then QWERTY coming in, and in what fashion?
Exactly. I mean, one by one, they were all just dropping down. And along with that, we moved on towards the players of the Grounders, who found themselves at the edge towards the northwestern side as they got against a crazy push. But overall, were able to, of course, compensate and get the perfect win over there. But after that, we move on towards TUF. Now, TUF were a perfect play that was against the players of T20 QWERTY. T20 QWERTY tried their level hardest and best, but the Blues had already caught up to them. So it was a very difficult conversion for them, and TUF just, in the nick of time, jumped in to that opportunistic position and, of course, got the game for themselves. With that, this final, of course, swag being showcased right here from Edgar from TUF completed the game, but it was Quraysh Esports walking away with that perfect chicken dinner. Once again, though, TUF, I mean, at the same exact number of elimination points, rather almost double of what Quraysh Esports got in terms of the damage. That was what TUF got for themselves. But in all, look at T20 QWERTY. A Manhattan Tower being created by themselves right here with 8 eliminations from them, yes, but 1654 damage.
I mean, it's understandable, right? Because QWERTY, they had been in the midst of action, right from the 10th minute, if I'm not wrong, because starting things off with taking down H2E, they got themselves engrossed in so many different fights. And Gravity, I think I've been loving the way he's been playing, and I really want him to take those $1,000 with him. Being the MVP of this entire tournament, clearly deserves it. All praises for this lad. But what really happened with them was quite unfortunate, and this is something that you cannot really lament about, because hey, it's Sanhok and that's bound to happen. And this did catch the players of 52 Esports in that third party situation, but TUF, they just had that extra little edge, right? They did not really look like stopping at all, and managed to get that final finish, just kind of mowing them down out there. As we take a look at the overall rankings, like we've discussed, just 10 points differentiating I8 and T20 QWERTY. But taking a look at the others, Freestyle have definitely climbed up that third spot, and Quantum Rage, they're losing some space as TUF. They have also bounced up another spot as well, taking that 5th position. But Quraysh Esports ever so close to Magnus, and Magnus, boy oh boy, Lakshay, they really do need to buckle up.
Oh, they are dropping down. They are dropping down like crazy numbers. They started off with what, 4th position, I think, and then slowly but steadily over the 2 games that have taken place, I mean, their numbers are just not working in their favor. Back to back, very poor games for Magnus Esports, at least on day number 2 right here. But perhaps as we move towards page number 2, there could be a little bit of a sign of hope and a limelight. Wherein that is not going to be the case. Where of course the ill-fated performance rather still continues on for the teams. They are definitely playing their level best. They are definitely trying to push on the envelope as hard as they possibly can, but it's just not working out. And of course, we know that only top 6 are moving towards SA Championship, and right now the way the top 5 are playing, the lead, it's just running away from these teams, especially the ones at the latter half of the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, I mean we're seeing few of the teams really take that climb, take that plunge. I mean the R3D in the previous game, the first game, they really stepped it up a notch, but this time they weren't really present. In fact, became the first team to get eliminated. Regicide also, I really thought that this could have been their game, but they could not also get enough points on the board, and that is a little bit of an alarming situation because Lakshay, to be honest, we just have 10 more games remaining for these teams to make sure, and almost reaching that halfway mark after this, after Erangel gets over, and from there onwards Regicide really have to stage an amazing comeback, or else their dream of making into the top 6 will remain as dreams. As we take a look at the schedule for the evening, it's going to be Erangel next, and Erangel, another map that we've been talking about. Yesterday we did see I8 coming out with that chicken dinner, not with a lot of finishes though, but still a chicken dinner. And even Star just rampaging their way through with 14 finishes. In fact, the highest chicken dinner finishes so far, the way they've been playing.
Indeed.
So, you know where we're gonna get at, and I hope you've got your predictions ready because I want to listen all about it.
Well, you just pointed it out. We're moving towards the map of Erangel. This is the first Erangel of the day. Team Star have got ups and downs going on for themselves, and this is the moment that they need to just pounce upon. They've done so previously. They did it on the first day itself. Why not today? Why not now? Why not on this map itself? Where, of course, Erangel is the map that, when it comes to the rotation itself, at times has been able to work out flawlessly for Team Star because they love to go towards the northern side of Severny. Now, from Severny, it is a very difficult rotation that we've seen. But in week 3 for Team Star, they were flawless in terms of the way they were making those rotations. TmwEsports were doing the same, but in grand finals, it has just not worked out. But for Team Star, at least on day number 1, it was looking decent. So that's what I'm going to go with. Team Star as my prediction, but it is still an out there prediction.
Okay, Team Star for you. I mean, you're gonna follow your heart today, right? I think I'm gonna still I'm still not yet out of that I8 hype train. So I8 again.
Right.
I'm gonna go I8 in. I'm gonna be a little greedy, try and milk as many points I can for myself.
Okay.
And well, I8 for me. I think considering they've been having a good run, small little mistakes here and there, but still not much to be concerned about. Because T20 QWERTY, I would have eventually wanted that little battle to be happening, but QWERTY's for them, Erangel hasn't been the best of maps so far, right? Even yesterday, they managed to get a decent amount of finishes, but the position points is where they're really struggling at. And in fact, even in the first game, when the circle went towards the Lumberjack Hills, that was their zone, in which they managed to get 8 finishes. But that 5th position could have been better. But again, it is the game of circle. Some random factors happen, and sometimes you get taken down. But yeah, I think if you ask who's been one of the most consistent teams in Erangel so far, has to be Magnus. But with the form that they're running with, Lakshay, I don't think that would be a wise pick right now.
Definitely not. I mean, in the league plays, it was a very good and wise pick, definitely in the favor of Magnus for sure. But in grand finals, things have just gotten away from them. In the grand finals, somehow, it's just the way I8 played in week 3 is what we're looking at Magnus play in grand finals. And again, it is unexpected as to what exactly is happening right there. Nobody could have predicted that, but it is that much more difficult for me to actually pinpoint as to where exactly is Magnus going wrong. But again, we'll find out, we'll talk more about that as we do have the flight path that will be on our screens. And this time around, well, you talk about I8, well, they are definitely going to be happy with this flight path, because the military base is going to be theirs for the taken right at the first minute of the game itself, because the flight path is going to be favoring the southern regions of this map, where it starts off, of course, from the north of military base, going all the way up towards, of course, northwestern side of hospital towards Georgia Pole region. So it is a tough push for the likes of Team Star, for example. But at the same point in time, we'll have to see as to where is the zone going to be, of course, taken itself. Where is this time the zone on the map of Erangel going to be forcing these teams to make that sort of rotation? I mean, yesterday's final game, it was chaos. It was complete chaos in terms of the way the zone was pushed on towards the military base. This time, let's see where it is going to be taken then.
I mean, I'm kind of I'm kind of curious to see. You know, yesterday it was an eastern one and a southern one. I would really want to see a northern one, or maybe again, I think some circle around Quarry. I think I've been longing for that. Yesterday, I think one of my heartly desires had been fulfilled. But
Wow.
okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right. Fingers crossed for I8. This is clearly looking like they are literally own this island at this point, and Metershot X Sky are no more in the lobby. So we can expect some quick rotations, at least coming in maybe from the side of Team Star, or maybe even Regicide, whoever takes catches the worm first. So that's really gonna come into play, because yes, there you go. I mean, the moment the circle formed, Regicide made sure they're taking over this southern areas, and that's the wiser option, because more often than not, if the entire circle just kind of has the entire island inside of it, then you kind of looking at a southern one. But now the question is, where are the next shifts going to be? Is it going to go again down the complete southern area, or is it going to stay a little bit towards that northern side of that southern island? So that is that one question we've seen on certain occasions go a little bit towards that western side. But the eastern one is quite rare, because we haven't seen a lot of lighthouse circles lately. So if that really happens, I think that's gonna really spice things up, Lakshay.
Indeed, it definitely will. In fact, that bridge camp area and that lighthouse that you were just mentioning, it is a really good zone, because it pushes the teams to think creatively in terms of how exactly you're going to be creating those flanks, where exactly you're going to be creating the cover, because there aren't that many hills and ridges that you can call your own. And of course, if you're on the bridge, then you're going to be spotted down and sprayed out upon. But never mind, we'll get towards there in just another few minutes or so, in the next 10 minutes or 12, because right now it's just the start, and we do have a lot of teams actually getting a lot of information against each other. TmwEsports right now going to be held down into this compound against the rotating team of 3X Esports. Now 3X Esports definitely have just made a pass by from this compound, so nothing that TmwEsports need to be worried about. But they do have a two-man split, TmwEsports. So I wonder where exactly is this team of TmwEsports rushing towards. Whereas on the backlines, it is going to be 3X's movement team player Tyrant, who did get an opportunity to spray, but of course he had a UMP in his hand and decided not to. Perfect decision. Keep a safety check on your on the number of bullets that you've got. But of course, more than that is going to be the fact that this is only the first few minutes of the game, so you want to be able to get the loot set up perfectly right now, as we do have Miracle on our screens, as we can see only one level 1 helmet, level 1 vest. So first 4 minutes, first 10 minutes, 8 minutes at least, the teams are going to be busy. But can we expect a first blood situation and an early elimination? Because that's the reason why I was looking at TmwEsports, and thank you to the director for bringing up the map, where we do have North Esports making an early rotation, and TmwEsports were right around the swing as well. So I wonder if North Esports could be the one who could sprayed upon, or they themselves could be the one bringing in a first blood situation for this game.
I think what's really interesting is I want to see if North Esports directly take a plunge inside the waters. And I think that is exactly what they're trying to do. Take control of that northern side of that southern island. You know, it's a classic BTR strat that we've seen. Really don't hesitate in trying and doing that. But if Star, snuff them out somehow, then you know what awaits, right? They're going to be fish in a barrel, and that is not in a position that they would want to be at this point. Freestyle, however, they've been delaying their entry inside the circle, because they kind of know that I8 loves to bridge camp certain times, and they're just gonna play that little waiting game. And for the grounders, I really want to see how do they make their entry inside the zone, because there's no chance that they're going to be thinking about taking that bridge. But I'm pretty sure, considering that they tend to drop across Primorsk, they might have thought of certain avenues, if in case the zone goes down south. Which areas do we take? Are we going to take that longer rotation and go all the way from that southern side, take the shorelines, and then maybe strike? Because even I-8 is going to be present there as well. But look at Regicide and that beautiful spread that they've had, that 2-1-1 split. I think could really work out for them. Have gotten some really good loot, Lakshay. And Knock Knock, I'm kind of wondering, why is he stationed over there? Is it just to collect information on all these teams? Because if a Ramin comes at his direction, he's basically done for.
Indeed, it definitely has to be just getting the information. In fact, Nocto as well as Knock Knock, both of them, right? Because Ashad is already set up towards Novorupnoy, but the bridge camp is all given in favor of Noki, as well as Nocto from the south is just trying to get as much information as he can for an early premature rotation, if at all any other team has made, basically. And well, talking about other teams, we do have towards the northern side, in fact, the teams who actually kind of have a self-made pact. Well, again, definitely not, but it's just how they love to play, where just like in Los Leones, we know I8 and North Esports are going to be there. Similarly, on the map of Erangel, we know BABLU and H2E are going to be right there at Giorgio, and they're not going to be worried about each other. So we need to see how far are they going to be extending this late rotation that they're working towards, because both the teams have till now are yet to make a rotation towards the zone itself. Now, along with that, we do have, of course, TUF, who love to go towards the South Georgia, are already in their vehicles, making an entry into the zone. Nothing that they need to worry about, because no team that they are going to be spotted on upon. But Team Star, very close to, of course, the players of Magnus. Now, Team Star in the previous game had this sort of an opportunity against the players of I8 and pounced upon it and got the numbers dwindled down. This time around, they've had the opportunity against North Esports. Now they've got the opportunity against Magnus.
Yep.
But they're staying quiet.
At least for now.
At least for now, true.
I think what IQ is doing is really brilliant. Having control over those hills gives you so much of those information. And I think it's all about, teams just spreading out, because nobody knows really where the shift is going to be. And once the shift happens, I think they would want to have the best position. Again, playing that, that 2-2 split, I think is something that I really like. I think this is a variation coming in from I8 at multiple times. We've seen them, all four players splitting apart from each other, and then there are times where they kind of regroup. And I really like this flexibility that they have with them. As Team Magnus, well, they're on the lookout for Team Star. And it's going to be an interesting one, because, from where they are at this very moment, it could, I don't know if it's the wisest of the ideas of taking that fight over there, because both these teams at a certain point, once the first circle just starts closing in, will have to get inside the zone. And both these teams are just going to delay each other's entry inside the zone. And that is an alarming situation. So I really want to see how does this pan out. Hunk definitely spotting out, but it's one of those players out there of Magnus, but does not have the best of the scopes. And this is the moment of truth again, like anticipated, a little down south. And this is where I think Nocto, the position that he is holding, if there is another southern shift, then this could be Regicide's game written all over it.
It definitely could be. For now, what I'm noticing is so many of these teams are scared to make an entry into the zone. Now, I mean, on the military base, they've gotten themselves to the ridges, to the edges of the main island, and now with the zone shift, perhaps now is where we can anticipate them to get into either the waterways or try and get that bridge rotation, which again is going to be a tricky one. Is going to be basically throwing a dice. You could have a breach camp that could go in your favor, could go against you, but anyway, we'll have to, of course, these teams are going to have to face that, because that is where the zone is. On the other front, we do have another team making a water rotation. In fact, two of them, FS, have just now done so, and now the grounders have gotten into their buggies. But for that, Blade from I8 is ready. At the same point of time, it is going to be I8 who are, my apologies, Team Star, who are perfectly spotting the players of T20 QWERTY, who are trying to make a water rotation, but It seems like Team Star are working towards that edge approach with the DP in his hand. Osama is just trying to steal the kill if he possibly can. He's been able to spot out the vehicle, of course. But at the same time, from the backlines, it's going to be Voltrux trying to help out Gravity, but that is just not going to be allowed, as Osama is going to be confirming that elimination point for himself and his team. 1 point confirmed, but they are at the edge. In another minute or two again. Now with this fight that Team Stars Osama has taken, that means he's already given away the position that he's in and his teammates are in. And once the zone moves away from Team Star, that's when they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Because up top we saw earlier was Magnus. Right in front of them is going to be T20 What other angle is Team Star what other angle is left for Team Star to be able to make that rotation, I wonder?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about being the last team to make an entry. Just let nobody pass and then just try and get inside the circle. But you know, again, having no boats out there, and if the circle just kind of steers away from you, and then you have to swim while the blue zone is trying to close in, and that is gonna be a troublesome affair, right? Because then you'll be very limited with the options that you have. But look at Team BABLU. I think they want to make some movement out here, making some noise. 3x so well prepared for them. And I think 3x have two teams that they have to fight against. Quantum Rage also trying to close in. But I'm pretty sure maybe Team BABLU would have heard of this buggy coming their way. And there you have it. Tyrant giving his position away. And Team BABLU exactly know what they're in for.
Absolutely. Now Team BABLU, they have this opening that they need to be able to capitalize upon against the players of 3x, though, and 3x's Tyrant with that perfectly set up nade could be the demise that, of course, BABLU did not anticipate, or at least a little bit of a damage can be showcased right there. But it seems like it is going to be a vice versa throw coming in from both of these teams. But Mary with the flank angle from 3x. This is where for BABLU, if they're not careful, the gas station could be the last place that they'll be spotted right here on this map of Erangel. But let's see if 3x are going to be capable of doing that or not, because the bridge camp that 3x are trying to hold on to right here, well, same is the opportunistic approach from BABLU as well. But for now, they both are utilizing all the utilities, but sadly are not been able to get those knocks. With that, the zone going to be making another shift towards the main military base, of course, where NorthEsports find themselves in the center, and along with that, Team BABLU is going to be able to find that opening from Team Wolf, as 3x have been damaged a little bit. The players have been dropped down. The numbers have dwindled down for 3x. At the same point of time, on the other side of the map itself, it is going to be R3D Regicide taking on perfect shots and sprays against the players of FS. And that southern rotation that we had seen from Nocto, he got his teammates right around the vicinity. We spoke about how FS had made the water rotation, and that is where FS have been eliminated.
Yep, and then we can see that next circle shift, right? This time, like we had anticipated, it's gonna be somewhere around those northern areas of the military base, or maybe possibly can get inside the military base as well. If it does, then NorthEsports, they're gonna benefit massively from it. But for now, this fight, I think 3x wanna go inside the zone, and Teen Wolf did manage to land a couple of bullets, and is gonna take his chances. Yes, this time he succeeds, taking down Kratos in the process. But not a good news is the fact that 3x have already crossed over. Now, the really, I'm kind of starting to think, in fact, rather they're getting inside the zone. And this is going to favor the boys from Team BABLU completely, because they're showing no intentions of fighting. I'm pretty sure T20 must have heard all those gunshots coming from around the bridge, and the moment they close in. But now, look at this. Finisher. Oh, Lord, does he know? Oh, in fact, he's going to get a lot of finishes over here. Hung already being taken down. Team Star, they are absolutely in shambles. The way they have situated themselves. Maybe the only way is they try to get inside that little boat, or maybe try and fight back. But the way they're just being fired upon, it looks like to be a long shot, because Team Magnus, they're not going to spare anybody at all.
Well, they've both got the same exact idea. They've both made the same exact rotation. And right now it was just Magnus reaching the end of the relay race a little bit early than Team Star. With that, Team H2E getting eliminated on the bridge, where TUF have themselves taken 2 knocks of their own. But thankfully, the points have also been accumulated from their side. Now, I8, they were stuck with this area with a 2-man split. But it seems like Magnus on the other side are going to be the ones winning the relay race completely, as they get eliminated, as they eliminate the players of Team Star. With that, Regicide also taking down the players of Quraysh Esports 1-1. Magnus Esports with all 4 players with 4 elimination points converted, looking very comfortable in terms of the way that they enter the zone from the north of this military base. But now for Quraysh Esports, well, we saw them in the kill feed taking on a lot of shots. 3 of their players are already down. Jaguar, what is he going to be able to do? Where Regicide, they have all the control. They've got the entire mountain in their control. They've got the exact position as to where the opponents are, and that in turn is resulting in, of course, well, the players going down. And of course, for Regicide, it's a win-win situation because they've got 6 defeat points and more information is now being retained to them as they've not been able to spot R3D, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and you know, it's I think gonna be another one of those games where Team I8 might just get that final juicy chicken, because look at the map feed. Actually, it's all I8 written over it. If the circle takes that northern shift, but Joker being taken down, 52 Esports still being very cautious as they make their entry inside the zone, and TUF, at least they have a few of their players making it to the other side of the bridge. And at this given moment, it all comes down to if the circle decides to shift towards the military base or away from it. If it goes towards, then there are a lot of teams that can be in contention of winning that. But if it goes northern side, then it is I8's game to lose.
Absolutely, and the only trouble that I8 could maybe have is going to be either in the name of T20 or it's going to be Magnus. But right now it's going to be BABLU on our screens as they bring down the players of Quraysh Esports. And just like that, Quraysh Esports' final player is going to get eliminated. BABLU looking at 3 defeat points confirmed for themselves. But moving on back towards the northern side of the zone itself, where we were talking about T20 making an entry from the northeastern side of the zone. From the south, we did of course see, or rather, well, from the center, of course, we did see I8 looking at a very comfortable position. But T20 right now, they're going to be able to spot down the players of Quantum Rage as T20 find themselves at this position. Quantum Rage's numbers have been taken down. Zantonatan was just eliminated. They're down to a 3-man army. But these are the 4 teams that are towards the northern hemisphere of the zone. We've got I8, we've got Magnus, T20, as well as Quantum Rage. Whereas from the south, there are so many other teams. So as Fixes perfectly mentioned, if this zone moves down south in the next minute, then it is going to be a chaos theory between all these 4 teams, and only 1 or 2 of them are going to be able to make that rotation, because down south, chaos is already ensuing, where R3D now are taking on perfect. It is going to be Anubis taking down the, or rather trying to take down the players of the Grounders, where the rotation from Grounders has been perfect, but now they need to be able to capitalize on that rotation and stop R3D in their tracks, where R3D have been able to accumulate 2 elimination points already with all 4 players standing. But in all of that, TUF is around in the vicinity as well, so the Grounders can very well be sandwiched. One side is going to be TUF, on the other R3D.
Oh yeah, and this is where it's going to be interesting, because the Grounders want to take this fight against TUF at the very least. In the meanwhile, Team BABLU have managed to get one more successful finish as Ashad gets his hands on one of those players of R3D. As now, again, I'm just waiting with bated breaths for the circle to form. R3D will have no trouble whatsoever trying to get that revive onto their player. But knock getting spotted, but Hawk misses. This time kind of does not have that hockey sight, as they're quite renowned for not living up to his name, though. That is something that would budge him a little bit, but this is a moment of truth, Blotter. Yep. And the circle goes down south. Ooh. And this is going to make things a lot more interesting, because now they'll have to make their way inside the zone, but I think they can actually take one of those buildings of the C buildings, right? Maybe the northern one, and they make no delay in trying to get that. But in the meanwhile, Mr. Black is getting shot from Anubis, wanting to create another angle. Oh, he's playing with fire. Does have that cycle though. I would love to see that in action if he really goes for it. And this is the best time. You cannot destroy that vehicle. You can destroy even, the mightiest of the vehicles. You can destroy a PRDM, but not the cycle. And
Indeed.
We're not going to question that. We love that. But look at TUF. They were trying to just prance their way in, but eventually have been taken down. But Saad does want to retaliate. Give some lead delivered into the hearts of the players of the Grounders, as Shapatar spotting out all the movements being made by the players of Team I8 as well.
Well, right now we've got 2 players remaining from the side of course, the Grounders as well. In fact, make that 1 because CEO is the only one who's going to be able to survive this as his teammate Evil Boy is going to get eliminated. It's going to be I8 who've been able to, as Fixes was pointing out, they've been able to make that early rotation as soon as the zone shifted, and that in turn has resulted in them finding a perfect compound entry right now. But now this compound is where they need to be able to hunker down because around in the vicinity we saw very in the third zone itself that NorthEsports was very much in the smack center of that exact same compound. Now NorthEsports can very well capitalize against the fighting team of I8 on the other front. On the outside we do have BABLU trying to slowly enter the zone from the eastern areas of this flank, but right in front of them a lot of chaos that is ensuing. Of course, we've got a lot of smoke that can be seen, but at the same point in time both the sides for BABLU are troublesome. From one side, they've got 3 teams to worry about. NorthEsports, I8, as well as, of course, T20QWERTY. On the back lines of all of this, Magnus is also making a rotation from the eastern flanks of the zone itself. A lot that can be done from Magnus's position, but right now it's going to be BABLU who are going to be definitely in a little bit of a heated situation because they've got nowhere to run. As soon as they get out of that small little warehouse, they're going to be sprayed on upon, just like we are looking at from the side of NorthEsports' Zamin, as 2 of the players from BABLU have already been dropped down. The blues have caught up with them. This is where, of course, the players of BABLU have nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. The only thing they can do is perhaps hope for the best as they make these runs, and 1-by-1 run is definitely not what you want to be doing. But it seems like even though the knocks were made from NorthEsports, they were not able to eliminate the players of BABLU. So perhaps there is still a chance for that revival, and that could in turn result in BABLU still making a very good entry in towards the zone. But right now it's going to be T20QWERTY's warehouse as Magnus tried to approach it. It seems like T20QWERTY, having reached there early, are going to be the tenants, and they are not going to be allowing Magnus to approach into this area where Magnus is now left with just a 1-man army.
Well, let's see what's gonna happen at this point. You know, for Team I8, they have to get inside the zone. 2 of their players are already in, but Voltrox is gonna be very careful. T20QWERTY might get shot in by Team Magnus as well, and Finisher seems to maybe have found that level 3 loot, but I think it has already been taken by somebody else as Pika gets finished off. Senior finding a really good cheeky spot for himself as Pan exactly knows where he is and wants to go with the push, but is scared because from the right hand side he's getting shot at, and is he gonna survive? Yes, he does, but at least for now he's safe. But this nade from Senior could just take him down, but no, still lives to fight another day. Senior has an idea of where he is really at, and there you go. Ooh. As anticipated, gets taken down. Had he had that smoke deployed on that eastern side of where he was, could have maybe survived for a little longer. But for now, Team Magnus, they've got to fight against the zone. They have to get inside the circle. Somehow just crawling, scratching their way, whatever is necessity. As Team Magnus know, there's someone on the left for sure that heard all those grenade shots coming out, but now have become one with the nature. As Regicide have to deal with the players of 3X over here. As 3X do still have a really good control over the center, but NorthEsports, I think, are in a very pristine position to take a chicken dinner in this game.
What I'm loving right now is the quietness of I8 actually. I mean, I8, they are so very quiet, you know. Just a few minutes ago, they were taking on shots, they were popping off heads, but as soon as they make the rotation in towards the zone and into the building that is held by NorthEsports, I was like, alright, our work is done here. Now we're going to just hold on, let the others fight. Once they're done with, that's when they'll push on forth. And this is what NorthEsports need to be careful of. If they over-aggress and get outside the building and get into the zone based on, of course, the cover of to get away from the blues itself, that is where I8 can very well capitalize. I8 can very well dominate. But right now, all of that will be based on where and which team will this zone be favoring. Another 20 seconds or so, we're going to be looking at another shift from the zone itself, and that will in turn tell us which team to favor. Right now, it's going to be Regicide taking on those perfect sprays as they bring down the players of R3D Esports.
Oh, Zamin having spotted out Zen. Is he going to survive the onslaught? No is going to be the answer. Of VSS coming in as 420 boy. Oh, look at him trying to bob and weave escape. Has he made it up top? Yes, he has somehow. Wow. I cannot believe he's just walked away with murder. And oh my goodness, NorthEsports would be kicking themselves in the foot as they know there is a threat looming right above their head, quite literally, as Voltrox having also made it up there as I8, North Esports, T20 QWERTY all in the same compound, but Goose does not spare him. Manages to get that knock onto its Voltrox, but 420 boy having that ghillie suit not at the best spots, hiding in that concrete areas, is going to be visible from afar if somebody has that little bit of an elevation to himself. But 420 boy taking some massive amount of damage. But Blade, is he aware of North Esports presence? Is he aware that someone's getting a revive? If someone just comes out of that door, he might get taken down. And indeed that happens as Blade falls, but IQ gets that knock onto its 420 boy, gets that finish. That being said, it is an absolute massacre that is happening inside these C buildings as Goose wants to get that revive. Uzum having been taken down early on. I8, can they do it again in Erangel? Can they get another chicken dinner? Or is it going to be the players of North Esports who are showing resilience as Roshan has that grenade being lobbed over at his direction? Somehow survives it, at least for now.
At least for now, indeed. But at the same point of time, it is just nade being badmintoned across this small little corridor between both of these teams. And that in turn is, of course, bringing down players of North Esports, as well as, of course, would be the case for I8. But that's definitely not turning out to be in the favor, where Zamin with his AKM trying his level best with that spray. But that is just not resulting and yielding the kind of result that he wants to be able to see for the side of North Esports. They are trying. They are delivering all the massive punches that they possibly can. But this is turning into a chaotic fight for them because I8 are very much in control and contestation, where Blade and of course his teammate Uzum are going to be just jumping on, IQ are going to be jumping along to take on the opportunity and players of North Esports, where North Esports now, this maxi nade, this is all that could dictate this fight. If that nade is played down to perfection, the players and numbers of I8 could go down and the damage could be theirs, because North Esports are left with just one man army. That's going to be Maxi. Along with that, we ourselves are left with just three teams remaining, 7 in total players. And Regicide, they are the ones who are so very quiet right now.
Yeah, and they could have the last laugh, possibly. Maxi getting spotted from the backlines as Knock lands an important knock. And this is where I8 will have to defend with all their might. But look at Ghost having that high ground advantage, makes some good work, gets another one. As Ashad remains to be the final player alive, I8 are still going to go in for that revive. Does not have any grenades on him. As now, I8, they have that man advantage. It's a 1v3 situation and they can possibly make it happen. Goose, does he have any mates to his name? Because I8 have been engaging in so many battles as of now. But few of their players have already come out in the open. Ashad's position being compromised. IQ just trying to jump around. Ashad deals with him. But push coming in from 2 directions. And there he goes, takes him down. As I8 land one more to their belt. And this is another chicken dinner. Very well earned. Another one in their house, in military base. And look at the happiness oozing out of Goose's face. How on earth did they pull this one off? Oh my goodness, that really got intense. But yes, they deserve the smiles, they deserve the laughter. I8, 11 finishes, 2,000 plus points of damage, skyrocketing with the lead that they're starting to build against T20 QWERTY and the rest of the pack.
So are you, mate. So are you, Fixes. That's more that grin, that smile right there, mate. I can definitely understand. But of course, I mean, what a phenomenal, sensational play that was. Indeed. They were able to, of course, read the zone and then be so quiet and knew exactly the moment that they should make their presence felt, and did so perfectly where North Esports was brought down. For a moment there, Regicide had an angle that they could have capitalized upon. But all of it was all again boiled down to I8 and just how swift they are in terms of reading the lobby and their opponents. And the angles itself, where of course all of it boiled down in just a matter of seconds, and I8 got that chicken dinner. But again, with that, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around as we do still have 3 more games remaining. A lot more to talk about. We'll be right back.
Whew, what a game. What a game did we get to witness, Shadow. I still cannot believe of how on earth could I just pull that one off. It just got so intense towards the very end. I mean, every single player just fighting it out. But yeah, welcome back, Shadow. I'm pretty sure you'd be missing out on all that action that has been ensuing. But yeah, we can completely understand, you know, we've faced that power issues lately. But yeah, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing great. I'm so happy. I8 already got 2 wins in their hands, and in the finals they have the 4 wins in their hands. So I8, well, they are looking supreme on the tippity top of the leaderboard right now.
Yep, completely supreme as expected from them. Finally making that comeback in the finals. But right now, let's talk about Knock Knock, Regicide. I think, you know, from the very beginning, we did get to see these players taking that early rotation down to the southern island, and then you know, taking down the players of Freestyle. They made sure that they survived to the very end and were not a part of our action in those final few moments. And why would they be? Because they made sure they cleared that entire southern cluster, and 6 eliminations for this lad. So Regicide, if not getting chicken dinners, I'm pretty sure they're getting a lot of eliminations today, because it's not the first time we get to see their players on that MVP charts. And again, Knock Knock making his entry, but IQ, what a play from this lad. I mean, the way he held on to his nerves, and even Ghost. I think in the final moment, it had to be Ghost and those 2 knocks that he pulled out from that first floor. That had to be the reason why they got this beautiful chicken dinner.
Well, certainly Goose played an entire I8 team. The way they have started climbing in the finals, they are impressing every single fan out there. But even Regicide, like you mentioned, this was their game. They needed those points very badly, and this time they are getting 27 points and are on the top in the match ranking, followed by I8 Esports on the second spot with 26 points. Even North Esports, they have been pretty consistent. Day number 1 also, they were having good outing. They were grabbing a lot of points, and this time also they have 13 points in their hands.
Oh yeah, and this is exactly, you know, North Esports, I think could be close to a comeback like we've been talking about. Maybe get that Miramar chicken dinner and get a little bit closer to that top 6 that they've been missing out on. T20 QWERTY finally finding some breathing space. Those 11 points are going to be very crucial. But again, when you know, I8 seem to have 26 points, Regicide get 27, 15 eliminations. Like we said, right, they had been clearing that entire southern area. And right from the very start, they've been doing that. And I think, you know, these points are going to become so much important. And we were talking about the importance of day number 2, especially for the teams that were at the bottom half of the table. And with this performance, I'm pretty sure Regicide would be rocketing their way all the way at least up to top 7 or something. I mean, it's still up to speculations. But what a game it was to witness, because we could not see much out of Regicide. It was so much of those actions ensuing around those sea building compounds that Regicide absolutely cleared that certain area, not letting anybody pass. But as we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro movements, I mean, it was action left, right and center. And look at how good Vaz had been. Even Team BABLU, they tried, but not nearly where they should have. No, not kind of the result that they could have, that could have been acceptable by their standards.
Team BABLU, they are not having the best of the outing in the finals, but yes, Regicide, in these kind of the circle, the southern circle, Team Regicide tend to fare off really well, because in the league stage also, when we did witness a southern circle, it was Regicide getting the win for themselves. The same also, they came very close to it on the second spot, but yes, Team BABLU, the rotations, the way they were coming out in the open, that was something not expected from the side of BABLU. But yes, they will try and do a comeback. But North Esports, again, a good outing from their side, but it was I8 who had all their aces in their hands.
Oh yeah, and you know, oh god, I still need to, you know, kind of process how beautiful this game was, especially I8 and Regicide. 2 of these teams kind of taking over the entire lobby, right? And these were the 2 teams that made that early rotation down south. And what an impressive play. I think I8 had the circle shifted a little towards that northern side. They could have favored. They could have had an easier time. But they took the tougher route, and the circle did not favor them. But it was North Esports, actually, who were in the best of positions. But this is where the pressure is starting to kind of linger on them, right? Get onto them. The nerves starting to shake. Because that was quite an intense fight against I8. But they also had to deal with the players of T20 QWERTY. At a moment, they just let Khan pass. And in those moments, I really felt they were a little bit nervy out there. And I8, inside those C buildings, I mean, that is their home ground, right? That is exactly where they drop. They know how to play around. And I8, finally, I think, this is exactly what they wanted. Finally, just getting that almost 30 points kind of a lead being built up. And QWERTY not having the best of the day today, getting that third position, but it is all right. But they need to get a chicken dinner in the remainder of the match that we have for ourselves. As Quantum Rays, they could climb the place. Our Freestyle losing some ground. TUF still holding strong to that 5th position. But Regicide, with that 27 points earned, have made their way in the top 8. Now, to make it to top 16, to the top 6, they, however, will have to get 2 more consistent games and have to pray that Magnus do not have good ones. And Magnus, by all means, haven't really been at their best of performance lately, Shadow.
Certainly not having the best of the time. They are facing the downfall in the finals, and so are the players of TmwEsports as well. But 52 Esports that stepped up big time in the last week of league stage. Well, their midway is still continuing on day number 2 because they are sitting still on the 16th spot with only 57 points in their hands. And some of the players of 3x Esports and R3D. 3x is a team that was showcasing good performances. At the same time, they were having their ups and downs in the league stage. But this is the position we didn't anticipate 3x Esports to be in the 14th spot with only 75 points.
Oh, what a game. I mean, yeah, of course. With whatever you just said right now, I completely agree. But, my mind is still revolving around that C building fight. I mean, it was so beautiful. It was so technical. It was so mechanical. Every player knew what they had to do. And it felt like, I8 were a well-oiled unit. Despite the fact that they lost out on Uzim, it still did not deter Blade, Ghost and IQ to make those plays, right? One of them just on that ground floor, 2 of them on the top floor, applying pressure from 2 different areas. And North Esports, all they just have to do is deal with all the grenades coming at their faces constantly. And there came a moment when, Maxi did not know what to do, because I think the breaking point, the tipping point was when Roshan got knocked out. And again, that was courtesy to a grenade. And towards the end, I think the last one did not have a lot of room, but now we're going to keep our mouth shut because we have an interview coming our way just about now.
PL का कैसा जा रहा है? सबसे पहले तो अपने बारे में बताइए कैसे हैं?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैं ठीक ठाक, आप सब सुनाओ। और PMPL तो सबके सामने कैसे जा रहा है, बाकी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह और इंशाल्लाह बस यही कंटिन्यू करना है अभी हमें।
चलें एक मैं आपसे सवाल करूंगा, उसके बाद एहसन और अलादीन आपसे कुछ पूछेंगे। मेरा सवाल है कि फाइनल्स लीग स्टेज में हमने देखा कि आखिरी हफ्ते में कुछ खास परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई, लेकिन जैसे ही फाइनल स्टार्ट हुआ डे 1 से इतना बेहतरीन आगाज लिया, क्या माइंडसेट था इसके बीच में? क्योंकि प्रेशर भी आपके फैंस का काफ़ी ज़्यादा था कि यार क्यों नहीं आ रही परफॉर्मेंस, ये नहीं हो रहा, वो नहीं हो रहा 8 से, लेकिन स्टिल आपने इस चीज़ को कैसे कोप अप किया एज अ टीम?
यार हमारे लिए मतलब इतना मैटर नहीं किया जब हमने वीक 3 में इतना परफॉर्म नहीं किया, क्योंकि हम काफ़ी ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट थे कि हम फाइनल में परफॉर्म करेंगे। हमारे माइंड में ऑलरेडी था कि हम फाइनल्स के लिए ऑलरेडी प्रिपेयर्ड थे, तो हमें कोई इतना ज़्यादा प्रेशर नहीं था। और ये जो फैंस का होता है तो ये प्रेशर से ज़्यादा हम पॉजिटिवली लेते हैं इस चीज़ को, और उसी वजह से फिर हम बेहतर परफॉर्म कर पाते हैं।
जी
ठीक है। मैं पूछना चाहूँगा जो लास्ट मोमेंट का रिफ्लेक्स था, इसके पीछे टीम ने जब वो काफी अप्रिशिएट भी किया होगा, उस वक्त क्या सिचुएशन थी जब टीम R3D पुश कर रही थी और एक नॉक भी हुआ था आपका?
यार मैंने देखा ये दोनों ने नीचे पुश किया, मैं नॉक था, मुझे रिवाइव मिला, मैं फर्स्ट एड लगा रहा था। जब ये दोनों नीचे गए मुझे पता था कि इनको तो हम मार देंगे, नियस का सोलो को मार देंगे और R3D पुश करेगी, तो मैं ऑलरेडी अपने अच्छे एंगल पे आके बैठ चुका था, तो अच्छे एंगल पे बैठने का फिर मुझे फायदा भी हुआ। बाकी अप्रिशिएट तो टीम हर बात पे करती है मुझे, बाकी कोई करे ना करे, खासकर ट्राइंडा हर मैच के बाद मतलब अप्रिशिएट करता है, तो वो चीज़ बहुत पॉजिटिव रहती है ना टीम में, तो उस वजह से हमारा परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा जा रहा है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
जी सर।
सो गोस्ट, मेरा आपसे एक क्वेश्चन रहेगा। अगेन आपने कहा कि आपको थोड़ा आइडिया था कि आपके विसिनिटी में और भी प्लेयर्स हैं, करीब में प्लेयर्स हैं, जिस वजह से आपने वो पोजीशन ली।
यस
ओके, दैट्स
मुझे मतलब इतना तो आइडिया था
के अंदर। बिल्कुल
हाँ, मुझे मतलब आइडिया था ना कि 7 बंदे रह गए, एक एनियस का नीचे, तो आगे 3 बंदे, तो जैसे ही मैं रिवाइव हुआ इन दोनों ने पुश का कॉल दिया, ये दोनों पुश करने चले गए, मैं बैठ के हील करके सही एंगल पे बैठ गया, सही टाइम का इंतजार किया, और वो उन्होंने गलती की तो उन्हें पनिश किया।
थोड़ा सा नॉर्थ ईस्पोर्ट्स के साथ जो फाइट हो रही थी वो बताएं, वो क्या बिल्ली चूहे
क्या
का
कॉल्स
खेल
चल रही थी, खास तौर पर कॉल्स
यार,
बताइए कि
वो-
क्या कॉल्स चल रही थी।
यार वो जरा ना बहुत बस क्या चूहा बिल्ली का खेल हो रहा था, क्या बताएं। लेकिन जब तक हम जीते हैं, फिर जो खेल चल रहा है मसला नहीं है, हमें जीतने से परवाह है। अब हम जीते हैं, मसला नहीं है भाई, ये बात है।
चले एक मैं आपसे बहुत बड़ा सवाल करने लगा हूँ आपके फ्यूचर के बारे में कि पीएमजीसी आप जा रहे हैं, लगभग जितनी आपकी लीड है उसके बारे में मुझे बताइए इंशाल्लाह जरूर। आप पाकिस्तान को रिप्रेजेंट करने जा रहे हैं, कितनी तैयारी है, क्या माइंडसेट है?
यार हम बहुत ज्यादा प्रिपेयर्ड है, लेकिन पीएमजीसी एक मतलब सबसे हाईएस्ट लेवल है इस गेम का, तो हम इंशाल्लाह किसी को भी डिसअपॉइंट नहीं करेंगे। और इंशाल्लाह एक बार जब हमारा कंफर्म हो जाता है पीएमजीसी जाना, तो उसके बाद हम बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत करेंगे उस चीज के लिए और खुद को बहुत प्रिपेयर करेंगे और इंशाल्लाह पाकिस्तान का फ्लैग हमेशा ऊपर रखेंगे।
ठीक है, इंशाल्लाह।
लास्ट चीज मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आपके फैंस के लिए क्या मैसेज है? आज आपको पता है आप सिनेमा में भी आ रहे हैं, जिस तरह से एक मूवी में हीरो आता है उसी तरह से आप सिनेमा में
बड़ी स्क्रीन पे,
तो जो फैंस आपको वहां देख रहे हैं उनके लिए क्या मैसेज है?
यार यही चीज तो है जो हमें बाकी टीम से डिफरेंट रखती है, जो फैंस का सपोर्ट है। मतलब जब हमारे वीक 3 में बुरे दिन जा रहे थे ना, तो मैंने अपना इंस्टा खोला और मैसेजेस में गया, तो कोई ऐसे 1000 मैसेजेस थे मैंने देखे, मतलब जो फैन सपोर्ट करते और पॉजिटिव मैसेजेस सिर्फ, तो बंदा वो पढ़ के वैसे भी मेंटली प्रिपेयर हो जाता है इस चीज़ के। तो अगर हम परफॉर्मेंस डाउन भी और फैन का सपोर्ट हो, तो वो चीज़ हमारे फायदे के लिए और हमें बेहतर करेगा। तो यही है, फैंस की वजह से जो हम हैं, हम फैंस की वजह से, और उनको बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सपोर्ट के लिए, और इंशाल्लाह आगे भी करते रहे
इंशाल्लाह। थैंक यू सो मच दोस्त, आपने अपना कीमती वक्त निकाला हमारे लिए, एंड कीप परफॉर्मिंग ऐसे ही अपनी इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस और टीम के साथ खेलते रहिए। विश यू गुड लक आने वाले मैचेस के लिए, ऐसे ही धूम मचाइए और आपके रिफ्लेक्सेस देखने के लिए हम बहुत
एक दफा जाने से पहले वो बोल दे वो आइकॉनिक लाइन अपनी।
वो मैं अब बोल नहीं रहा, मैं प्रूव कर रहा हूँ। पीएमपीएल के स्टैट्स में जाके देखो किसके एड सबसे ज्यादा है। स्टैट्स में जाके देख लो, बोलने की जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ेगी, अब जाके स्टैट्स में देख लो।
स्वैग मोमेंट। चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच दोस्त, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू
आपसे बात कर बहुत अच्छा लगा, अपना ख्याल रखिएगा, फिर मुलाकात होगी आपसे।
शुक्रिया, इंशाल्लाह।
All right. I mean, surely he's a cheerful lad. And for those who could not understand what did he say, I mean, of course, he discussed about what was going on in their minds while in those final few situations, and how that cat and mouse fight happened between them and North Esports, and they just prevailed supreme. It was their home territory. And also discussed about his plans of PMGC, because considering the circuit points, I'm pretty sure they've qualified for the GC for the first time. So we're going to see some Pakistani colors out there in the global championship this time, and I8 have been the first team to have done this, and they're going to be elated. It had been long overdue getting what they've finally deserved, and yes, they're playing like champions right now, have built a really good lead. And also Goose did discuss about his individual prowess. He says that he's the best, and for me, I'm pretty sure if he keeps on playing like this, you never know. I mean, there's some competition coming out of Gravity, but we're gonna keep that aside. The rivalries aside, let's take a look at the schedule. Shadow, Miramar is up next, 3 more games, and ladies and gentlemen, I have to remind you that we have finally reached our halfway marker of the grand finals. 9 matches already done, 9 more remaining. Miramar, Shadow, I've already got 2 of my predictions right today. Who are you going with on this one?
That's a difficult question, especially this time, because I have 3 teams in my mind. I want to go with North Esports team Quirty also, but with the performance that Regicide delivered, I think it can be Regicide also. Can I pick 3?
No, definitely not. Just one.
Okay,
fine.
Quirty, because
I'm gonna cut you some slack. Okay, I'm gonna give you 2 teams to pick, because we really want you to close in the gap, and I have the powers bestowed out by Daddy Fixes himself. So yeah, 2 teams is what you get to pick, because I'm picking I8. I'm totally on that hype train tonight.
I want to go with Quirty and Regicide. Yeah.
Quirty and Regicide. So we're gonna lock in Quirty for now as a prediction, but I'm still gonna count Regicide also. We're gonna give Shadow the luxury of having 2 picks. No, chuck that. Make it 3. Go for another one. I really want you to be catching up paces.
I can predict all the 16 teams, you know.
No. That's not there. That's not there. Go for another one.
Okay. Regicide, Quirty, and North Esports. Yeah, North Esports, they have have in themselves that they can go for the win. Because that performance they have been delivering every single time. They are consistent. All they need is a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
All right, so QWERTY, Regicide, and North Esports. You played it quite smart. 3 of the strong Miramar teams, and I just hope you get your predictions right at this point. But yeah, I'm gonna stick to I8 because I've been milking a lot of correct predictions out of them, and especially with that hot, scintillating form that they're in. I'm loving. I think this is the I8 that the fans have been missing about. Something that Goost also did, discuss about. It has been their love, because love and support from the fans coming all over. Because after that week 3 dismalling performance, and this was much needed, right? They had to prove, because recently they did get signed by an org. They did get some recent sponsors, and for all the reasons, right? Considered the best team in the world by all the statistics that you can make and bring out. However, did lose out on the PMPL 252 Esports last time, and this time, however, they're looking quite dominating, right? Almost 30 points of lead. If they win another chicken dinner, then I think it's going to be so difficult for QWERTY to try and close in on that gap.
Well, certainly, and I8 will be looking forward to that winner chicken dinner for themselves, because they, when it comes to I8, they never leave things for the 11th hour. They make sure they have a lead from the very start. Even if you have a bad game in the end of the tournament or in the end of the event, you are already in a safe spot to qualify for the next stage. So yes, I8 will, in this particular day, are looking to grab points, and they're certainly doing so.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, one thing for sure, that huge burden has been lifted, right? They're no more, their futures of playing in the GC is not in a dark area anymore. It is real. I8 is going to be playing in the global championships this time around. So we're going to see them at the big stages against the best teams, not just in South Asia anymore, not just in the Eastern Circuit anymore, but it is a battle against the entire world to prove their mettle, and that's going to be happening for the first time, for which I'm really, really excited and thrilled for, because, to be honest, I have been watching this team right from their initial days, and I have seen how they have improved. But yeah, leaving them aside, enough talk about I8. We still have 15 more teams to talk about, Shadow, and this is where it comes down to how important this game is actually for T20 QWERTY, and they need to get the chicken dinner desperately, because the pressure somehow is building upon them. And the zones are clearly not favoring QWERTY either. But despite that, despite all odds, they're still making some good work, right? It was not a shabby performance in Erangel either, right? They still managed a 3rd position finish. And if they can keep on doing that, I think you never know. You never know. I think they can at least try and close in the gap. But I think it's time for us to find out as we venture into the desert itself, completely dissecting the map into 2 halves, like literally. And this is where I really want to predict the circle, but I'm gonna let you do.
My circle prediction, well, I want a concentric circle, nothing too extreme or crazy, because I want the teams to give their best performance, because it's day number 2, the day when everything matters, because doing a comeback on the final day is not so easy. So let's have a concentric circle with Saint Martin in the epicenter.
San Martin, you want a QWERTY circle?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I've given you 3 predictions this time. I really hope one of them stands corrected, and you can start picking up pieces, at least until you make it up to 3. From here onwards, it's a declaration that you're gonna get 3 predictions every single game. Okay, so that's the leeway that we're giving, and that's the best we can do out right now. And if you still don't get it, then I think Shadow, you need to get yourself checked, right, in the most cosmic and astral level out here, because your stars are definitely not aligned. But at this point, this is where I'm kind of waiting for the zone, and I had been demanding for an El Azhar circle, and I think this is where teams like R3D or maybe FS and 52 Esports can gain some ground. And Magnus, in the first game of Miramar, they kind of went off towards Campo Militar, but this time they've gotten back to their La Bendita. They just don't care. They want to play the natural game.
They will play their natural game. In fact, Team Magnus also, a freestyle also need those points, because they are on top 5 right now. So this game is going to matter to freestyle also, because they also want to be in the top 2 or even in the top of the ranking right now. But the rotations. Majority of teams, I think, are going for the southern rotation in this kind of a circle, or from the total north rotation. That means Quirky can also be in a good spot. They won't have to engage in too many fights, or maybe it can be the opposite, because whatever I predict, that never happens. So anything can happen right now. Quirky better get me that 1 point. But 52, this time 52, they are in a very good spot. The placement points which they were lacking, this is the opportunity that 52 can capitalize on, because they are somewhere in the center position.
Well, yeah, I think this is exactly what I've been meaning to say, right? It's such an important game, but for 52 and the others kind of at the very bottom, it kind of looks really far-fetched, because they're from here onwards, it has to be perfect games coming all along if they have to make their dreams of making it to the SC Championship real. Because right now 52 Esports almost at the very bottom, but for R3D, I think we did see today they kind of had a good start. But after that, it was a rocky road all ahead. But Team Magnus, just spreading themselves out, and how the mighty have fallen, Shadow. I mean, kind of feel bad for them, because it feels like everything they are trying to do is so well read by the other teams that everybody else is with an answer. And coming down to the very basic, where you just have to take a fight, that is sort of affecting that as well. Their mental prowess has been crushed over here, and they need to recover. They desperately need a chicken dinner, don't they?
They do need, and something similar is happening to Magnus. What happened to the players of I8 in the league stage in the very final week, because their strats have been read by every single team out there, but that was in the league stage. So I8, they have the chance to come up with something different in the finals, but the chance for Magnus, well, that was taken away, because they are experimenting right now in the very finals, when it matters the most. And that was something we kind of expected that is going to happen, because Magnus, they were sticking to their strategy. They were dominating in every single game, and the way teams were reading onto Magnus, that was bound to happen in the finals.
Well, that certainly was bound to. But this is where you kind of get that little segregation being done. Now this is where that little bit of an experience really comes into play. Like, how quickly do you adjust to the adversities? And I think Team I8 have done that, and even as a matter of fact, Team 320 QWERTY has also, because they had not been the best team. They had been like around top 5, top 6, but being at the second position, being at such a commanding spot where they still, have let's say 70% of chances, unless and until they make a massive mishap, and the chances of playing in the SC Championship are gone. But I'm pretty sure with the kind of a lead that they have, with the way they're playing, they're going to be participating in the SC Championship. And I want to really see how Gravity and Voltrox, this duo, really plays out there against the best teams from South Asia, because I'm pretty sure Godlike Stalwart is going to be playing there. Even IHC, the way they've been doing it. I think, I believe they did manage to pull off a hat-trick. So IHC, again, one of those teams that had really become complacent over the past couple of months, to be honest. We haven't had really gotten to see the best out of them. They are finally, starting to step up.
They are stepping up enormously, and that was something we wanted from the side of Team I8 right now. I8, they are in the close proximity of North Esports, so well, usually both these teams tend to avoid each other, not go for the close combat frontal battle in the very early stages. So North Esports might be heading towards the side of Quraysh Esports, but right now other team that is looking very comfortable in this particular circle is Quantum Rage. In fact, Quantum Rage, they are also in the close contestation for the top spot, because they are again in the top 5. So Quantum Rage, they are also missing somewhere. They are not getting that kind of a performance which they were delivering in the league stage. So maybe Quantum Rage, this could be the game, because 2 of the players are still nearby the Elhazar area. The split they're having might not work, or maybe if they regroup, it will work, because they are in the center.
Oh, they actually are in the center. Quantum Rage, again, one of those teams that isn't really visible most of the times in the map, but they somehow make it to good positions despite all odds, right? Even if one of their players survives, Quantum Rage somehow make that top 3, top 4 real. So that has been their mantra all along. But for now, Shadow, I'm kind of waiting for that circle shift. I really want it to go all the way to that eastern side, because even far beyond Elhazar, right, just around the borders, I mean, imagine if we get to see that happen. Or maybe just on that southeastern shorelines of El-Azhar. That would be insane, because I do not recall casting a circle. I do not even remember what sort of a terrain lies over there. But for now, I mean, all these teams are starting to rotate in. North Esports being really quick with their movements, and right beside Magnus. So we might anticipate a little bit of a fight. Even Quraysh Esports is around that. But in the meanwhile, Quantum Rage taking their hands and luck against R3D. Did manage to dish out a couple of bullets on towards the players. But a knock did not come through.
Well, a knock didn't come through, but at the same time, Quantum Race, they revealed their position as well. But R3D, well, they are still hunting for a safe compound to hold on to and destroy. This time, he's the one getting that shots from N16 of Sigma Male, but no damage has been dished out. Maybe the vehicle has taken a certain damage, but R3D, all the 4 players are still safe except Anubis, because he gets taken down by Senior with a perfect Scar Wraith transition coming in. And now the revival. It's going to be very difficult in this situation, but from the backlines, 52 Dojo also chimes in and takes down Hawk.
Oh, this is such an interesting one. North Esports. Now, we were talking about that Avenger also getting spotted out. Finisher getting a couple of damage, but makes it into safe covers. As Zameen, he's got to make some movement, try and get Roshan up as Maxi. He's the one who's been given the job to provide cover fire as Zameen, making it really close to his team. But Team Magnus, they will have to make that even bigger rotation if they want to pick this fight up. And at this point, let's see what's going to happen as Trollin, having that angle onto its Maxi, did try to land a couple of shots, but Zameen almost getting the revive finisher. Where on earth was he looking at as Zen does come into his aid? But has the revival been given? Team Magnus suddenly in shambles, not really working out their way, as Maxi, he will try to lob that grenade, and Team Magnus in a whole world of trouble right now.
Well, he is certainly in a lot of trouble, and Avenger OP, he's a little far away. That means Zameen won't be getting as much backup as he's needing right now in this particular situation. Yes, the smokes are being locked, and Zen is also all by himself, and the revival is going on, and Zameen gets taken down by Zen. Beautiful shots coming in. That means Avenger OP is the last man standing from the side of North Esports. Magnus, well, without any casualty, they have managed to get 2 defeat points in their favor, and North Esports, one of my prediction, well, look what is happening. 2 players already taken down.
I gave you 2 chances already. I gave you 3 chances, and 1 has been thrown out of the window. Shadow, I think you might have just jinxed them. But, well, there's still hope, right? There's still hope. You still have 2 more teams remaining. And, well, T20 QWERTY is in a good position right now. Even the players of Regicide, I believe they have made their way inside the circle. I don't see them. Are they still outside the zone?
Yeah, they're still in the blue.
Oh, ouch.
Every single time I pick a team, they go down very early. Every single time.
I mean, maybe should start picking I8 then we might have a little bit of a competition.
I have picked I8, and every single game every single game that was not in the favor of I8, that was because I picked I8 in my prediction.
And
majority of the times.
You know, this is when if the other teams, managers or the owners might hear this one out, I'm pretty sure you're going to have your DMs flooded. Please pick I8 at this point. We want to have a fighting chance. Because I8, they look nigh unstoppable, right? I mean, the way they've been playing, I think this is exactly the kind of a confidence that they needed. But Freestyle have that little bit of a higher ground to play through across. And, you know, it's a battle about just trying to deplete their armor and their resources, right? Because at this point, even if Wasi lands a knock, I think that was a head. Even if he does get that, all he's going to get out of is just trying to, you know, force them to kind of deplete their meds and just ruin their armors and helmets as Ghost. Oh, he is on fire. And I don't think Wasi is going to ever peek back again.
Well, certainly he's not going to do so, but Rollin, now he's taking shots onto Wolf of Team BABLU over there, and Wolf, he has been taken down from the moving vehicle. What a perfect spray that was delivered, and now Team BABLU, they are up for some trouble because they are a little scattered. They were making those crucial rotation inside the circle when Team Magnus started shooting in the direction, but now Faster is the one that is coming into the crosshairs of Zibian, but for now they have found a safe cover for themselves.
Oh, they certainly have. Like, look at Pika. He's just trying to draw some attention to himself as Pan creates another angle, and Pan getting spotted out by Finisher, needs to go prone down. Yes, he does. But Finisher had that perfect chance. This is where I can say, had he been sitting and playing, maybe that gyro would have connected properly. And no time to kick himself in the feet as Faster really close to Pika. One more good grenade. And Faster might get taken down, but Pika decides against and just trying to hinder his opponent's vision with that smoke grenade. And looks like Team BABLU want to retreat a little bit because, of course, for all the obvious reasons, Team Wolf is knocked out. They want to get that revive up. But good news, Shadow, is that the circle has taken a western shift and QWERTY are right at the epicenter of the circle. Now, this is where we're going to see that massive migration coming in, and hopefully your prayers might be answered.
I don't want to jinx it. I'm not even looking in the direction of QWERTY right now because I don't want to ruin anything for them. But yes, Magnus, well, this game looks like it can be the game of Magnus in terms of the defeat point, the way they are starting. But the circle shift, well, that won't help them. But right now, Pika is cooking up a grenade onto the side of Zen. But Pika is going to miss that projectile. But from the far lines, Drawlin has giving a hefty damage to Wolf. And his teammate is going to take Wolf down. But the trades are also coming in as Faster and Zen also goes down.
Oh yeah, he certainly does, and that marks the end for Team Magnus. It feels like the universe is conspiring against them. And again, an early elimination, not the best ones. And Magnus, they're gonna be horrified with all these results coming out as Team BABLU live to fight another day. And Team Magnus, from here onwards, they really need to just, pull up their socks, because if they do not, I do not know. At the very least, I think they should be starting to look for the top 6, if not the championship at this point. Try to be in this, in this little league that we have going on from here onwards. Again, for the new viewers, the top 16s from Pakistan will be representing the green colors out there in the SA Championship as TmwEsports. A beautiful, beautiful spread coming out from their side. Good map control from these lads, as so many of those teams are taking that rotation from that eastern side, and that is going to spark a lot of trouble as IA deciding to play around the peripheries, and that is the best thing to do given their circumstances.
Certainly, other teams are also having good position considering what the next circle is going to be. If it goes a little towards the western side, Grounders and TmwEsports are also having a good position. On the northern side, we have Quantum Race. So teams have placed themselves perfectly according to the situation. The next circle, where it is going to go, that is going to decide the fate of so many other teams. But right now, JD, with that Mini 14 was looking for a knock onto the player on the higher ground. He has just shot a lot of damage, but he's not going to get a knock or a defeat point for himself. But right now, H2E, they have to be careful of the players of 3x Esports, because look at Tyrant, he's keeping a close eye onto the players of H2E. The minute they are going to come out in the open, as the blue is going to close in, well, he will start shooting, and JD is out there in the open, and Tyrant chimes in, takes him down, but also takes a little bit of the damage in the retaliation fire.
No, that's not going to botch him, right? He's going to patch himself up instantly, uses the bandages, knows that he's going to save those first aids for the latter half of the game, and this is where another big fight brewing amongst us. And I8, who's trying to provide cover fire this time. Usually it is going to be IQ, but Uzim trying to just scout across, try to take this fight they want to engage in. Oh my goodness, Ghost! What on earth is he doing? Lands another knock from afar, and Pika is helpless as I8 mercilessly just bouncing at their direction. Team BABLU, they had wiped out I8 just a couple of days ago in the map of Miramar, and now this is time for redemption as Uzim lands another beautiful grenade on Pan, and there is no stopping IA right now from going in with that push, getting a few more elimination points, as now Team IA and Team BABLU might actually consider tucking their tails and running from here. But at the same time, Ghost realizes, I think it's better if he just takes the buggy and moves away from here and gets inside the cover of the circle, because the circle has taken another western shift. Now Quraysh Esports are also in a good position. So are the players of TUF, having a little bit of that higher ground to play around. T20 still at the very epicenter of the zone.
Well, they are, but my eyes are onto the two remaining players of Team BABLU over there. They managed to escape the clutches of R8, just walked into the crosshair of 52 Esports, and now they have to move inside the circle. I wonder how they're going to do so, because North Esports, Team Regicide are also placed in the periphery from the backlines. They have other teams on the tails, but because of the play zone, H2E, Dread gets taken down. That means H2E, they have their own trouble. Dread, well, he's not going to get any revival because all the remaining players are already inside the safety of the circle. But Reggie's side, they have found a knock onto the players of 52 Esports, and they will get the confirmation also very easily.
Oh, two of the teams that you've gone for are doing particularly very well. Knock getting shot from that eastern side, but he's not botched about it. But because I8, he's got to watch out, especially with Ghost and his Mini 14. The kind of shots that he's been connecting has been impressive so far, as they're just washing and just cleaning everything from the backlines before they make their entry inside the zone, creating chaos, as Freestyle are in very close contention against the players of 52 Esports, as now it is not just them, it is also Regicide that they have to deal with, as Knock just beside his vehicle out there has the coupe, instantly decides to retreat, has no business, as Regicide, they want a good position inside the zone, as Zabaf trying to go on with the spray. I8 almost have their vehicle just burning, could explode any given moment, but Zabaf, they are very low HP, somebody needs to retaliate. I8's Uzum, an IQ in fact, gets a beautiful finish, and 52 Esports have been eliminated, but Ghost and Blade and all three of the players of I8 are in dire trouble, as Uzum just trying to close in, trying to get that revive, but with 16 seconds, I don't think that's gonna happen, as Goku lays the final nail in the coffin, and I8's run finally gets ended over here with just 4 finishes to their name, and the circle now again favoring still to the lads of T20 QWERTY. We have to see where the 5th circle takes a shift, and T20 QWERTY still in a very good position. This is the game where they have to get a chicken dinner if they have to close in on that gap against Team I8.
And with that I8 out of the equation, yes, I8, they are having a high number of defeat points in this particular one in their pockets already. So after an impactful performance, I8 has been taken out of the equation. This is the opportunity for the other teams like FS, QWERTY, other teams, TUF also to come up on the ladder. Let's see if they are going to do so, because FS looks like they are having a little bit of the trouble, because Malik and his teammate are still a little far away from the safe zone. But ground as well, they are deploying so many smokes out there, trying to close in the distance, find a hard cover, but Sensi gets taken down by Bas with the Mini 14 shots.
Oh, he certainly does, and from here onwards, see what is gonna happen. Malik taking some damage but still alive, just blows his vehicle up, trying to build that concrete cover for himself. And Mom2 just, oh, it's Shapatar against Regicide, and Nocto goes falling down. That marks the end for Regicide, as one more team falls out of Shadow. And oh, that's not good for her, at least for now. But 3x just pincering down the players of North Esports. Maxi being taken down, Kratos making sure he gets quick work of it. This time just shifting onto its ump, and I believe he's out of ammunition. That's not a good sign for 3x. Will collect some from his teammate, at least for now.
Well, certainly they have already used all their resources, but Mr. Black had a perfect grenade and Tyrant gets taken down. That is something not going to work for the players of 3x, because they don't have too much hard cover for themselves. And from the backlines, I can see Mom2 also chiming in, trying to move inside the circle. That means 3x, they can be a third party situation, but FS, they are having their own trouble, as Sensi is shooting in the direction relentlessly, and Mario is the one that is going to take Mom2 down and will get a defeat point and confirmation as well. Well, 3x, their backs are pretty much cleared. Malik is the only last player surviving that can give them a little bit of the trouble. But on the other side, H2E, they also managed to get one defeat point in their favor.
Oh yeah, they do, at least for now. H2E, they're looking good. Much needed one for them, as now 3x trying to just close in on the grounders. They've got some good areas to play around that concrete cover for themselves, as T20 QWERTY in real close contention against the players of Quantum Rage. And we've got to see how that works out, as 420 boy, he's been taken down. And now Quantum Rage just isolating the players of T20 QWERTY and moving after one after the other, just clearing all those compounds. And now the next on their hit list could be Gravity, but surely has to get some sort of a cover fire coming in from Voltrox and Khan combined. They just cannot let them pass. And now all these smoky covers have been built up because they want to go with that push. Gravity needs to escape from this compound. Instead, he is going to make an aggressive maneuver. Gets the better out of Sigma-Mail. Can he get one more? Has he spotted out Tunton? Still somehow dodges him. Still just buying time enough to get into sweet covers as he's getting the cover fire from the backlines. And again, Shadow. Gravity escapes with murder. He is certainly my favorite player this season, and surely for all the good reasons.
Well, he's favorite of so many people out there because of the way he has showcased some miraculous gameplay. But right now, Khan is the one that is trying to find an knock onto the plus of Quantum Rage with those throwables, molotovs, grenades, everything he's trying to use. But Senior is also keeping a close eye onto Khan. So Khan better be careful because Tanatan, well, he is still in the lobby, he's still in the game, and the way he's looking in the direction of Khan, that can be very deadly for Khan if he comes out in the open. And certainly he's going to come out in the open and takes a little bit of the damage. But on the other side, Goku also, but now the Molotov of Goku is going to take down Khan and QWERTY. Now they are in trouble.
Oh, they are in a whole world of trouble from being one of the teams that had the best position. Voltrox, the lonesome survivor, Quantum Rage have no intentions of stopping at all, just pushing at his direction mercilessly from multiple angles, and he has nowhere to run or hide as he will get finished off. But still, before that, puts up a fight, still alive though. Finally, eventually meeting his makers, but did he go greedy enough? Did he get that finish confirmed? I think he has, but right now, I believe this game could completely just go into the favors of maybe Quraysh because they have quite a lot of players alive. In fact, all of them, while the other teams are still just fighting it out amongst each other. They could be the last ones with that final after because they've got that higher ground. All they need is the blessings of the circle in the next shift.
Well, certainly the next shift is going to be very crucial, and all this Quraysh Esports, like you also mentioned, they have the numbers advantage. They have managed to keep all the 4 players alive, and they have the complete control of the western side as well. And no one is aware of the whereabouts of Quraysh Esports. That is definitely going to work in their favor. But right now, Quraysh Hasni, he's keeping a close eye onto the players of Goku, Quantum Rage, and Goku. Well, he's trying to shoot in the direction of Rafe. That means Quraysh Esports' position has been revealed, has been given away to the players of Quantum Rage.
Oh, just trying to thread the needle from that little bit of an angle that he had. 3x, however, just hunker down to that little hay bale that they have to play around. One more grenade if they can get something out of Sensi2, but I think the job has been well done. It's Mary again coming to the rescue, and 3x suddenly from being in the worst possible situation can now at least dream of getting a chicken in this one. But provided the fact that Quraysh Esports have that high ground advantage, Quantum Rage could be a thorn in their path as the final 3 teams remain. As 3x Esports at this very moment fighting against life and death quite literally over here. Still having the blessings of the circle, but Quraysh and Quantum Rage fighting against each other could be real good news. If they can get a little bit more spread, then things could work out. But no, that does not happen as Kratos goes falling down. But Miracle, proving to be a miracle for his squad, has managed to get that trade. But do they get that revive as Hasni's entire attention is focused at Tunton and Goku?
Certainly, Goku, well, he's doing so much from the side of Quantum Rage, but right now 3x Mary, he's running out in the open to gain as much real estate, to have a control of the circle. But right now, Quantum Rage, Jonathan, from that hard cover, he's trying to shoot in the direction of Rafe and also trying to get the defeat point confirmed onto Hasni over there. Jonathan, with the smokes, looking for a smoke wall. He has to move inside the circle as the next circle is going to close, and all he has is 1 minute and few seconds. But Goku from the side of Quantum Rage, he gets taken down by 3x Miracle. Now Tanatan is the last man standing, but he's going to knock Rafe again down.
Oh, it's getting so much more intense. Hasni also falls. 3x, they are making it real. 14 finishes already for this team, and they might not possibly believe themselves, but it is real. Miracle right out in the open. Tantanatan just waiting for his right moment to strike, and indeed he does. Just spreading his fangs over, and Miracle was helpless. He had all his focus on Jaguar, and 3x Esports now actually have an idea of where Tantanatan is. Now 3x spreading their wings out a little bit, but Jaguar getting the better out of him as he finally just remains in a 1v2 situation, but now is in a very bad spot, having pressurized from two different directions. What can he do? But if anybody could clutch it out, it has to be Jaguar, the man himself.
Well, certainly Jaguar 1v2 situation. Can he clutch it out? Let's see. He has a little bit of the cover to work around with, but Kratos and Mary, they have two different angles onto Jaguar. If Jaguar managed to take down one of the player of 3x Esports, things are definitely going to work in his favor and he can go for that big win. But right now, Mary, he's being a little cautious. He's waiting for Jaguar to make any kind of mistake, for Jaguar to waste his resources. In terms of resources, he has nothing. No healings, only bandages, no grenades, no smokes, and no molotovs.
Just a stun grenade. Do not underestimate the power of a stun grenade. Could potentially earn him the chicken dinner. But you know, 3x, I think they're just gonna bait him out, right? Wait him out till the timer finishes, 10 seconds remaining, after which he has to get inside the circle. Pretty much, I don't think Jaguar would want to give his life away. Does not want to let 3x have that extra little point. And 3x possibly en route to get the maximum amount of chicken dinners, finishes chicken dinner in the grand finals over here. Oh boy, how have these lads played, really? You know, exceeding expectations, just the game they needed at the right time to make sure they still have that those chances at that top 6. At this very moment, Jaguar finally wanting to make some room. I really want him to make some plays with that stun grenade, but deciding against it. And there you go, the final finish coming in, and a sigh of relief for Tyrant and his brothers as they have managed to get the chicken dinner in this one. 3x, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, they've done it. And look at that. Oh, just breathing and contemplating that they have managed to get that chicken dinner. Yes, they're still in the race for that top 6, Shadow.
Well, they are much needed points, much needed win. This was the plus of 3x Esports, and now they're going to see themselves in 12th spot in the overall ranking with both 14 elimination and 15 placement points. Much needed points from the side of 3x Esports, but they need the consistency. They need the points in every single game if they want to qualify for the SA Championship. But still, a very good gameplay coming from the side of 3x Esports.
Indeed. Nothing taken away. I mean, these lads were impressive. Couldn't see majority of their fights because of so much of action just brewing on that eastern side of the map. It was I8, it was Freestyle, it was so many of these other teams, Quantum Rage also getting them into action. In the meanwhile, they were just sweeping the entire lobby and have managed to secure 14 finishes. Still could not break the record though, because I think Team Star also managed to get 14 finishes yesterday in Erangel. So that is definitely there. But right now, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be pushing for a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
Hello and welcome to, of course, PMPL right here in the Pakistan region, where we are continuing on with this grand finals that we are a part of. And in the grand finals itself, things are looking very chaotic. Definitely, we just got done with the Miramar map, where it was definitely the game that 3x stole by storm. I mean, 14 elimination point is what they got right there for themselves. Unexpected, definitely, but a very deserving play it was made from this team.
Well, certainly a very deserving one and a much needed one. 7 elimination from the side of Mary, 855 damage that was dished out. In fact, he was not even receiving too much damage. Look at the healing points, 187. That means they were picking up the fights very cautiously. They were not overextending. That landed them the big victory or the big win they needed in this particular one. So let's see if they can carry forward the same momentum in the coming games as well. But along with Mary, the plus we need to focus on is his own teammate, that is Kratos, with 4 elimination.
Absolutely, and again, now talking about 3x itself, we've seen them from week 1 itself. When it comes down to Mary, Miracle, Kratos, these players, I mean, they have a perfect synergy when it comes down to the way they are able to play. And in the background, if that synergy works out, if the zone works out, then automatically the game ends up going in a really good position for 3x. And like this time around, we saw them walk away with a perfect chicken dinner. I mean, 29 points from a single game. That is definitely a perfect game for any team, and that is what 3x have accumulated for themselves this time around. As we move ahead, of course, it was Quantum Rage sitting on the second position right there based on the 10 eliminations that they were able to get, and then comes in Quraysh Esports with only 2 eliminations, but hey, all that matters is how you finish it. And in the background, they finished, of course, third for this one.
Well, certainly they finished third this one, but my eyes are on my prediction. All are in the bottom. Ready side, North Esports, Quirty. Well, not too many
That's
points
okay.
in their favor. Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry too much. Don't sweat it, because after all, we still have 2 more games remaining for the day, right? We've got Sanhok,
Yeah.
and then to close the day off, we're going to be going back onto the map of Erangel. So you still have 6 opportunities, 6 possibilities that things can turn around from. But right now, what we're going to do is utilize this moment to, of course, go ahead and have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where the opportunities definitely were there for the teams, but sadly, it was just not capitalized, and especially for the case for Magnus. I mean, another time that they get eliminated so quick, so early in the game.
Magnus, I don't know what is going wrong with this particular team, because they managed to eliminate the entirety of North Esports. And they managed to take one of the player of Team BABLU down from the moving vehicle as well. But later on, Team Magnus was taken out. But I8 Esports, the way they were raining death and destruction from the southern eastern side, well, they have earned themselves too many finish points for themselves. But on the other side, Gravity and Quirty, well, they had the zone, but Quantum Rage happened to them.
Absolutely, Quantum Rage happened to them. What a perfect way to, of course, phrase that. Where talk about the chicken dinner, we know who walked away with that. That was 3x Esports in this final moment. Alongside that, as the damage draft is going to be brought on right after this, we will have a quick look as to the towers that have been created. And 3x Esports with a perfect game, 14 eliminations is what they walked away with. 2,491 total damage that they were able to dish out. No other team comes even close to the 2,000 marker. Well, again, Quantum Rage is right there at 1,900, exact 1,900 with 10 eliminations.
Certainly 10 eliminations from the side of Quantum Rage. Well, Quantum Rage, they've not gotten a win for themselves, but still they are getting points for themselves, still in the top 5 spot somewhere. So Quantum Rage, they are still in the contestation, but 3x Esports, well, my eyes are going to be on 3x Esports, because after this win, they should be looking forward to more points for themselves, because this was entirely 3x game in terms of the damage, in terms of the elimination points, everything is in the favor of 3x Esports. So maybe next game can also be in the favor of 3x Esports.
Well, again, fingers crossed, definitely, because when it comes to the map of Sanhok, we know that it is a very unpredictable map. Everything and anything can go on this map. And when it comes to the way the rotations are being taken place as well, for 3x, it works out beautifully because of the way that they set themselves up with a very fanned out approach on Sanhok. But we'll talk more about that, as right now, it is the storyboard on our screens. And talking about the storyboard, look at the jump and shift being showcased from Quraysh Esports as they find themselves on the 6th spot. But that much more commendable is going to be the effort from the grounders as they find themselves on the 8th.
Well, certainly they are on the 8th spot after taking a jump of 3 points. That means good gameplay came from the side of Grounders. But Miramar has always been the strong point along with Sanhok when it comes to Grounders. They showcase a very good performance. But Magnus Esports, well, they have taken a downfall. Now they are sitting on the 7th spot, 130 points. And the point difference between I8 and Magnus Esports, that is increasing after every single game. And that is something not favoring the players of Magnus Esports. Doing a comeback in the very final day or in the last day, 2 games of today, is not going to be so easy for Magnus Esports right now.
Absolutely. As we move ahead towards page number 2, we've got so many teams falling down and faltering down in terms of their performance today. I mean, it probably is, the pressure of the grand finals itself that's probably gotten to them, because pretty much all the teams apart from 3x and Future Esports have taken a knee in this game based on how they played, as all of them take one position jump, or rather not jump, sorry, one position forfeit right there, as things have not gone in their favor. But once again, it is still going to be an open ended up conversation to be had, because 2 games still remain, and there is still going to be possibility for all these teams sitting with a red marker in front of them to be able to, of course, capitalize the position that they're in, and of course, hopefully, even walk away with the chicken dinner like 3x Esports just did.
Well, certainly, but now let's have a look at the schedule and have a recap of what really happened in the previous games. I8 they got two big wins for themselves in the map of Miramar and Erangel. In Sanhok it was Quraysh Esports, and the previous game of the Miramar it was all about 3x Esports. Right now we have Sanhok coming up.
Absolutely. Sanhok going to be the second last map of the day today. Now, Sanhok is going to be a very important map for the teams that have not been able to perform today to be able to capitalize upon. Now, Quraysh Esports in the first game of Sanhok for the day were able to walk away with a chicken dinner. Perfect game is what it was for their style. On the other front, when it comes to this one, again, Sanhok, it is an open-ended conversation to be had because the map is open for the rotations to be made from any other team, but so are the chances of those third parties and fourth parties, and that is where the team's opportunity just kind of slowly starts dwindling down. In all of that, the one thing that we can, of course, know for sure, or well, try and know for sure, is the prediction point, right? And that is where, of course, the conversation now leads us down towards Shadow, wherein you start off as to what teams are you going to be looking forward to for this Sanhok Games chicken dinner.
I have decided I'm going to use the power of my Jinx powers to help the bottom teams, at least get the blessings of the bottom teams. So I'm
All
going
right.
to pick top 3 teams: I3D Esports, QWERTY, and Quantum Rage.
All right. You've got
Lock I8.
perfect prediction. A perfect prediction right there, because the teams have been very consistent throughout the entirety of the day. You talk about I8, they're already sitting at 2 chicken dinners and a very consistent play. That is what is showcased on this day number 2. Alongside that, when it comes to my prediction for the Sanhok game, I'm going to be going with a team out of the blue, which is going to be, well, Quraysh Esports. I want to be able to see if Quraysh Esports have what it takes to be able to get this game in the bag of Sanhok. It is going to be a lot of troublesome situations that they're going to be faced with. Regicide is another one to perhaps talk about, but Quraysh Esports is something that I really want to be able to see get their hands on a chicken dinner. Till now, again, when it comes to Quraysh Esports, they're looking very comfortable, but on Sanhok, can they deliver? Can they do what they did as they started the day off with a perfect chicken dinner on Sanhok? Can they recreate that sort of a magic? Is what I would love to be able to see from their side. But it is a tough competition because there are so many teams to look forward to. I mean, Magnus, I would really love for them to, if nothing else, at least survive till 10th position. But we'll see. We'll talk more about all of that as we jump into the background right here, where the flight path going to be a very comfortable one, starting all the way from the southwestern side of the map from Tambong, going all the way towards Camp Bravo, an equal dissection of the map, allowing all the teams to go towards their known happy drop locations. But let's see if that happy drop location is going to be allowed from the zone itself or not.
Well, certainly, my eyes are going to be on the circle where the circle is going to form, and grounders, well, we know they always go towards the side of Camp Alpha, but if the circle is going to the side of Camp Alpha or not, only time will tell. And Team BABLU, again, nearby the Finance City, yes, they are in a 2v2 split situation, but this split I can understand. The Sami and the Finance split, that was beyond my understanding, but still, Team BABLU, they need those points, and the circle this time is favoring the players of Team BABLU and the grounders as well, as it is towards the western side.
Well, this is looking very good. Again, at the same point in time, when it comes down to the perfect retaliation that is showcased and rivalry that is being showcased on the side of Magnus and R3D Esports, it is once again going to continue on forth on the side of Paradise Resort, where both the teams, well, that much more so for the side of R3D Esports because they've already lost out on 2 of their players, but Magnus have lost out on 1 of them as well. So a very chaotic start to the fight and the game itself right here between these 2 teams, where again, no helmet was picked up from Faster, as we can clearly see. They're now getting busy with the loot as they've been able to drop down the players of R3D Esports down to a 2-man army. A chaotic start to the game, but that is what Magnus Esports wanted, and that is exactly what they pushed on ahead with. But in all of that, now, R3D Esports, they definitely want a revenge. At the same point in time, we can also anticipate a third party, because from the backlines, we can see R3D's Hawk slowly but surely getting closer and closer towards the Paradise Resort for now. The early rotation is being made from R3D's all 4 players. Now, this is where R3D Esports as well as Magnus could be caught off guard. But let's see if that'll be the case from R3D or not.
Well, R3D 52 Esports team Magnus. Yesterday it was all about Magnus that upset the apple cart for the players of 52 and R3D. Let's see if this time can things turn around, because 52, like you mentioned, they have only two men. They don't have the resources required to pick up a fight, 2v4 fight against the side of R3. But Hawk is still hiding behind the tree, and Nojo knows exactly where Hawk is, but he's not able to land those perfect shots. But on the other side, R3 is going to retaliate, and they will take Jojo down, leaving Nojo the last man standing from the side of 52, and he has no idea that Hawk is being one with the nature. Here Hawk stands up, but he gets taken down instantly, and Nojo also takes a lot of retaliation fire.
Well, before he gets eliminated with just a sliver of HP left on him, he's going to be able to convert another point for his team and himself as well in terms of elimination. And now it's going to be Destroyer, destroying the possibility of 52 Esports' Jojo to be able to survive for a bit longer. As we reach the 3-minute marker, we've already gotten the first team to get eliminated. That's going to be, well, none other than the one that wanted to take on the fight against Magnus Esports. That is 52 Esports, of course. Alongside that, when it comes to Magnus, they're down to a 3-man squad, and seems like another third party being showcased against the players of R3D. From the backlines, it's going to be Team Star, who seems to be wanting to deliver some punches and blows to the players of R3D, as the over-aggression being showcased from R3D against 52 Esports. Well, Team Star wants a little bit of that action, and that's exactly what they're doing. I don't think an elimination point has yet been confirmed for Team Star, or maybe it has. Yep, there we have it. Team Star, one defeat point has been confirmed. That means R3D's players have also gone down to perhaps a 3-man squad. We'll have to confirm that in a minute, because right now it seems like Team Star are now going to be locking horns and getting their crosshairs set up against the players of Magnus Esports. Now, Magnus Esports, they're being very quiet. They're not letting any information at all out. But it seems like Team Star knows. Team Star knows exactly what's up when it comes down to the Paradise Resort. And that is the action that they want to be a part of. Now, Magnus Esports, are they going to stick around to that same area, or are they going to fall back out of Paradise Resort? Let's find out, because Team Star, they seem to be very interested in bringing those early points in their favor.
Well, definitely Team Star. They're looking very strong right now because they have all the numbers. They have their backs clear. On the other side, R3D and Magnus, they are not looking very strong, because R3D, they are left with only two men. That is going to be Anubis and Walker. But on the other side, Magnus also, they have the three men standing from their side. So Star is definitely looking very strong in this particular situation and the position. All they need to worry about the rotation that is coming from the side of North Esports or from the side of Heartman. Possibly, if North Esports decide to take the northern rotation, they can do a backstep for the players of Team Star. But there is still time. They are going to wait for the next circle. There is no rush for North Esports to make those early rotation. But look, position of Reggie's side in this particular one. The circle goes towards the southern side. They are in the perfect position to gatekeep or stop the players of Team Grounders.
Absolutely. Deja vu indeed, when it comes down to the way the circle has been drawn, the way Regicide has been placing themselves. But in all of that, when it comes down to the center, we've got H2E looking very comfortable. Across their vicinity is going to be Team BABLU, and above is going to be T20 Quoty, who are definitely looking in top form as well. So right now, it is too early to predict or anticipate as to who, or rather which side the zone is going to be going, and who will be the one awarded the chicken dinner, because right now all the teams slowly but surely are getting closer and closer towards the center, and as they get closer to each other, the fights are definitely going to start erupting, where we do have BABLU in close proximity against H2E as well. And it seems like we've got Pika. It seemed he had a DBS. I'm not sure. I did not see. But the way that Pika and along with his teammate, they are pushing on. They want to be aggressive ones. They want to be able to get those early knock points, early elimination points for themselves. But can they do so? Will they be allowed to do so? Right now, Zibian, he definitely has a really good idea as to where the opponents could be. He's trying to keep a very open sight towards that mountain, where H2E is just slowly making their nest, so to say. They're waiting for any other team to make a rotation from their vicinity. Same is perhaps the case from Team BABLU as well for now. So a bit of a stalemate that both these teams find themselves in. We saw a few initial knocks that took place, few eliminations that took place based on the Paradise Resort fight that took out, of course, 52 Esports, as we saw Magnus reign in supreme. But now, the game itself has reached a little bit of a stalemate, as I said. as the teams are now taking it safe. They are slowing down and wanting to get a bit more information before they over-aggress.
Well, certainly Quantum Rage. Well, they are making a lot of noise with that vehicle, but right now, Pan, well, he's keeping a close eye onto the plus of Team Quaddy over there, who are out there on the open, but Pan is being a little cautious. He wants to make sure that if he is going to pepper any kind of bullets towards Sirv Quaddy, he gets a knock and a confirmation as well. So right now, he's not revealing his whereabouts. He's not revealing his position. That is a good thing because Team Bablu, they need that kind of information right now because they are surrounded by so many teams. It's not just Team Quati over there, it's H2E, Regicide, 3x Esports also in the close proximity. So not making unnecessary noise is a smart decision from the side of Team Bablu. On the other side, the team that is going for the rotation is the players of Team Grounders, and Regicide looks like they are prepared, and H2E is also prepared for a third party. And that particular ruins area looks like we are going to witness a fight very soon.
Indeed, so many teams now have gotten into the zone itself and are slowly getting into the center, where the center is, of course, where we saw Bablu right across the vicinity. Now that we had H2E, and now more and more names, more and more teams are making their presence felt right there. So only a matter of minutes before the fight erupts. It's only already 8.5, 9 minutes into the game, and the zone is going to start moving in another minute's time. Now, once the zone starts moving, that is when a lot of these teams that have made themselves play safe and not stick out their necks are going to be forced to participate, because right now we've got towards the Hearten region of North Esports, who are nowhere in close proximity or vicinity to any other team. So right now they have, of course, a very comfortable and safe position for themselves. But like I said, a matter of minute and the zone will construct. From the south, if we talk about, we've got Quraysh Esports, who have a two-man split, who can definitely damage a lot of positions that are being held right in front of them. We've got Quantum Rage as well. But for now, Quraysh Esports is being very quiet. Never mind all of that, as R3D will be the one where Walker is going to be making a lot of noise, but sadly all by his lonesome. He seems not likely to be able to take down the players of Team Star all by his lonesome. He was able to bring down two of them. A perfect conversion right there, a perfect spray right there. But sadly, the numbers advantage is what Team Star capitalized upon, and that in turn helped them get that elimination point and also be able to help their teammates get that revival.
Well, certainly revivals are very necessary, but look at the eastern side, three teams under close proximity. TUF and Magnus and TUF are losing out to the players, and but in 1v1 close combat, our three last player has been eliminated by Sultana. That means Team Star, well, they have earned themselves 3 defeat points and they have the entire control of the northern side as well. So they are in a good position, and so the players of I8 as well, but they have already lost on their IGL, that is IQ, the 1000 IQ player. The way he showcased his gameplay yesterday in the very last gameplay, getting a big win for his team, eliminating entirety of the other teams. Well, that was a very smart move from the side of IQ, but now he's been taken out of the equation. So I8, even they are changing the path of their rotation. Instead of heading directly towards the side of TUF, now they are going little southwards.
Exactly. Now I wonder if that's going to be able to help them or not, because once again, I mean, we've got two teams getting eliminated right here, but still so many teams still remain, so many players still remain, and the more you delay the rotation, I've noticed on the map of Sanhok, the more are the chances of you getting third party as you try and get that rotation in your favor. TUF right there, getting into those buggies for themselves, making a lot of noise, but right now, thankfully, they don't really need to worry about that much because they have a compound that they've made an entry into. Same is the case for Regicide as well, as Quraysh Esports will find themselves in the open, and in the backlines is going to be Team BABLU. So for Quraysh, we'll have to see for Quraysh Esports if Team BABLU will want to capitalize on their position or not. Because again, for the side of BABLU, the best part is they are exactly in the center with a two-man split. They've got the compounds as well. But will they overextend? That is something that we've seen BABLU do. But this time around, I honestly hope they don't, because the zone is looking so comfortable for them to walk away with the chicken dinner.
Well, certainly they want the chicken dinner for themselves, and let's see if they can earn it or not. In fact, Reggie said also, the last game was definitely in their favor. They were looking so good and so strong. They earned themselves the much needed points. But this time also the way they are placed on the western side towards the side of Tampang, yes, the split they're having 1v3 is questionable, especially when Quraysh Esports is in such close proximity. You need to regroup with your teammates. So Regicide, the fight is gonna erupt. This is inevitable. Quraysh Esports, the minute they realize there is a team in the compound, they are going to rush, they are going to pick this fight as they are looking for the points. And Reggie said the split I was talking about is not going to work in their favor, because look at that Nocto is few thousand or few hundred meters away.
Well, it seems like the Grounders have met their maker right now, as H2E found them in a really precarious position out in the open with the two-man split. The Grounders lose out on two of their players. Hugh has already lost, is already on his knees, wherein his teammate has already been lost to the cause. Of course, Evil Boy is still present, Sensi is still present, but a two-man army from the side of the Grounders, and along with that, H2E, the team that was, of course, bringing in a lot of spray against the Grounders, are themselves getting third-partied upon. So that is exactly what we were anticipating and predicting. By the time we reach the 12-minute marker, 14-minute marker, these teams are going to be pushed against each other, and those third parties are going to be showcased from all of them. And right now, H2E, Tarzan, going to be pushing on to get that point at least confirmed and not allow the player to walk away. But we still do have 52 players in total. H2E, as of now, they have a really good spread out. They've got themselves spread out in the zone. So they've got a lot of awareness as to where the opponent teams are. But because they're out in the open, that itself is an invite for other teams to be able to pounce upon them. Let's see if that'll happen for H2E or not. Because just a few minutes ago, we saw them take third-party shots as well. But they themselves were getting shot on upon as well. And right now, all of the rotation that they're making is going to be, of course, very close to the players of BABLU as well. But let's see how H2E deals with that.
Let's see how H2E is going to deal with that, because they have another team on the back lines that is going to be the players of Team Quality over there. But from the Camp Alpha Island North Esports, they are yet to make their rotations. So let's see which path they are also going to opt for. They can also do a third party in case H2E and Quality get into a kerfuffle with each other. But looks like H2E, they're already heading towards the side of ruins. So that means, well, they are safe from the side of Team Quality over there. But yes, Quraysh Esports, they are still in the close proximity of Team Regicide and Contemporaries. They have managed to keep themselves away from all of that situation, a little towards the side of southern side. But FS, what's going on? They are going for a very late rotation. They are still around Camp Charlie bridges. Maybe they are going for a heal battle, because in Pakistani region in the finals we have started seeing players go for the heal battles. Not too many, yes, one or two players go for those heal battles to earn placement points. Otherwise aggression is still on point from all these teams, even in Sanhok. But look at that, Quraysh Esports, the player, he's still looking on the side of Nocto. He's waiting. He's just waiting for Nocto to make any kind of mistake and come out in the open. And the minute Nocto do so, he's going to strike in and he'll earn a defeat point.
Well, as we reach the 16-minute marker, right now teams have really slowed down the pace of this game. They're forcing the zone to be the one that will dictate the fight as of now. As so many of them are in close proximity, so many of them are in close contestation against each other, they're still turning it into a stalemate. They're still wanting to hold on. Which again is a good thing, because the safe play is exactly what these teams are working towards. They need those points. As we were looking at the storyboard, it was clearly indicated that so many teams are not having a good day right now on day number 2. Because so many of them have lost out on the positions that they started day number 2 with. But anywho, never mind that. Because right now what I'm waiting for is a little bit of an action being showcased. And that action could very well be brought in from the side of Team Star as they make an entry from the north. And right in their rotation is going to be the players of T20 Around in the vicinity is also going to be Magnus. So Team Star will have to be very, very careful. And for a brief minute right there, or a brief second perhaps, they are going to be in the water lines as well. So T20, if they are cautious of their surrounding, they should be able to capitalize on that rotation from Team Star.
Well, definitely they should be able to, they ought to be able to capitalize on that particular situation. and looks like Voltrex, well, he has spotted on one of the player of Team Star. I believe it was Hung, and he has destroyed a lot of damage. Now he's going to retaliate, try and lob grenade on the side of Osama. The blue is already closing in. That means Team Star, they're already taking the damage of the blue. Branch of the blue God Fury is going to retaliate with a grenade, but Voltrex is smart enough not to take the damage of the blue, and he's going to regroup with his teammates and maybe try and wait for the players of Team Star somewhere on the periphery of the circle. Well, Team Star, their position has been revealed, their position has been compromised, and the circle has taken a shift towards the southern side, right in the hands of Team Regicide, and in fact Quraysh Esports as well. So that means this can be the game of Regicide, even of Quraysh Esports, because they both are in a very close proximity and right in the epicenter.
Absolutely. What a perfect play this has turned out to be for the side of Quraysh as well as Regicide, as Regicide find themselves in the center, and Rafe from side of Quraysh Esports is going to be making a rotation from right in close proximity of Regicide itself in the vehicle. And interestingly enough, Regicide is not going to be firing upon that. They're not going to be able to capitalize upon that, as Rafe is going to be able to get closer to his teammate on the other side. As we move ahead with the rotations that teams are making, we've got Team TUF on our screens, who from the north have slowly but surely started making a push. But on our screens, we do have H2E have been able to just complete hunker down the rotation coming in from the side of Team BABLU, as I8 on the other side have been able to bring down a little bit of a spray against 3x's players, and 3x Kratos will be eliminated. I mean, this is chaos ensuing all the way through from so many individual teams. Magnus thought that the bridge was empty, the bridge was open, but that's not the case, as TUF from the other direction had a very keen eye towards the bridge rotating team. And that in turn this time around is going to be Magnus, where Magnus's players have also been damaged, as they are down to a two-man army now.
Well, certainly they have been down to two-man army, and they're picking fight with the players of Team BABLU, who are still near the circle. So Team BABLU are still in the safe spot, but Magnus, well, they are outnumbered in this situation. In fact, TUF is also rotating from the side of Flying Nan. They can hear those bullet sounds and can do a third party, but right now I'm worried about the players of Team Star, because moving inside the safety of the circle itself has become a very big challenge from them. But 420 boy gets taken down. That is going to provide some opening to the players of Team Star, but Osama lying in the open over there gets spotted down by Khan, and Khan has taken him down. That means Team Star, well, trades are coming in. Look at the position of gravity. He's found a perfect position, but God Fury is not stopping. He's going to take down Khan over there. That means Team Quati, well, they are also falling down in this situation.
Well, again, I mean, numbers are definitely going down right now. We've got so many teams who are left with just a two-man squad. But again, when it comes to the total number of teams remaining, that is going to be still 14. I8 from far away. Goose going to be able to spray on to the rotating players of FS. That's going to be Momto in his process, but sadly, he's not going to be able to connect on the other front. It's going to be Team BABLU taking on a perfect spray against the players of Team Magnus Esports, where Magnus Esports' numbers definitely have gone down. It seems like this probably could be the end for Magnus Esports, as T20 Quoti on the other side of the map itself get eliminated thanks to Quantum Rage. And right now, it's going to be Magnus against the players of BABLU, but of course, it was Magnus who were eliminated thanks to BABLU's numbers. But right now, finally, I8's a perfect utilization of those sprays is going to be able to connect. And what a perfect connection that was, as they eliminate FS from far away distance. 11 teams remaining.
Certainly 11 teams, 32 players remaining, as Momto also gets taken down, and I8, well, they have earned themselves good defeat points. The aggression that I8 is showcasing in every single game, they are being rewarded by those crucial defeat points. But Tyrant with a beautiful grenade finds a knock onto Joker Sir of TUF. Well, TUF, they have taken a lot of plays. Two teams are shooting in the direction. How they are going to survive, I don't think they can survive in this situation, as Joker Sir also gets eliminated. That means entire TUF has been eradicated at 11th spot. Now Ghost, well, he's trying to spot the plus of 3x. They know there is a team in the blue, and I8, well, they are looking hungry for those defeat points, and looks like from the far off angle, Regicide Noki has spotted on the plus of Team I8. Well, it's gonna happen, as Noki with that M416 is shooting in the direction, and looks like I8, one of the players, has taken a lot of damage in this situation.
Exactly, that's going to be Goose in the backlines, and from there we do have 3x's Tyrant as well, who could have capitalized upon that rotating team of I8, but definitely was, it seems like, not able to do so. On the other front for Noki, I mean, Regicide's Noki, he should have gotten that spray connected on point, because now that I8 have made that rotation from the eastern side, from the western side of the zone, it is going to be very chaotic. But again, for I8, Quantum Rage are going to be the ones that are going to be troublesome for them. Right now, it's going to be Quraysh Esports making on their presence felt against the players of NES, I believe it was, where North Esports are going to be out in the blues, taking on a lot of damage. They want to get into the zone. Same, of course, is the case for I8, where their numbers have gone down. They are down to a two-man squad as one of their players has been dropped down to his knees. Regicide have a perfect control of the compound, but the zone is what will be, of course, in question as the zone moves towards the players of Quraysh Esports. That much more closer it definitely is. Now Regicide as well as Quraysh Esports are the ones who are the closest to the zone, but which team will it be? Because now we are down to just 8 teams, 19 players in total remaining.
And with that, Regicide, they have all the 4 players alive. This can be the game because they have 2 defeat points. I'm sorry, 3 players are alive, but they are going to find some good defeat points onto the players of Team H2E and on the players of Team Star as well, as Sultana also gets taken out from the equation. And on the other side, IA, they managed to survive in this situation because 2 of the players were taken down and the revivals are coming in. But Tanatan, well, he finds the knock onto Jaguar, who was out there in the open, and Rafe with the smokes is trying to provide some little bit of the cover to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade, but Senior of Quantum Rage finds Blade and takes him down instantly. Well, IA, they are coming under heavy fire from the side of Quantum Rage. Let's see what's going to happen as Goku, one of the star players from the side of Quantum Rage, well, he has a hard cover, but right now Quantum Rage, they are also getting shots from the back lines, but Regicide the shot takes Boost also down, leaving Uz all by himself in the blue.
Absolutely, and he's got in the blues now. I8 are only left with that one man, and he's gonna have to try and survive the blues for as long as he possibly can. On the front for the side of Regicide, Ashar is the man who was trying to deliver those massive punches and blows in the name of lead against the players of I8. Himself has been taken down thanks to a third party against him as he tried to get his himself boosted on the other side. Quantum Rage are the ones who are dominating, who are the ones who are pushing on through all the envelopes that they possibly can. They are pretty much in the center of the zone, on top of the hill, as they get closer to this chicken dinner. Numbers advantage working in their favor. Nate parades being showcased against the players of Quraysh Esports. 4 teams in total do remain, and it seems like for the side of Quraysh Esports, they are probably not going to be able to get the revival on that one funnel comrade. It is looking very tricky, but Quantum Rage, they're looking very much in contestation for this game.
Well, definitely they are looking very much in the contestation for the big win in their name, but Quraysh Esports, well, the way they are spread out, the way Rafa and Jaguar are going for the flank angle, they can ruin the game for the players of Quantum Rage. But right now, Regicide is a team that is going for the close frontal battle against Quraysh Esports, and well, Nocto, he eliminates one of the player of Quraysh Esports, so the numbers advantage has been taken away from Quraysh. Now Hasni is all by himself, hiding behind that tree area, and Nocto, well, he's slowly crawling his way towards the side of Quantum Rage. And Quantum, well, they are pretty much silent in this situation, but now they've started making those smoke walls.
Exactly, and this is where we can anticipate the players of course, R3G get closer and closer towards the side of Quantum Rage. Now, Quantum Rage is a team that have all 4 players surviving against the 2-man army of Regicide. But the smoke wall that has been created from the side of Quantum Rage could very well interest the players of Regicide as they get closer towards that exact same position. But it seems like Regicide are going to be that much more interested towards Quraysh Esports' players, and the nade parade being showcased from the side of Quantum Rage will not allow Regicide to be able to make any moves. Abbas has already been caught. Hasni knows exactly where he's at, and that drop is going to be resulted in, of course, a steal from the side of Hasni, as that will be the 4th elimination point in favor of Quraysh Esports. Now, for the side of Regicide, they're left with just a one-man army, and that one-man army is bringing in a lot of behemoth destruction against Quantum Rage, where Tendanatan as well as Senior were damaged down to unbelievable health, but in the end, again, they are still surviving, they are still standing, and the numbers advantage that Quantum Rage have will be able to, of course, get the revival. And now it boils down to these 2 teams, a 4v3 situation between Quantum Rage and Quraysh Esports.
Well, certainly, and Quantum Ray Sigma Male takes a little bit of the damage of Liu, but Hasni with it up is going to take him down. That means Goku is still there all by himself. Senior and Chanatan are a little together, and Hasni, well, he's looking to find one knock, but looks like his teammate is going to find, no, it's going to be Jaguar who's going to find Goku and will put an end to him. Now it's a 2v2 situation, and Jaguar, he's burning in the Molotov, and he gets taken down, leaving Senior all by himself. And Senior, well, Hasni has taken a lot damage from the side of Senior, but it was Tan who is going to retaliate, and a beautiful winner chicken dinner is going to come in the hands of the players of Team Quantum Rage. And now Quantum Rage, they are looking good in the overall rank at the 2nd spot.
Absolutely. 9 elimination chicken dinner is what this team of Quantum Rage were able to walk away with. Quraysh Esports, so close yet so far. They were able to bring it down to a 1v1 fight where it started off between them and of course Quantum Rage as a 4v3 situation. But in the end, it was Quantum Rage who had the better half of this entire fight, who had the better knowledge of their opponents, and in turn, of course, it was their chicken dinners that was impossible for any other team to be able to steal away from. But definitely a very good effort from Quraysh Esports. Just lost out by just a little bit.
Well, yes, just lost it, but we are going to discuss all of this after a little break. You guys stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to PMPL right here in the Pakistan region, where we are in the grand finals, all thanks to Oppo for making it all happen. And talking about the grand finals itself, these 16 teams are battling it out like crazy. This is day number 2. 3-day affair has brought it down to now one final game remaining for day 2. And again, with that Sanhok game, well, Shadow, you got it done right. You got that perfect prediction. Let's talk about the MVP along with the prediction, as you were able to just nail it down to the core.
Well, it was Jay from the side of Team Star with 4 elimination and 574 damage that he was dishing out, and even in fact he was taking a lot of damage because the healings done are 638, but that also has to do with the blue zone also, because Team Star, they were taking the brunt of the blue, the entire team. They had to go for those bandages, they had to go for the healings. Maybe that could be the reason the healing number is a little higher.
Absolutely, that definitely could be the case, because again for Team Star it was a difficult approach in this game, but of course for Zyro, he utilized it to perfection as well as he possibly could, of course, and that resulted in him getting that MVP. Moving away from that towards the side of Quantum Rage itself, we've got 2 players in fact coming in from Quantum Rage. It's going to be Senior and Serious, who are part of the players to focus upon, where Serious walked away with 4 and 2 respectively eliminations. Looking at the damage itself, I mean, talk about Serious, 555 damage that he was able to dish out. So a very supportive player that we can talk about when it comes to Serious's play. And then comes in, of course, Boost from I8 and Hasni from Quraysh Esports.
Well, certainly, and look at the match ranking. Quantum Rage, they are on the top with 24 points, and Quraysh Esports on the second with 18 points. Regicide again having a very good outing in terms of the placement point, also in terms of elims, also 15 points to their name. But IA, they were picking up so many fights and winning majority of it. Well, 13 points to their name. IA still on a very good note in the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely. I mean, the points that I8 have been able to accumulate on day number 2 are definitely commendable because of the way they've the lead that they created, right? Every single game, they are still sustaining it and are able to consistently bring that lead in favor of themselves. With that, of course, let's get recapped with all this action in the Oppo F21 Pro moments. And it was a chaotic Sanhok, definitely. In the first few minutes of the game itself, we had already seen in the first 4 minutes a team get eliminated and wiped out from Paradise Resort. And then moving on ahead from there, it was just train wreck that was showcased in this lobby, from one team to another, getting hammered upon, getting third partied, getting knocked out, getting eliminated.
Well, certainly, but this kind of a gameplay is beyond my understanding. 52 Esports and Magnus, no one is getting benefited in this situation. 52 is a little stubborn and going in Paradise Resort, and they become the first one or second one to get eliminated. Even R3D is also chiming in and doing a third party. None of these three teams are getting any sort of benefit in this situation, but right now, Quraysh Esports and Quantum Race, the way they were holding their ground little towards the southern side, well, the benefits were definitely there because they both have good placement points and elimination points.
Absolutely, but looking at the damage drive itself, oh wow, this is a good one. Looking right off the bat itself, we've got Quantum Rage with 1648 damage with 9 eliminations. Moving ahead is going to be, of course, Quraysh Esports, followed by Regicide and I8 and H2E as well. I mean, we've got pretty much 5 teams who are able to, knock him out of the park with the amount of 1000 plus damage that they're able to dish out. Again, I mean, in that, Quantum Rage definitely stand apart with, of course, 1500 plus damage. But on the map of Sanhok, that means a lot of commotion that these 5 teams were a part of. But of course, that is what was dictated on just the map of Sanhok itself. Because when it comes to the day is not yet done. We still have one more game remaining. And after that, we are going to be left with only 6 games that will be played tomorrow. But right now, talking about the storyboard itself, the storyboard is definitely changing on the first page. Slowly but steadily, Quantum Rage have risen up to the occasion. TmwEsports has sadly fallen down. Quraysh Esports have definitely gotten their perfect game right here, as they previous game as well as this one. The consistent effort as that's being showcased throughout the entire day from Quraysh Esports have led them to be on the 4th spot right now.
Well, certainly, fourth spot after taking a jump of 2 points. Even Regicide, they have taken a jump of 2 points. They're also looking very strong. If they get one win in the favor, I think Regicide can definitely come in top 5 because Freestyle and TUF, look at the point difference. It's not so much. But talking about the other teams on the bottom, well, 52 Esports, the drop location class, certainly not working in their favor. The third party that is coming from the R3D is not working in the favor of R3D, and both these teams are sitting on the bottom at 15th and 16th spot.
Absolutely, and again, this needs to change. This definitely needs to change. The consistency that we need is not being showcased from the team sitting on the latter half of the leaderboard. We started the day off, the grounders looking comfortable, Team BABLU looking comfortable, but now as we slowly and steadily reach the end of the day, things have kind of ran away from these teams. 3x Esports have definitely risen to the occasion with the previous game that we saw. But right now, let's move on ahead and talk about the final game. So let's bring up the schedule. We've got, of course, final game that will be played on the map of Erangel, the 6th game of the day. Till now, when it comes down to the way Erangel has been, well, we've had one Erangel. I8 were the ones who were the stars of it, with 26 points that we can see. 11 elimination points is what they got from that game, the 3rd one of the day. Do you think that this final game, Shadow, could also be I8's based on Erangel and their performance today?
I really wanted to be in the favor of Team I8 Esports because the way they are playing in the entire finals, the consistency is coming from the side of I8. They are dominating every single time. Even if they are not getting a big win for themselves, they are earning good defeat points for themselves. The way they are picking multiple fights and winning every single one of them. Yes, I8, they ought to get this win in their favor. But if I'm picking the team, well, I'm jinxing them. So I'll pick I8 again.
Well, that's a really good strategy right there. You want to be able to jinx them and, of course, walk away with a perfect point, which is, of course, looking very comfortable because I8, the lead that they're creating slowly and surely is very much looking like they ought to be able to confirm this game for themselves. But for me, on the map of Erangel, I want to go with the likes of, well, I wanted to see Quantum Rage, but since Quantum Rage already got a Sanhok game, I am going to change that because that's what I've written down. I'm going to have to change that, and I'm going to go with the T20 Let's see T20 get close to an Erangel from this game.
Even Regicide, I have a feeling Regicide might be looking forward to get this particular win in their favor because the way they are playing, all they need is a victory, a big win for themselves, the 15 placement points. So I think this can also be a very good game for Regicide, but I don't want to pick Regicide and jinx them. Jinxing I8 is safe because they can do a comeback. I8 can do a comeback.
Well, again, nothing taken away from that itself, because again, when it comes down to the truth and the fact of it, Regicide are slowly and steadily definitely climbing. And when you talk about the map of Erangel that was played earlier today, they came in 2nd. So yes, the caliber is definitely showcased from the side of Regicide, and they have what it takes. But I8 today are just looking a little bit more synergistic compared to Regicide. In terms of the fights that we've seen coming in from the side of Regicide, things have gone up and down in terms of sometimes they have the players, sometimes they don't. But for I8, they make it a priority that they need to have all 4 players standing, and that of itself is a perfect approach that I8 have. In fact, not only that, we saw that on the map of Miramar also when they played and got that perfect game, Chicken Dinner. They were very resilient in terms of wanting to take that fight. They knew that there are only 2 more teams remaining, 2 more players, opponents remaining, and they still held back. They had all 4 players, which is something new that is being seen from the side of I8, which again clearly indicates and showcases that I8 are learning from their mistakes. They are not keeping the same exact strategy that they did in the first in the league play days itself. So yeah, I definitely do believe that I8 will have a better chance than Regicide, but you're bang on the money that yes, Regicide are doing pretty good. All they need is a chicken dinner, but can they do so? Are they going to be allowed to do so is another question, because when it comes to the grand finals itself, you've got I8, you've got T20 QWERTY. Well, these are the 2 teams that definitely come to mind who are doing miraculously well. Apart from that, Quantum Rage, Quraysh Esports, they are definitely steadily climbing. They're keeping that consistent approach. But yeah, I8 and T20, they stand out, at least for me.
Well, they certainly stand out. For I8, I feel they are preparing themselves for the GC. Because in their mind, they are very sure.
Right.
In fact, the way they are playing their games, it is very sure they have qualified for the GC over there. So the way they are playing these games, they are trying to prepare and mold themselves for the international level where they have to represent their country. So that could be the reason the way they are a little cautious in picking those fights. Because if they're going for an OA aggressive stance, yes, they will qualify for the GC, but they also have to prepare. So better use that this particular game as a preparation or the start game for GC.
Absolutely, that definitely can be a possibility from their side, and that could very well be the reason why we saw a little bit of a dip coming in from their side for week 3 of the league plays itself. But you know what? Never mind all of that, because right now the flight path is going to be on our screens, and in fact, on top of that, one more thing to add on, Shadow, is going to be the interview, right? After the 3rd game, the interview that took place. Now we clearly saw that Goose was talking about how there's always support, and that support is what motivates him and his teammates to be able to do better. And that support is what, of course, the players of I8 have gotten when it comes to this day. And that itself is the reason why they're doing so miraculously well. And now with your support, I believe they are walking towards a chicken dinner.
No, it's quite the contradictory. I'm very sure the I8 fans are literally not happy with my prediction, because they were like, just predict any team. Why do you have to pick our team and jinx them? Because every single time I pick I8, they have a bad game.
Well, this is going to be different. This is definitely going to be different, because this time around you got H2E in the name of Metershot Sky, if you can say so, because it was Metershot during the league plays who would love to go towards no reply. This time around it's going to be H2E. So I8 have a little bit of a competition, and maybe that's what's going to swing them across towards chicken dinner this time around. And of course, the 3rd chicken dinner, who does not want it for them? In a single day, walking away with 3 chicken dinners is definitely a win-win. But wow.
Oh.
Okay. Now
Look
that's
at my prediction now.
Now that's an interesting zone. That's a very chaotic shift of the zone itself, right off the bat, right off the start of the game itself. Okay. Now I'm even questioning as to was T20 QWERTY a right pick, because they love to go towards Lipovka, and that's exactly where they're at. So the rotation from them is going to have to face the players of Quantum Rage, North Esports, 3x, TUF. BABLU definitely are going to be making their way towards North Georgia as well. This time around, H2E is not there, but yeah, there's going to be a troublesome, chaotic rotation for so many of these teams to get into this zone.
Even Team Star, had they dropped in towards the side of Tiverny, which
Exactly.
is their main drop location, they would have been rewarded by the circle. Every single time Team Star comes towards the side of comes towards the side of Farm, I'm sorry, the circle goes towards Tiverny. Well, looks like there is someone who is also struggling. It is Team Star. It's not just me.
Well, it's not only them. Talk about 52 Esports.
Yeah.
52 Esports is a team that also love to go towards the northern side, and in the grand finals, well, what do you know? We've been questioning that. Oh, what team is it going to be that's going to be changing their drop location? Well, it seems like it's not always a good idea to change your drop location. especially this late in the tourney, and that seems to be, well, again, we'll see if it comes back to bite them on the back or not, because right now, when it comes to Team BABLU, well, they're looking very secure in terms of the two-man split that they've got, and they're going to be able to make their way between 3x's players, across 52 Esports' players, right in the vicinity of TUF, to make their way into North Georgia Pole. So a very comfortable rotation that can be seen with a two-man split team of Team BABLU. Magnus this time around have also taken a different shift and a curveball in terms of the way that they've dropped. Well, final game, it seems like, again, yesterday we casted the final game, you and I, Shadow, where the zone was chaotic and it was a very troubled game for so many teams. This time around, the zone, yes, it is interesting zone. Shooting range zone is what I'm expecting this to go towards. But this time, the teams have taken such a curveball shift in terms of the drops itself. The first blood situation could come out from anywhere, actually.
Well, certainly it can come from anywhere because teams are already going for the early rotation, especially Team BABLU, like Team Star, even H2E also going for a very early rotation. Every single time, Nova Rupnoy was pretty empty, unoccupied, but H2E this time they decide to go towards Nova Rupnoy, and the circle is in the shooting range area. So early rotations are necessary. But I8, we know for sure I8 tends to go for those late rotation in the northern circle. They know how to find the way towards the northern side safely without losing on their players. So I'm not worried about I8 not making to the northern island. But the other teams, they would have already occupied the potential positions already. So I8, will they be able to get that position from the hands of the opponent? That's the main thing I'm worried about. But on the other side, well, yes, contemporaries, they are in the Yasnia, H2E, and Team Star going for the parallel rotation towards Sivorni.
Now again, once again, we're looking at majority of the teams focusing on that early rotation, right? We've got 52 Esports, we've got Team Star. Well, 52 Esports were anyways in the zone. They were looking comfortable. They're still there. But the other side, we've got, of course, Team Star, H2E have decided to, of course, make that rotation all the way from Nova Rupnoy to their known drop location of Giorgio is where they've shifted across. And again, will that result in a decent game? Because they've wasted, what, 5 minutes already in just transversing across the entirety of the map. But it is a to and fro, right? It is a pro as well as a con. It would be a con if they get shot during the rotation, which has not been the case for H2E. And now that they are in the drop location that they love, even though they wasted 5 minutes, they are in the pretty much in the comfort of the zone and in the center pretty much of the zone as well. So a very good early rotation that can be seen from them. Same for the case of BABLU as well. So that's the kind of pro that can be expected, can be seen, in fact, not expected, for the team making early rotation. But the ones who are going to be working towards a late rotation, we've got T20 we've got Quraysh Esports working towards that. I8, the Grounders, FS, never mind FS, but the Grounders, I8, definitely. They are going to have to be very cautious. Once they enter the zone late after like that 10-minute marker, all the other teams would already have gotten themselves set up. And that in turn is going to be a very difficult conversion for the side of I8 or the Grounders or T20. Basically the teams making a late rotation. But let's see how exactly is that going to fan out and play out, because right now on our screens it's going to be North Esports, a team that has had ups and downs throughout the league plays as well as in the grand finals itself. Today on the map of Erangel, they came third in the previous map of Erangel that we saw, match number 3 of the day. So eyes could definitely be set up towards North Esports as well as to what exactly are they going to be doing, what sort of a rotation are they going to be able to make. But let's see if they'll be allowed to finish in the top 3 this time around or not.
When it comes to rotation, I agree. North Esports, they tend to have a good position, especially in the southern circles. Whenever it is a military-based circle, North Esports, they have a very good position, but they are not able to capitalize that position and transition into a big win or a good victory for themselves. But let's see if this time can they do so, because other teams, well, they are right now focusing on the rotation, early rotation. That means this time they will need secondary loot also. They'll be a little short on those resources. And H2E, well, they have found the safety again in their main home ground, that is North Georgiapol. They will get all the resources required, because right now, look at the players. Red, he doesn't even have the proper armor required or even the guns required for a close frontal battle. But TUF, well, they are still on the Georgia City area where Magnus might be closing in the distance. The drop location change is coming from the side of Magnus Esports this time. It's a mature decision not to engage in a fight with the plus of 52 Esports because 52 they have nothing to lose. They are already on the bottom. But Magnus, every single game is very crucial for this particular team, and avoiding early drop location clashes is some mature decisions coming from their side. But right now, the Esports, well, they are in the process of Quantum Rage.
Well. Again, three teams around in the vicinity right here that we can see. North Esports against the players of course, Quantum Rage, but Quantum Rage had the better half of the entire squad. But what a perfect spray coming in right there from the side of Sigma Male. And he's going to be the one delivering a massive punch to the face of North Esports' player. And that is the opening that, of course, Quantum Rage were waiting for, as Maxi, the flank angle created from the side of NES, goes down. And from the back angle, Quantum Rage's Goku is going to be delivering another lead of spray. And this is where perhaps the escape for North Esports isn't futile, because they are surrounded by so many different angles and areas where it is going to be very tricky and troublesome. But at the same point, R3D, yep, there we have it. A third party that can be seen is going to be R3D from up top of that hill. They've got a very clear opening and angle that they can spray on, not only on North Esports, but also on Quantum Rage as well. So three teams that are, of course, battling it out right now, as we do have a push being made from the side of Quantum Rage, as Goku with all by his lonesome, of course. There we have Tantanatan also pushing it along his luck. R3D's Walker on the backlines is going to be creating a flank, but now let's see what Goku is going to be doing. With a 3v1 situation that Goku has faced himself in. A nade, of course, was thrown from his side. Same is the case. And with that, not a nade, but a Molotov was thrown where Avenger OP does go down. Zamin is going to be, of course, busy trying to get that revival. And that nade earlier being thrown from North Esports as Roshan has brought down Goku's aggressive push as well. Tantanatan came in to give that spray, give that cover. But it seems like North Esports, with the smoke, has been able to smoke out the players of QR, as Quantum Rage's players, one by one, have been dropped down to their knees. All it boiled down to is the final player that's going to be Senior, and Senior, my apologies, Sigmail himself is not looking good, and Senior gets eliminated just like that. Quantum Rage is going to be the first team to get eliminated from this game in the first 10 minutes, wherein now the third party from R3D is going to be out of the bag, out in the open, where North Esports are going to be busy trying to get that revival, but they won't have a lot of breather because R3D have pushed on along, and this is where North Esports are going to have to really try and define as to how greedy, how important is this game for them, as they push out an over-aggressive stance from North Esports, but in no fruition, because after all it was R3D that got the better half of North Esports. North Esports get eliminated on the 15th position right there, but thankfully did at least get 4 elimination points with that. R3D looking comfortable at the edge of the zone. As we have a look at the map itself, we've got Quraysh Esports also making an entry, or trying to make an entry, from the exact same area that R3D are sitting upon. So R3D might as well have another opportunity to bring another team down as they make a rotation. That's going to be Quraysh Esports. Let's see what exactly is that going to be phased out upon. But looking at the center shadow, BABLU, what a perfect control they have in the center. This game seems like could very well be theirs for the taking.
But look at the split that is coming from the side of 3x Esports. 2 of the players are in close proximity towards the side of Team BABLU. Rest of the 2 players are towards the side of Rozok over there. And R3D is in close proximity. Even we have Team Star also. The split of 3x, well, maybe they are trying to gather information, because still they are not shooting in the direction of any of these teams. That means they are trying to gather as much information as much possible, and if the circle takes a curveball shift, 2+ will become the anchor to lead the team inside the circle. But right now, Osama, well, he has spotted down Anubis, who is holding on to Little Shack over there, and has taken a bit of damage from the shots coming from the side of Team Star. But Team Star, well, they are not leaving the safety net of their compound, which is a smart decision and good decision considering the split that is from the side of Team R3. They can easily try and pin down the players of Team Star from 2 different directions over there. So let's see what's going to happen. And 3x, well, like I said, they're just gathering information.
Absolutely, for now they are. And once that is done, they're going to try and just bounce on upon their opponents. As same is the case from the side of Team Star as well. Another 6 seconds. Another shift can be anticipated from the zone. I'm loving the position that T20 Quoty have, because that's exactly where I would have gone, as I am expecting the zone to go towards shooting range, as I said earlier as well. And now, again, I mean, it is still a pretty comfortable shift from the zone, because so many of the teams had already anticipated the zone to go there. So many of them are in a very good position in the zone, but they are in close proximity to each other. That's what the trouble is. They don't have a lot of compounds to find the cover, and that in turn could be the trouble that they were probably not prepared for. But right now it's going to be 3x Esports in close proximity as they make that rotation against the players of I8. And I8 themselves were a little busy making the rotation, so they are not going to be troubling 3x's players as of yet. With 14 teams still surviving, it's going to be Team Start capitalizing on the mess, and it is Magnus Esports on our screens dominating against R3D Esports' rotation. Not one, but two based on the spray that they were able to bring in. And Zen, 2 knocks is what he's been able to confirm. And now all he needs to do is to be able to get that point confirmed. But it seems like from the third party, it's going to be BABLU taking down shots against Magnus Esports as well.
Oh, Faster is not in the best of the best position, because if a third party happens from the side of Team BABLU, well, they are going to spot Faster over there. But Team Magnus, well, this is some read onto the opponent over there. The way they are cutting the rotation of 52 Esports, they're getting the sweet revenge of Sanhok back, and well, looks like 52, they are falling down as the other player also gets taken down, and there is no chance of a revival coming in. But somewhere else, so many other fights are also happening between the players of Team Grounders, as well as Grounders are looking for good defeat points already in their favor. But Magnus, well, this is something appreciative from their side, as they are not overextending in this particular fight. They do realize the points they need, the numbers they need in their favor. But right now, it is QWERTY that is in the crosshairs of Team Red side.
Well, 3x from the south. Red side that we can see are towards the eastern side of the zone as of now. The Grounders on our screens. Right next to them is, of course, going to be TUF's player as well. Now, for the Grounders, they are going to be troubled, because TUF's Thor and Edgar are not going to back out that easy. Along with that comes in Joker Sir as well to dominate. And just like that, the nade parade just not stopping. CU goes down, Mr. Black goes down, Evil Boy. It all boils down to him. And that nade brings down Edgar by himself. He was just not able to connect that, which in turn, of course, damaged his position. But never mind, of course, his teammates are right around the vicinity. As Joker Sir is going to get busy getting that revival, Thor is going to be out in front to be able to try and spot out the final player of the Grounders. Evil Boy going to be jumping on to try and get that spray, but that's not going to be able to connect, and that is going to be the end of the Grounders. With 13 teams remaining, the Blues bringing in a lot of damage to the players of TUF, as 660 meters is what the team of TUF are going to have to transverse to get into the comfort of the zone. And looking at the zone itself, look at T20 QWERTY. They are pretty much in control of this entire fight and the zone itself. But once again, the number of teams that are remaining is what T20 QWERTY need to be, of course, wary of. And the area that they are going to be holding does not have a lot of cover. In fact, has no cover at all apart from the tree trunks and rocks, which in turn could be trouble, because H2E that we can see coming in from the left-hand side and up on top is going to be, of course, the players of Quraysh Esports dominating against the players of Regicide as well. So, and then from south, you got BABLU joining in. So it seems like T20 QWERTY, it seemed that they were in a good position just a minute ago. Right now, they could very well be the ones getting sandwiched from all of these different directions.
Possibly the split also, that won't work in their favor. But right now, the play zone is taking down the players of TUF. Well, Joker Sir, he has already made inside the safety of the circle, not of the safe circle, but he's out of the blue to leave his teammates bleed to death. But right now, Quraysh Esports, they got one defeat point onto the players of Team Regicide. Even Regicide, they are in such a huge split situation. The segregation is not going to help right now. But 3x Esports, Kratos was taken down from the moving vehicle from Gravity over there. Now, Maddie, he's going to retaliate. He knows exactly where Gravity is, and Gravity, well, he has taken a lot of damage. Even we have the players of Team Star also in the back lines that can do a very good third party, but Tyrant, beautiful grenade came in from the side of Team QWERTY over there, and he gets taken down. Maddie might be going for the revival. Miracle, well, he has deployed good smokes, but this is the opportunity which QWERTY were waiting for, as they have already closed in this distance. The smokes are still helping the players of Team 3x, but Ozm comes in. Oh, he takes down Walker somewhere far away, and he gets the elimination point also.
Well, TUF get eliminated right there. With that, it seems like 3x, the shots that they were making is going to be the demise that they did not anticipate, because they made a lot of noise that they themselves got spotted upon from the side of T20 as they become the team to get eliminated on the 11th spot. Now it's going to be FS as they jump into, of course, the opportunity to be able to get those points. FS themselves are going to have to face the wrath against the players of H2E, where H2E stars in, bringing in a lot of damage in the name of that nade, is going to be able to dictate the elimination of freestyle. With that, 9 teams remaining, 4 defeat points converted right here for the side of Magnus, as Magnus now try and retaliate in terms of the nade parade that was being showcased from H2E. It's a reversal of Uno right there from Magnus itself, as to the face of H2E, the nade was thrown, but sadly no damage was not, no knock was yet confirmed for Magnus. On the other side of the map itself, it is going to be I8, I believe it was, who was able to dominate against R3D, if I'm not mistaken. 8 teams to remain here.
Yeah, it was I8, but now I8, well, they have trouble in the name of Team QWERTY, but right now Magnus, they are going up against H2E, and beautiful grenades are being lobbed, and multiple players from the side of H2E gets taken down, and Magnus, they are not stopping for anyone. They have 5 defeat points. They have the entire control of the western side, and the only threat right now is Tarzan from the side of H2E and Magnus Esports. Well, they do realize there is a player hiding somewhere, and they are being little cautious, but on the other side, Noki can also ruin the game of Magnus, but I don't want that to happen. I really want Magnus to do a comeback, and that this can be a comeback game for the plus of Team Magnus. But Tarzan, well, he knows where exactly 3 plus of Team Magnus are, but Rollin, he's in such close proximity to Tarzan, and he's trying to take him down with a UMP45. 2 plus of Team Magnus are already going in behind Tarzan, who is going inside the cave to find a safe cover for himself, because 1v2 is a situation he can't deal right in the open, and it becomes a little too much for him, and he gets taken down, and H2E bids bye-bye at 8th spot. And Magnus Esports, well, they're looking pretty strong in terms of defeat points.
Absolutely. H2E's final play right there. If only he would have had one nade, that was a really good bait to be able to bring down the players, the opponent players. But nevertheless, I mean, that is what the game was for them. The battleground resulted in H2E getting eliminated right there. 7 teams do remain, as Quraysh Esports, they get hammered on upon from the side of I8. Now, I8 is a team with all 4 players still standing, and they are getting just warmed up. They don't have enough defeat points. Only 4 elimination points is what they've got in their name, and Quraysh Esports are the ones who are going to be now asked to, of course, retaliate against I8's aggressive stance, and it seems like that's unlikely, because Quraysh Esports' numbers are going down. They're down to just a 2-man squad, as we can clearly see. Uzum, he's on the hunt. He's trying to find out where the players are. He's just not able to stop. And from the backlines, it's going to be T20 QWERTY's Voltrix utilizing and capitalizing on that position to perfection, with not only 1 but 2 individual teams that he's firing upon. And that in turn has resulted in Uzum going to almost about 30% of his health. Ghost goes down as well. And this is where Quraysh Esports definitely have been eliminated. But T20 QWERTY could be the nail in the coffin for the players. Well,
certainly I8, well, they need those revivals coming in, but Magnus, well, they are reigning supreme right now. The way they are doing a comeback in this situation, yes, they have lost onto Trollin over there, but still they have the entire control of the northern part of the circle. And right now, I8, they are hunting for, not hunting for I8, they're looking in the direction of I8 Esports players, and few of the players are still on their knees. But Godfury, well, he needs a vehicle, as he's a little few 100 meters away from the safe circle. He needs to make those rotation, but Team BABLU can stop them in the tracks, as BABLU is right in front of them, and Zabian takes on Sultana with a Scarlet spray coming in, and there's no chance of a revival coming at this situation. The blue is already closing in. Well, Team BABLU, now they have given away their position to the plus of Team Star. And in fact, Team QWERTY is also present in the close proximity, and they are going to do a third party with this grenade.
Ooh, T20 QWERTY, they provided a really good opportunity right there for I8 to get all of their players revived again. The I8's players were down to just a 1-man squad, as 3 of them were dropped down. But right now it's going to be T20 QWERTY against the players of Team Star, as you were just talking about it. The nade parade from the side of Vortex has been able to eliminate the possibility of Team Star walking towards the chicken dinner, as they are left with just a 1-man squad. Correction, none at all, as they get eliminated. 5 teams remaining right here. Magnus Esports finisher is so very close into proximity against the players of I8. Now IQ, Uzum, they are just trying to spot out the players. They are in their vehicles. They are getting over greedy. They are getting over jealous, and aggression on point. Also being showcased from I8. But in all, we'll have to now see between these 5 teams which one will it be who will get a chicken dinner for themselves, because I8, they do not want to leave those vehicles. They definitely do not want to leave those vehicles because that is their safety net, and that is also providing them the cover and also the information for all the opponent teams. A really good spray coming in from 420 boys LMG, but sadly not able to connect on target, only on the vehicle. Right now, when you talk about the teams that are remaining, the biggest names we do have Magnus, I8, BABLU, T20 Quality, all of these big names are still right here.
Well, certainly all the big names are still there. 5 teams of team players, like you mentioned, are remaining in IA. They are looking very strong. Even Magnus is also looking very strong. But Team Bablu, they have first. All the 4 players are still alive. Top 4 teams fighting for the big win. And 420 boy, well, he takes a hefty damage from the side of Ka, but now he's not going to peek again. But the smokes being deployed from the side of Team Bablu are providing the necessary cover required in the situation. But Zen finds a beautiful confirmation onto the last player of Reggie's side, and now we are left with 4 teams and 13 players. Team Bablu still fighting in every single direction over there against the players of Team Quati and Magnus. Well, they are in the low ground, perfect position to do a third party, but Pika, well, he's trying to take no, he's not going to shoot in the direction of Zen for now.
Well, again, a little bit of a stalemate where these teams now are going to have to perhaps wait for the zone because when it comes to the cover, they don't have a lot. For Magnus, they've got those vehicles and they've got those tree trunks and smoke walls that they've utilized for their cover. For BABLU, they've got the small little ridge, along with, of course, the smoke walls that they're trying their level best to be able to capitalize upon. T20 Quality just needs to be quiet. They're making too much noise. They're going to get sprayed on upon. That is something that I don't understand why they are getting too over greedy about, because right in front of them, of course, in the vicinity is going to be I8 as well, and there we have it, of course, T20 Quality. They are through the smoke going to try and bring down the players of BABLU, as well as Magnus also spray upon. So it seems like from both the sides, it is going to be Team BABLU who are going to be, of course, in the crosshairs in the sandwich situation. From one side, it's going to be T20 Quality. From the lower ground, it's going to be the players of Magnus. From the rear, the Ultrax needs to be careful that I8's players are still present. And look at that. In the kill feed, I8 has not been a part of this kill feed at all since the past 3 to 2 minutes. And that is where I8 will dominate, I think, by the end of this game.
Well, the top teams are still there and it's becoming so interesting. Yes, Team Bablu, they are also making too much noise. Magnus Esports, they are being a little quiet in this situation because they do realize that they are not in the best of the best position. Team Bablu height advantage in this situation, so it's better to stay silent, and that is exactly what I8 is also doing, as Bablu and Quati are still going up against each other, and the blue is going to close in any minute now, and that is where Team Bablu, Team Magnus have to make those crucial rotations, but Quati, well, they still have the safety net of the circle, and Ghost is looking for a knock on to Finisher, but looks like Finisher, he has hard cover for himself, and the vehicle gets blown up, but also Faster is going to retaliate and takes the Beyond down, making Team Bablu stand as a 3-man army, but Faster, well, the vehicles are ready and they are going to move inside the circle.
Well, this is the second time that Magnus have been able to capitalize on their position and take down the players of BABLU, and one by one, not one, but two of the players of BABLU have been dropped down. In fact, now the finish point will also be converted from the side of Magnus, where Zen has been able to eliminate. Along with that, Faster, his teammate, also chiming in along, and now it seems like all of the aggression is going to be pointed out towards the players of I8, where it is going to be BABLU trying to capitalize upon, of course, Zen from Magnus. At the same time, the vehicle gets blown up. Zen does not have a lot that he can do, but his teammates definitely can, and in doing so, they eliminate the players of BABLU. It is going to be I8 down to a 2-man squad, because T20 Quality have also realized that now is the time to shine, now is the time to make some noise, and that is exactly what they delivered and did. In all of that, outside the blues, it is going to be, of course, I8's player taking a lot of knock. I8's IQ gets eliminated thanks to Voltrex's spray right here. They've got a 3-man army, the T20 Quality team. At the same time, when it comes to Magnus, they have a 3-man team as well. From down south low, they have been able to eliminate the players of BABLU, and now their crosses perhaps are going to be set up towards the players of T20 Quality if they are not careful. For I8, they're left with just a 2-man army. They're being very, very cautious. Like a snail's pace, they are moving behind the tree trunk, but their position has already been caught. Voltrex is keeping a very close eye and a keen eye towards this flank angle, and of course his teammates, 420 boy, are trying to find out where I8's players are, but Magnus is approaching so close. Voltrex has absolutely no idea how close Zen and his teammates have gotten.
And now Magnus, they have grabbed the attention of Voltrix over there, giving some breather for the players of Team I8 over there with 2 men standing. Yes, Magnus and Qwerty, they have the numbers advantage, but the position advantage is definitely in the hands of Team Qwerty. As Magnus, like you also spoke, they are in the lower ground, but late. The players of Team Qwerty are right in front of him. But just like IQ in the last game yesterday, he's being so silent. He's just letting the other two teams fight amongst each other. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity because they don't have those grenades, they don't have those molotovs. They could have found at least 1 or 2 knock onto the players of Team Qwerty. But now all they can do is to stay silent and be one with nature.
Absolutely. But look at the jumping jacks of T20 Qwerty. Why won't they stop? I mean, yes, I understand you want to be able to get the game for yourself. Yes, I understand that you want to be able to scout out and spot out the opponents because you've got a higher advantage, the high ground advantage in this. But again, at the same point in time, what you don't have is utilities. And being out and jumping and about is, of course, going to let your opponents know. And that in turn is going to be the demise. As Khan goes down, Magnus retaliates. Magnus is going to be trying to, of course, capitalize upon this, where Voltrix along with his teammate are going to be jumping ahead on top of the rock to be able to bring in a lot of damage because Khan has been brought down. It is all down to a 2-man squad from the side of the players of T20 Qwerty. Ghost is going to be able to capitalize on this entire mess, where of course T20 Qwerty is busy with the players of Magnus. On the other front, I8 from a small little opening, they're trying to jump in closer and closer to T20 Qwerty, but I guess they were just not allowed, as we are just left with 1-man army from the side of Magnus. That's going to be none other than Faster. Now it is a 1v1 situation between 420 boy and Faster. Faster getting closer and closer, getting smoother and smoother in terms of the way that he's able to control his prey, and that in turn with a smoke wall being created, T20 Qwerty just wrote this demise for themselves. Again, they invited the opportunity for Magnus to be able to walk away with this chicken dinner. They should have just been a little too careful. But ayo, you know what? It was really a really good game from T20 Qwerty. They made their level best count, and that in turn resulted in, of course, them walking away with the second position of this game. But Magnus Esports are the ones reigning in supreme with a chicken dinner. 17 eliminations. 17 eliminations is what Magnus got from this game. 32 points in total from one single game, and that is going to skyrocket and boost their position in the overall ranking to the 4th position.
Well, certainly, Team Magnus, they have gotten the 4th spot in the overall ranking, making sure all the top teams right now are in top 5. We have Team I8, we have Team Magnus. It doesn't matter, it's proved, it doesn't matter. You come into our grounds, you come in our home, damage us, but will still reign in supreme, will come on the top, and they have proved by getting the 4th spot in the overall ranking. But now things are also getting very interesting for the next day, for the final day.
Oh, this is the second time in the same day. In fact, the third time in the same day that I've gotten my prediction, but they finished second. Oh, I would have been sitting at 8. But nevertheless, right now what we're going to do is sitting on a small little break. Stick around, as we do have a lot more to talk about as to what all happened in this game. But we are going to go on that short little break, after which we'll be right back with the post-game analysis. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome to PMPL. This is, of course, the fall where it comes down to the PMPL action in Pakistan region. It has been chaotic on day number 2, where grand finals are off to an incredible start and an end, as well as we move towards the final game's MVP. It's going to be Faster from the side of Magnus. 8 eliminations, 811 damage. That is a perfect game for Faster right there, of course, Shadow.
Well, certainly the entire team of Magnus, the way they were playing this particular game, well, much deserved and much needed victory was landed in the hands of Team Magnus over there. But along with faster, we have to focus on Voltrix also getting 3 elimination, very good again coming from the side of Team Quoty, and we have Zen also getting 5 eliminations with 854 damage that was dished out.
Absolutely, and this is where the players to focus also come in along. Of course, we've got the MVP, but following along with him is going to be his teammate, and that is going to be Zen and Finisher. But moving ahead from this, we've got the match ranking itself. We know who walked away with the chicken dinner. That was 17 elimination chicken dinner for Magnus Esports. 32 points in total from one single game. Following them up close was I8 with 8 eliminations of their own, and then comes in T20 Quoty with 6 eliminations on the third spot. Following them is going to be on the fourth, BABLU, and then is Regicide. So Regicide, yes, day number 2 has not really been their best performance for sure, that is true, but they've been consistent in terms of being in the top 5 to the top 8 position, which is definitely working for them. But definitely would love to see tomorrow being the final day of the grand finals right here at PMPL Pakistan region. Would love to see the players of Regicide get that chicken dinner for themselves. But yeah, when you've got the players of like I8, Magnus, T20 Quoty bringing in this ludicrous of play in the final moments of the game, then it is going to get difficult. Of course, you've got BABLU in there in the mix as well as TUF, so it is going to get difficult. But anywho, we can definitely summarize all of that through the Oppo F21 performance, where right off the bat in the first minute itself, we knew that this was going to be a chaotic one based on where the teams went and where the zone went. Shadow.
Well, the circle was definitely crazy on the northern side, making things difficult for the players of Team I8 towards the southern side, but North Esports and R3D, I don't understand the third party and R3D. Every single time they go and do a third party, but this is where Magnus Esports, well, they got their sweet revenge onto the players of Team 52 Esports. Even 3x Esports, the split was definitely not working in their favor, but the minute Magnus got the control of the northern side of the circle, they were unstoppable.
Absolutely, they definitely were unstoppable, and this is where, towards the shooting range hill itself, where the entire fight ensued. Now, this is the moment where I8 were brought down to one-man army. All 3 of their players were knocked out. They were not eliminated, but then T20 Quoty just moved ahead towards a different fight altogether. And, well, we know what happened in the final moments where it was a 1v1. Of course, the health was not favored towards the final player of T20 Quoty, where it was 420 Boy against the player of course, Magnus that was faster with a perfect health and, of course, a decent amount of vest and helmet as well. But moving on towards the damage graph, this was a close one. 2294 coming in favor of Magnus, whereas 2255 damage going in favor of T20 Quoty. This is the closest that we've seen. In fact, not only first 2, but the next 2 one as well, I8 and BABLU, with 1459 damage for I8 and 1539 damage for BABLU.
But unfortunately, Quoty were not able to convert that damage into the defeat points because they only have 6 defeat points. But still, a very good outing from the side of Quoty as well, because they have got good placement points in their hands. Total of the 18 points, if I'm not wrong, Quoty got in this particular one. So they are still in the top 5. And now things are becoming way too interesting. And the excitement level for the final day is going to be at par because we have I8, Team Quoty, contenders, and Magnus Esports, even Quraysh in top 5.
Absolutely. I mean, T20 Quoty finishing exactly where they started the day off on the 2nd position in the overall ranking. I8 have created a massive lead with the 4 chicken dinners that they've created today, till now, I mean, compared to how, of course, Magnus Esports now are on the rise, right? I mean, Magnus Esports 4 position jump is what we're looking at from the side of this team. 165 points in total. Let's move on ahead towards the next page where the 8th team right now is Regicide, 145 points, and then Team BABLU 139 points. So it's still close. It's still very, very close to be a part of the top 6, which again will be confirmed by the end of tomorrow when the final 6 games are going to be played in the grand finals.
Well, certainly, Team BABLU are still in the contestation. Even Grounders, if they play every single game with a consistency and get average points in their favor, Grounders can also be in top 5. But for 52 Esports and R3D Esports, well, it's a tough journey, I think.
It is looking a very, very tough journey, of course, you're right. For R3D, my apologies, 52 Esports, North Esports, R3X, they have gotten a really good play, but they only are now left with 6 more games. And that in turn means that it is going to be a very tough day for them. But hey, nothing taken away from that, because after all, the prize pool is still going to be there. They are still the best of the best in the entire region. And when it comes to, of course, Pakistan, we are looking forward to the top 6. And those top 6, till the final game tomorrow is not yet not done, we still cannot say, because you never know. You never know how quickly things might change. Right now, we've got the highest frag-in game coming in from the side of Magnus, wherein Magnus themselves as a team that in the grand finals has just not been able to do much. They're the ones who were perhaps getting eliminated in the first, in the 16th to the 14th, 13th position. Whereas in this game on day number 2, they finished 17 elimination chicken dinner. So anything can happen tomorrow as well.
Certainly, anything can happen if you're having a performance like just Magnus had in this particular one. Yes, you can propel yourself in the top 5 spot in the ranking. Yes, there is possibility, but still, I think for 52 and R3D, it's not so easy, because yes, when it comes to firepower, other teams, they do have a slight edge. 52, they can go for the placement point, but the over aggression they went in for the closer combat frontal battle in the very first circle is definitely not favoring their case. That's why they are on the bottom. But in the MV ranking, we have Gravity and Wardrobes.
Well, T20 QWERTY reigning in supreme with 29 eliminations going in favor of Gravity, compared to, of course, 19-10 elimination difference for the teammate right there. And then they also have another teammate that is going to be on the 8th spot. That's going to be 420 boy right there with 12 eliminations of his own. But I8's all 3 players back to back right there, starting from Uzum with 21 eliminations, moving on to Ghost with 22 and 19 for IQ. Of course, a very good performance that has been showcased from the side of these teams. And again, keep in mind, viewers, that we do have $1,000 for the MVP, I believe, as well, right, Shadow?
Well, certainly we have $1,000 or 2,000. We have a prize pool for the MVP also. That means every single team and individual also getting huge prize money for themselves, but also along with that comes the bragging rights.
Absolutely, and those bragging rights again are going to be confirmed tomorrow, because right now, talking about the lead that Gravity has been able to create, 19 minutes. You're talking about 29 eliminations, 4,638. Yeah, that is not going to be an easy one to beat and defeat. But again, we know that I8 are on the climb. I8 are on the run, and they're not going to get, or rather, let go of those $1,000 that easy. Again, same can be said for the side of Quraysh Esports' Jaguar, Regicide's Baz, as well as H2E's Tarzan and BABLU Zabian. But yeah, that is a massive lead that's been created right there from T20 QWERTY's players, as well as for I8 as well. But let's see. Tomorrow is a brand new day. Tomorrow is in fact the final day before we find out who are going to be the champions of PMPL Pakistan. At the same point of time, we're going to find out who the top 6 teams are that will be representing Pakistan in the SA Championship.
Certainly, we'll find out which teams are going to represent Pakistan in the coming GC and the SA Championship. But talking about the daily winners, well, this day also Team I8 managed to get 2 chicken dinners for themselves, one in Miramar and one in Erangel. Quraysh, well, they got big win for themselves in the map of Sanhok, but it was Magnus Esports in the last game getting huge elimination points for themselves and a big victory.
Exactly. I mean, this was... I was so close to getting T20 QWERTY's point for myself as far as the prediction is concerned. But when it came down to the final 4 teams remaining, yeah, it was anybody's game. We had Magnus, we had BABLU, we had T20 QWERTY, we had I8. And even at one point in time, the numbers were favoring I8, but that was dwindled down as well. And Magnus, from the lower end, Shadow, were able to drop down the players of BABLU, not once but twice and thrice, which in turn was eventually, thanks to, of course, Zen and his teammate, that eliminated the position and opportunity of Team BABLU walking away with the chicken dinner. So a very good finish to this day on this map of Erangel.
Certainly a very good finish. All the top teams are getting a win for themselves. Other teams also, in terms of damage, it was 3 Esports that dished out the maximum damage in this particular one. But yes, in the final game, even Team BABLU started showing the signs of a comeback. Maybe in the final day, Team BABLU can also get a win for themselves.
Exactly. There are all the chances. There are all the possibilities, because you never know how the battleground is going to be turning out. Right now, we saw a big shift and change on the map of Erangel as well when it comes down to the way teams change their drop locations. Right, we saw Magnus taking a completely different shift towards the northern side of Primorsk, towards the left-hand side of Quarry itself. From the north itself, we saw H2 and BABLU take a completely different curveball shift in terms of how they dropped. but the zone then majorly favored towards what the drop locations were, which in turn actually helped them out. But yeah, a ludicrous play right here for this final game's Erangel zone. But definitely look forward to these sort of zones tomorrow as well. Perhaps some chaotic, this sort of chaotic game should be played out in all of the games, all the 6 games tomorrow. That is what will make things that much more exciting and fun, because you just don't know as to where the zone is going to be, and of course based on that how the teams are going to be able to react and make those rotations.
Certainly, the zones are going to play a very different game of their own. But I hope we get to see a safe, concentric circle, not giving much trouble to the players and the teams out there. But talking about performance of the grand finals, we have Boost from the side of Team IA with 16 elimination. In terms of damage that has been dished out, it is Wall Trucks of Team Gravity.
Absolutely, and this is of course the grand finals outperformance that we have on our screens right now. That in turn can keep on changing as well, because we are going to have to be very cautious in terms of how we approach this, because every single day we talk about individual teams, those individual teams then start bringing in a completely different play style. So definitely keeping a very open eye towards what to anticipate tomorrow. But one thing is for sure, that it is going to be a lot of fun, the 6 games that we do have tomorrow. And along with that, of course, there is a little bit of exciting segments that are set up as well, which of course the viewers are going to find out tomorrow itself. That is going to be all for you guys, and of course do not forget to stay tuned and tune in for tomorrow's final day action. It is going to be a lot of fun. Apart from of course the 6 games that the teams are going to be playing, we've got some more games set up which are all for you, like I said, and they are going to be a lot of fun, so do not forget to tune in for that. But when it comes to day number 2, again, it was a very fun day from the start till the end. Unexpected results throughout all of it. But I8, they have delivered. I am sure the fans are going to be happy. In fact, by the end of the day now, Magnus's fans ought to be happy and elated as well. With 17 finished chicken dinner. Yeah, they've topped I8 as well now.
Certainly, they have topped I8 right now, but Magnus being in the top 5, I think every single fan of Magnus Esports, fan of other teams also are going to be pretty happy. Because they want a tough competition. They want the best teams to represent their country in the SA Championship. And SA Team Magnus, well, they have proved themselves in the league stage that they are the deserving ones. They ought to be in the SA Championship. And with this kind of a gameplay, if this is delivered in the final day, final matches also, well, Magnus will see them in the SA Championship.
Definitely, because again, when the entire grand final started from day 1, it was looking like Magnus is slowly dropping down. T20 quality slowly rising up. I8 definitely rising up. And it was like questionable as to what exactly is going on with Magnus. But now with this performance, the highest dragon game coming in from their side, it is definitely a really good feeling that, yep, Magnus is still alive. There's no problem at all. From one game, they jump 4 positions. That itself clearly indicates that they are not yet done. They are still very much part of the fight. And they are going to be, in fact, if this is how they're going to be closing day number 2, I can only imagine what day 3 is going to be bringing to, of course, the fans of I8, as well as Magnus, as well as all the other teams. BABLU, T20 Quality, FS. I mean, all of them, they are playing really sensationally well, of course.
Certainly, even Regicide also. I want Regicide to do a comeback, because the way they have showcased few performances from their side, yes, they can also do a comeback, but it's the final day. The pressure is going to be huge on the shoulders of the other teams, Regicide, especially all the middle tier teams. The pressure is going to be huge on them, because yes, they are close to top 6, but yet far away. The teams on the top, they already have a big lead in terms of the points, so the top competition is not going to be so easy. So the final day, final 6 matches are going to be so very interesting.
Absolutely, but yep, with that, of course, we do reach the end of day number 2 right now, as it has been a lengthy day, but tomorrow's going to be that much more lengthy, of course, with the surprise element that we've got set up for the viewers. But for now, for day number 2, we do reach the end. Do not forget to, of course, tune in tomorrow for the grand finals final day, as we're going to find out the champions of the fall season of 2022, powered by Oppo for, of course, Pakistan. Along with that, we're going to find out the top 6 teams that are going to move on forth and, of course, represent Pakistan region. With that, of course, I'm Blora, joined in with Shadow, and we had, of course, Fixes on the desk as well. We'll join on with you tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.